Mama butter. Domo je.
Was greatest. Good evening.
Domo, sir. God bless you. Waya bota.
Mama domo butter.
Mama Domo.
Oh, Baba. Iyan rogizi, iyan de. One time never.
No wala. Well, let's see. You're highly welcome. Pati Arhuarhan, domo sir. Wato pesa.
Bohem, botar ali,
Mama Domo.
yeah. Yeah.
I agree the house. Why you domo domo?
Wato
Senior
pesa.
man Domo, my papa.
No bohem.
Lord reach out for now.
Baba, you do.
Omo, Odinore Island na. Ogbo ma wa na so no de metore se man. Me
Life.
vai no waste no what do dey.
You know, put call before you enter. Myself now, I went time
No
be
be
now,
small
sir.
thing no. Code the code no be here. Now today I start work. Now I enter I enter town yesterday around that kind 1 a.m. in the night.
Whoa.
So me I never even sleep now. I never dey finish my work now.
Yeah. Noise.
Why easy? No, they go out. I will join. Let's I will join her later. Greatest Edo, how far?
Domo wato pesa.
I greet you, bros. I notice say you know they follow me. I'll call police for you. For the next time when I will tell you this kind of word.
If I not vessel, me never know see so. Why not they follow you?
Because they tell me say go meet the greatest Edo. May you say why don't get on my follow? Okay. I can't got to type your name before I can know say you did live.
Where they go,
No shaking. Okpa Mahi. I just want to let you know. I'll join her later and then I just go do one or two.
Okay. Domo.
Mama Domo. Mama Joy, call you.
Very good.
You're
Odogbo.
welcome.
Good evening, Sayemi.
Wala wa agbe ama esun wa asun bon because e ma igbe ne ti ma so de ba ne. Mr. Junwo, you're welcome. Please, can anybody hear me? Any of us on this panel? Can anybody hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. We can hear you, greatest. We can hear you.
Okay, God bless you.
Good evening.
Good evening, my brother. Good
Ojogbo
evening.
Yemi, good evening. God bless you.
Mother, Mama Sabo. Domo, Domo, good evening, wow.
Good evening, sir. God bless you.
God bless you too.
Molebia ancestry, Abi Mobia ancestry. You're welcome. I did try test this Mobia ancestry. Let's say you're not there active, but you're there active for every lab. I don't see you.
Who be no via access?
I don't know the person, but I always see him for this. He's saying that from a war.
Okay.
Ọ̀yá gbé wa ọ̀bẹ̀rẹ̀ ọ̀hán gẹ́gùn ọ̀ ní ẹ̀yà àgbàlọ̀ ilé wò kíá. Òfìkórè
Okay.
kọ́mẹ̀tì.
Mama both
Ọ̀yá
of them.
dọ́mọ o. Ọ̀jọ̀gbọ́n Yẹmí.
Mama, what
Ẹ̀hẹ́n.
Oh,
Good evening.
Zukero.
sugar.
Abẹ́ lọ́rẹ̀ kan. Wetin use your voice say do Lord Rishi?
Oga Sugar, e dey under o. Mo na leave Oga Sugar alone.
Sugar.
See me o.
Don't call her
People are
Sugar.
coming, they are joining already.
Call her Zukero.
Good morning to my lovely brothers and sisters.
Good morning, sir.
Good evening, sir. From here.
Greatest though, I missed your last lecture, and I've been begging them to send me the record, but no one has been able to do so. Please, if you have it,
Epa, because you never pay.
not send it to me.
Epa, because you never pay. You have to pay.
Okay.
Mama,
By the grace of God, I'll pay. All right.
You pay 1 million naira before I send it to you.
touch it later, Sha. We can also touch it later.
No, that class went yesterday, Sha. I don't know whether our greatest go put something join the class.
That
You know, say everybody for here not small. So everybody here no one or two.
Like when you repair this
I know, but the way you say they teach am, man.
Like power tap wala. If you do FYP or you did box or power tap, make it for reach other people this thing. Profile.
Yeah, just they share. They try to share.
My easy, I don't know some people here. So people when they as they are not me for this panel, I know everybody here. I mean the people when I just did this panel. These people when they request, so I don't know them. And maybe you know them past me.
just
I dey here. I'm his moderator. Don't worry, I'm here.
if nonsense person come up, just drop her.
Let them not go say now our people when they win I never to know them say they ignore them. I don't know everybody for this panel where.
No, Madam Izzy did there. Madam Izzy sabi there.
As I dey here with my two phones. Me. I dey here. Guys, let's power tap. Now 1:30 they watch me just now. Where all of una go? Yeah, where all of una come back? Oh. You feel make your screen bigger. You know how to do one now.
Okay, man. Yes, I suppose. If I never, I suppose that's happy by now. Yeah.
Good. Yeah, good. So that we feel they look, we feel they bigger. Guys, power tap. Let's get to 100 so that we'll start the class. Invite. Because I don't want you to say I missed class. Oh, I was here. Oh, why didn't you come and invite me? Oh, well, I will invite you.
This class is called Bedu.
Yeah. All thanks to God.
Oh, like Bedu be this one.
No, na Bedu.
Okay.
This one be Bedu. That's in here, bro.
A class no wa no dey when I do ya we ogidiyan e la ya gbeke no dey ade e wa re wa me la era ya mo mo ki face le no do ha mi en no wa ta we do ni ma meti interpret e ga ni gwa ze do say
ya gbo mo ki face here
obi agbo obi gbo wa no wi gbo ta na wo wi gbo yin ti o wi gbo no do yin wa gbo. I don't understand.
I understand. When you have a way, you do a bit careful now.
But I hope so. Don't carry on a and paper. My own day near me here. Not fit on the answer my question. If anybody asks me, I'll do like Lord Rishi. If you ask me question, you pay 5K per question. That's small money. Let me say I can't jump down finish. You can't ask me say, hey, what's the greatest thought just now? He say this one, I said that one. I don't want hear.
Sister, easy, no bother. I not ask you any question again. I know they take
Not be
class.
you, I know,
I know how they come class now. Yeah, Wabi.
Not be you. See, I don't carry my barrel and paper. See, I might show that for camera. When I'm not inside the lie. See.
Lord Richie, we send on the tape. Whoa.
Una see.
Sister Joashabo, go where? KRS one, Baba. It's why, of course, my love.
I'm gonna see my barrel. Yeah, see my
Yeah.
barrel.
Why you
Ojo,
do?
Oyemi. I greet you, my brother.
I greet you, sir. I greet you, sir. I greet you, sir.
I greet you, my brother.
Wow,
The worry of our time.
Remember,
It's why.
No, Benedict too correct, oh. Benedict too correct, eh? To say all these our men, not be about to see Maria Webber because John Wakin, we pack KRS.
It's you,
Not date that category. I wish all the remaining men be like Nosa, Lord Rishi, and Ekmeneda for not they talk every day. Think will make me they talk.
Of course, my young brother, that Edo boy, hoping not be old man to like me.
No, plus don't boy. No, I'm my neck no boy. No boy. Only coming. I can't get a lot to talk about. We talk about it.
Oh, me abba.
Money they activate TikTok.
that is Egwari man.
Egwari.
Why so?
Oh, me abba. They say that I got in the way that I got one bad, I had to born you.
You know, say as Mama Easy don't come discriminate me come up from the youngest now, add me to Idiona. I also keep quiet.
I don't count you Jenna because you first in Nigeria, not even they get constant like so that time to say TikTok, you don't get them. And they talk about my brother say they do Europe with me. When say they online 24/7, they're on TikTok, they're online. And you see them, they're always minding their business. Plus yourself, you demand your business. Nosa, Lodirishi, Penede, you guys are always minding your business. I never want to see you say I can't see Jamuna. Now I'm waiting for the enjoy that for the see Penede. But I continue.
Continue.
Now I'm waiting they enjoy if you see platform for the enjoy. Hey, Penede go there.
You know, say me now, I like soft life.
Yes, you are the though.
I don't like
but I think the same category.
I don't like stress, so now enjoyment I like.
Mama, if you have me begging someone, may not wrong, may not busy today. May do with us.
Are you tired for example? Someone you call it busy for us. There's someone will saga you.
A big politician.
The person will come up. You come up.
There's someone I can do. It's why.
Make a day come up.
No, someone come up. Me, I'll there FIP. I'll be moderator. I'll control from down. No problem. I dare here. You come up, Nabi.
There's someone Kakadu. They said you guys had a great lecture. Wamati, Wamari, where he never had Wagumedu Damio. Wow, Wamana Street. The team pay me a greatest.
How you look at it? Now have a time to talk. They mark by busy. Have a you know can't hear it.
There's someone Kakadu. Nothing when you die. The greatest. Simawa, you don't new Wagamame. Eh? Why we struggle, me yaku?
Oh, my way.
Why was the undiluted one? Wamami, the comment section, Wamami, never do nothing.
Oh, my way, rock, Papa.
Mama, they were already.
Where not?
Who come up for that bus? Okay.
Mama Easy, no, you come up. Me, I won't drop it. I won't drop it. Mama Easy, come up. My day, my day comment section.
Me, I come down. Me go there comment section.
Mama Easy, you come. Before I go, I beg. Me, now give me small time. I saga.
Mama, they come. I want go out. Just stay there.
There's some more.
Just stay there.
Hey, Mama,
Aye, yeah, you did that way. Yeah, you did that way. You are making the music enjoy.
He's a leader.
But is it my wet bar? A job,
Ezomo Kakadu.
I am web of me anima.
He's a leader there.
I go back
AKA
to
Saga Saga.
On
Invasion.
your power. Man,
I see
Saga.
it. I'm seeing it.
Adomo,
No. I
Ave,
think I'm the
Iyenike.
moderator for you. I won't go
Mama
carry
Ije.
I won't
Mama
carry
Easy,
Mama Easy
come
come
up,
up.
oh, come up.
Mama Easy.
Now me bring
Ọ̀jọ̀gbọ́n
myself
KROS àwẹ̀
up by
nákínà
myself.
West
I by
Coast,
myself bring myself
Ezomo
up.
kakadu
West
ayenu.
Coast want to bother me. Say me I can't
Jomo.
join her for comment section. No worry, West Coast I dey come just now.
No invasion, I can see you.
Greatest, how far now?
Don't want so I up there. You leave me for streets now.
For yeah, you don't leave me for Joshua. You can't be like say you don't go abroad now, ma.
So
Go where do
yeah,
you all go do my own. Where say you and Izomo, me not let they do me
Baba.
wetin I like oh.
So I think we are good. We can start now. Can anybody hear me?
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear.
Yes, loud and clear.
Yeah.
Okay. So today is gonna be NRD. But first of all, I tell you I wear Erun aya iswen here. Erun aya mohen. Deve irima. Osaupa veni kain we ma here. First of all, ima here ne wa na ware ma fe ikabo wakpon wa waru wakabo. Uji wa ami. Most especially ne ke uki so ne no gbera de. Kabo wakpon ya kakabo ke no fiyo ke no ma fiyo. Weta me dami anasa me ba won no de. That way me so run ni my so maybe way. Me so run ni my maybe here but yeah, I'm gonna speak English. I'm speaking with my people. Ni mayado egbe na ni mayado
No
la.
answer that in your video. No answer that. Speak your language.
I mean me awari a ye comment to the government me yan rokpa. So ni mado ya are mana na ma ya na do egbe. Wa ya fe na wa fian yo na wa be sie otu na sikoko. Uji wa mi. So abo afian gbo.
He said,
No, no wa iwu wa ye enwe no wa lo kadari ade. Abo ora idiete ni ka
So,
peto na ni ma vi weji e ton mo ma o. Ma ya lo de wa son de wa van. Ma igwa no boavo. Ma ebe ugbegbe. O to me. Emi hi afen na ya nyangbo. E ma mi. No ma se akoba o yeji. No ma se ahin akimaba.
he said,
We might turn webo.
he said,
Modia akadere. Imi maru webu. Imi mari azenane. Amari ni mane. Mi on ave. Etini kawe. Yeah, you know kaya. Nana we rave ravi jere ke bime. Ehe no wa eni kaya vio odo se bime. Na we rewe bo. Ka ole ori egin o. Ni kana de rajo. Oba atokwe.
he said, Mass with national anthem at this one.
Ya ka ni ri ma won ye na me fi yan gbeje ma won de ma mo be fun tin pe
Wagum swear now I swear every time I wear teaching you do is to know we man. Ewa eme no gienigo. Oye kene madoyo. Oga debu modiana o. Tuga tongeke. Ọba tọpẹ. Iṣẹ́ ọba tọpẹ. Iṣẹ́ ènìkà ọ̀yàwé wọ́n bá wọn.
Tura
Tura tó péye.
Ọba Tọ́pẹ́
Iṣẹ́.
Isu na ya ya o abonya miri ni mama na ke yoba o dia. Ni ka me ho no ya.
Epa we have a let's Domosa. Ere igbo.
Domo. Mami ọsùn àríyànríyàn ní àmàdà ẹgbò wẹ̀ yóò pọ́n. Yeah, I'm going to. So, Mr. Ojogbon, are you there? Ojogbon, are you there? But when you came in,
The brother leave us go pray.
Mo wa ho clearly.
Yes, okay.
Go pray. Go pray. 7:30 matuno ya neru hore ba.
okay. My people, you can see the image on my screen. Are we good? We can start now.
Yeah,
Yes.
let's go.
Okay, Mr. Ojogbon, welcome.
Yeah, I've been here.
Ojogbon, you bear with us, so we're going to be speaking Bini and English, but mostly this part, because you know now, people they go to change our history, so we
I
try
know,
to.
Sheba, I told you people.
Yeah, so
They don't know
bear with
anything
us.
they get now. They will now go and try to, that nonsensical one.
Yeah,
Oh,
Mr.
it is.
We've been making prayers. We've been praying for
I
everybody.
had everything. I had everything. I know it.
So I'll try to be fair enough. As long as we are relating the correct history.
Just go ahead. I know.
Yeah,
I know at least something about Arhuarhan. Go ahead. No
Good.
problem. Go ahead.
As long as we are relating the correct history, I don't think we should be panicking. If anybody is going to do
No,
whatever,
panic.
If anybody wants to go and recreate, let them go and recreate. It will not change the fact.
Panic. Just that anyway, when if you don't they enjoyed yesterday, you know why? At least they are now closer to their language. Where many of them they used to Epo na Zene and so every Maveri. Sometimes we rock again have a mind more do have you enjoy. I don't understand.
okay. Yeah, I understand. So you have a zebra.
They mute where's for the information. Yeah, but they come and be beg energy.
Okay.
Me too when if I want.
So
We see me
okay, so Donuzomo, you can see the image on my screen. The image we all know, Bubo, who is Arhuarhan, and this drum right here. First of all, before we go into this, because today we are going to be talking about the way the Benin's preserve their history. It's among our topic today. That's why I didn't just put Arhuarhan there as a topic, because in our history, if you want to talk about 18 or 2, you'll be going to 5 because it's so wide. You understand? So I'll be talking about the Odiri Lake, which this our Arhuarhan that we are going to talk about drowned himself according to history. And I'm going to be talking about the drum you are seeing at the front of the picture. So I had the privilege to meet with. Please, you guys will bear with me. I have a kind of cough, so I declare my truth once. So I had the privilege to meet with the Ohen Diri, the priest that worship this lake of Arhuarhan. Can anybody hear me?
Yes, sir.
I can hear you loud and clear. Edo boy, not bad, so I want to bring Edocentric, so I drop you, yeah? Lawo Baba. Continue.
Okay.
Mustafa.
Hello? Can anybody hear me now?
Very clear, sir.
Okay. So I had the privilege to meet the priest because whatever we do or whatever we want to say out as history should be verifiable. I didn't want to come here. We've talked about this giant who was an elder brother to Obaesigi, but I don't want to come out and start, bringing out references upon references when I know very well that I can go there and verify. So things that are verifiable should be verified. Edocentric, you're welcome. So I had a privilege. I'm in Nigeria women. Network, was surprised. So I had a privilege to meet with him because he's the custodian. Whenever you want to talk about the lake, when you want to talk about this prince who is not muted.
Now your guy to send chicken, they try to greet you. A greatest Edo, a network in market type say.
Oh, Amarene.
Itikiyati tu. Why ni tana?
Manota.
Okay, itikiyati tu. Greatest Noga. Where's the EC platform in set up with tane. Saloba can did ba we. Any can we did ba we. Also if I is omo kakadu bota. If I choose wabota walayu anti joy asalo.
Oh, Baba, don't miss her.
Odomosa. Why layu wabota. So I will just listing get a little bit of information or the information that our brother of Yoba greatest do. Mine ni ọrẹ but of Yoba greatest do carry. Okay, we know my otane. So let's just which one be about network? Let's just sit back and relax and enjoy the life space.
So, like I was saying, I had the privilege to meet with the custodian of this history because when you come to Benin, and one thing I love about Benin is the government of Benin traditionally has been so arranged that you don't even need to stress too much. If not for some people that would say I'm exaggerating, I could have said maybe the white men, they had to spy on our government to fix theirs. So when you come to Benin, you will always come to a conclusion that every history you see, every deity and every region, they will always have a particular person that presides over that particular history. So this history we are going to talk about is the history of Arhuarhan, who was known as Idubo, son of Oba Ozolwa, and a brother to Obaesigi. Now, I met with the custodian and he told me the history. In particular, he told me about the Odiri, how it came about. So now that, I'm talking about the Hondiri. Now that we want to talk about it, I will narrate it how he told me, but I will quickly chip in something. Before I left home, I quickly met with my mom and I told her that this is where I'm going. So she said, okay, you are going to this place. I said, yes. So she just told me that, oh, is it not the history of Odiri? I said, yes. And the next thing she told me was a very little history. She quickly shipped it in how the Odiri came about. I didn't say anything. I was just like, okay, thank you. And I left. When I got there, it was the same thing the Odiri told me that my mother told me at home before I left. So when I came back, I was like, they told me the same thing you told me. You understand? What I'm trying to say is, when we as Edo people, Benin people, are trying to tell some other people that our oral history, if there's any difference from what Mr. A and Mr. B will say, it will be 2%. And that 2%, maybe Mr. A is just forgetting some name or he omitted some name, but the history is going to go the same way. You can see now that without references, without bringing professors from Britain or Portugal or wherever, she told me the same thing, and I got there. The man also told me the same thing. Now, how come about Odigi? First of all, Odigi as a lake has been in a chiefdom called Udo, few kilometers away from Benin, and it's still there to date. It was just there as a little body of water. It was there as a little body of water. So in the 15th century, when 15th to 16th century, when Oba Zolwa became the Oba of Benin, he had this prince you are seeing right here. Although he had a first son, like I said yesterday, there are people at the forefront of history that history will not make or emphasize about. They might talk about them, but it might not be that much. So he had a first son called Ogidogbo. Although Ogidogbo had some challenges, he was kind of crippled, so he couldn't make it to the throne because we have a saying, "Ayegbemi and Goba and Oba die." So you cannot become an Oba when you're like that. Now, the supremacy battle due to the circumstance surrounding the birth of Arhuarhan as an elder and Esige as the younger one, it became a battle for succession. It became a battle for succession. Arhuarhan as the elder never agreed that Esige will be older than will be the one to take over the throne when the father will no longer be alive. Although Oba Zolwa saw this, he saw Arhuarhan as a threat to the life of Esige. He saw Arhuarhan as a threat, so he had to take Arhuarhan to this Udo we are talking about. He had to proclaim that Arhuarhan, you should go there and preside over this place. But Arhuarhan, as a giant and as a powerful person and as an elder that he was, it didn't sit well with him that his younger brother was proclaimed senior, because after birth, his younger brother cried before him, although they were born in the same day. He was born in the morning and Esige was born in the evening. After all the squabbles, if we don't want to go too long, Arhuarhan wanted to make Udo town that he was presiding over. He wanted to make Udo town the capital of today's Benin. He wanted to make it the seat of power, the absolute power. That was what he wanted. He had two children. Although one passed away at a very young age, and the other grew up to some extent. So when Arhuarhan wanted to make it, like I said the other day, there was a day we talked about Uzziah. So when Arhuarhan wanted to make Udo the seat of power, when Oba Zolwa passed away, there was a kind of agreement that was reached between Arhuarhan and Esige, Oba Esige. Esige was called Osawe, because when an Oba becomes Oba, there's always a particular name, a spiritual name that will come upon the Oba as the name he will use. So Esige was called Osawe before he became Esige. But I will be using Esige since that's more popular. Now, when Oba Zolwa's body was being brought from Uzziah, Arhuarhan wanted to seize the body and bury the body in Udo. He wanted to bury the body in Udo so that Udo would be the seat of power. Because in Benin tradition, wherever the father is buried, that is the seat of power for the eldest son. So if you build a house, maybe you are the last born in the family in an instance. You build a house and the father is buried there. Okay, I don't know if I shouldn't be using that word because somebody is typing a phone. So if the father is, buried in the house, The eldest son can take over that house. So if you are here as an adult person, you should be careful about that. So now, Esige had people we call Umenwe, the advisors. Okay, laid to rest. Thank you very much. So he had advisors, and he always listened to his advisors. But Arhuarhan had power, but he didn't have much wisdom. He also had an advisor which he didn't listen to because he felt his power was enough for him. Now, when Obazolo's body was brought from Uzia, Esige and his Umenwes had to make a plan that, look, the casket that will be used for Obazolo will be a tattered one, and the one that will be used for a replacement will be made of brass or the best material they can get. So they had to make it that way. When they made it that way, as they were coming, where Arhuarhan positioned him and few people he brought with himself and his advisor, they wanted to take the casket, and his advisor told him, the tattered one is your father's corpse. You have to leave the other shining one for them. And Arhuarhan said, no, Arhuarhan had to knock his advisor. At that moment, he knocked the advisor. And according to history, the advisor died on the spot. Because he felt like, as great as his father Bazolwa, Nibaomi, who fought in battles as if thunders were rumbling in the sky, that he cannot be placed in such a tattered casket. Now, who was the pioneer of Esige being the Oba? It was Esige's mother, Queen Idia, the head we see today in the first stack mask, Queen Idia. So she really tried physically and spiritually for Oba Esige as a mother. Now, Arhuarhan lost the right to that throne when he heard there's a thing we call a wewe. A wewe is like a local gun when they want to lay somebody to rest. That wewe can be maybe like 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, depending on how many. That's when they will shoot that wewe. So it was from a distance. After Arhuarhan collected the shiny casket, he heard the sound of a wewe from Ogbe in Benin. This was when he knew he had lost, but he couldn't turn back the hands of time. So according to history, 1, 2, 3, 3 times, he took war to Benin, but he was always resisted. You know, the ancestors that made the throne of Benin, there are things we do not know about that. Arhuarhan was a person that went to war and he never lost any battle. He never lost any battle. But when he had a fight with his brother, so long as it came out from their father's mouth that Esige will be the Oba, he couldn't change it. As powerful as he was, he couldn't change it. There's a place called Uro community in Benin. Uro community around the Bobaha today. Bobaha local government. There was a woman Arhuarhan went to meet in that place to fortify him. Ije Nuro. The community is still there. In case there are some people, they've been saying Arhuarhan is a myth or whatever. I'm trying to say there are evidence. There are places. There's a place called Egbuba. The place he walked through and the stones he used, there are now rocks in that place. So he existed. So as I was saying, Benin became the seat of power because Obazola was already laid to rest at Ogbe. Arhuarhan took fights to Benin thrice. On the third battle he had with Obasigi, he told them at home that if they hear the sound of his bell, they should know that he has lost his battle. There's a particular bell on his neck. Benin call it a very big one. Now, he said, if you hear the sound of this bell, just know that I have lost this battle and I am retreating back home, or I might not come back home. His son, Onioni, that was his name, Onioni, was also grown. He also grew up to become as powerful as his father. His son sneaked to assist his father. So it was from afar that Arhuarhan started hearing the sound of a bell from his own son. The bell started ringing. This was when he made a decree at that moment that who is fighting the way I do. And he said the sword, which is called Umozu, should destroy that person immediately. That was when his son was unalived. He didn't make it. So when Esige's warriors were already defeating Arhuarhan, Arhuarhan retreated. The bell at home was already ringing. So he had to retreat before he was captured, and he came back to Udo. The lake called Odiri has already been there for so many years. It has already been there in Udo. So he had to retreat, since that was the original place his father told him to station. Instead of Arhuarhan to allow himself to be captured, he had to go into the lake. Not just going into the lake, he had to drop a particular bead. Till date, his statue that is in Udo, the bead is around his neck. He had to drop the bead, but he took other things. He took other things with him, and he drowned himself in that lake. Not just drowning himself alone, his wife also drowned herself across the other side. Although their lake does not have a connection, but at some point in time, which I will talk about now, they will have some connection. But they are two different lakes entirely. So Arhuarhan had to drop that particular bead on top the hill of that lake. Before you go into the lake, he dropped the bead there. After dropping the bead, he went inside the lake and he never came back. But there was an instruction that he gave to the people of Udo that this lake should never be tampered with. This lake should always be worshipped. Should always be worshipped. So, after 16th century, the lake was worshipped by Odion Weres. The place Arhuarhan entered, the quarter, is called Ido. Ido. In Udo is Ido. In Udo, you have quarters. You have Ogbe, you have Efa, you have Igbe-Sama, you have Ido. So there's Ido, you have Ogbe. The place Arhuarhan entered, where the lake is located, is called Ido. So he entered that lake and he told the elders, it was the Odion Weres of Ido that started the worship of Odiri. So it became a very sacred ground and a sacred lake called Odiri Nudo. Now, when Arhuarhan entered, Obasigi personally came with his warriors to Udo. When he got to that place, he was told that your brother drowned himself here. Obasigi saw the only sign of victory that he could take back was the bead Arhuarhan left. So he had to place the bead on his neck. So he but he placed the bead on his neck. When he placed the bead on his neck, something happened. Mr. Invasion, I'm talking directly from the Ondiri. So I'm like his mouthpiece here. Although this is what I've heard before. I'm like his mouthpiece here. So now, Obasige placed the bead on his neck. And later on, they went to Benin.
Please, my brother, sorry to cut short. Where is it they pay attention to
Okay.
conversation? My conversation, you'll be distracted.
Okay. So Obasige went back to Benin, and currently, the bead that we are talking about from that 16th century is still in the palace till date. Is still in the palace till date because it is part and parcel of the coronation of every Oba of Benin. So that's not something we can see or bring to camera. We cannot bring it, but it's still there till date at Oba's palace. So they had to take the bead back as a sign of victory. Arhuarhan became a deified prince. So the lake was then called Odirinudo. So many years passed by after all the Odionweres might have reigned there. During the reign of Oba Osemede, the grandfather of Oba Vorame, because Osemede better the Adono. Oba Osemede in the 1800s, he ascended the throne at in 1818. Yeah, 1818. So this particular Odiri, the laws were kept by the people of Udo that nobody will drink from that water. You cannot drink from it till date. You cannot drink from it. Animals that are around that area, you cannot unalive them. You cannot take them home. No matter how many snakes you will see there, you cannot go 30, 40 kilometers close to that water. You cannot go close to it because it is very sacred. The people that were kind of stubborn in the past that tried it, they met a very great consequence for that action they took in the past. So there was this woman that wasn't an Udo person. She wasn't an Udo person, but she had a friend in Udo. There's a community called Urezen. When you are going to the west end of Udo, there's a place called Urezen. There's a place called Igweladidi. Those are villages very close to each other. So there were markets in this community. So particularly this woman that wasn't an Udo woman and her friend that was an Udo person went to the market at Urezen. The said woman that is not an Udo person was pregnant. When they were coming back from the market, for reasons not known to us, this is history, the woman was thirsty of water. So she had to tell her friend that was an Udo person that I'm thirsty, I need water. So her friend that was an Udo person that knew the law, on ground, told her that you are complaining in my ears. Go to the lake there. Go to the lake there, there's water there. That particular lake is the Odiri that Arhuarhan drowned himself 200 or 100 years plus before this event. So it was more like this woman that was an Udo person wanted to betray her friend for reasons not known because she knew that was the law on ground that nobody must go close. It's just like a wedding today. You cannot step on it. It's a law. Now, the woman that didn't know about this went to the Odiri. She took some water and she drank. After taking that water, she couldn't even move. Her friend was waiting for her with a load on her head. The pregnant woman started struggling. She started struggling. In that minute, the baby was already coming to life. Her friend that was standing there that told her, please, Mr. John, can you mute? It's like I'm echoing. So her friend that told her that she should drink from that water, she was already passing away as she was standing there because she knew what she did. So according to history, her friend that told her to drink from that water couldn't move. She was stuck to the ground. She couldn't move. She was fighting for her life, gasping for air. The other woman that was pregnant was also fighting for her life because the baby was about coming out. She was like, my friend, come and help me. So it was other passers-by that were coming from the market that saw what happened. The woman that was standing that told the pregnant woman was almost giving up. So she quickly told the people that were coming that this water, I told my friend to drink from this water, and she drank from this water. So right now, I don't even know what is happening to me. But even as the people that were coming, some were rescuing the pregnant woman, some tried to rescue the woman that told her friend, but up to no avail. She passed away standing. She passed away while standing. So she was uprooted like a tree, and she was taken to the Odionwe of Ido. This is what happened. So that woman that was pregnant was rushed to the Odionwe, and she gave birth to a baby boy. When she gave birth to a baby boy, the Odionwe had no option than to accept that child because it was more like a mystery to them. For over 150 years, after the history of Arhuarhan, nobody touched the water, nobody drank from the water. The people that tried it, they passed away mysteriously. So this particular woman had to stay back, and they had to quickly report to Obasemede that look at what happened. Somebody drank from this water, and this is what happened. So Obasemede said, no problem, they should take the woman and the child back to the community, that the child must be brought and taught the ancestral ways of the land. So the Odionwe of Ido, as at that time, named the child Ovon because it was said that he came to add to the population of the town. So it was called Ovon, Oredo Vuenvo. That was the name that was given to the first Ohondigi. When the man grew up, after so many years, he also became an Odionwe because he was groomed with the culture of Benin. Before he grew up, to some extent, can anybody hear me? Can anybody hear me?
Can hear you loud and clear.
Okay.
Go on.
Okay. So he grew up to some extent before Obasemede could join his ancestor. It was already grown to some extent. And that Odiri River, there's a word we say in Benin that Ebozohen, Ezezohen, that child was picked by the Odiri River as a priest that would preside over because his birth revolved around that river, Odiri. Now, the elders, as at that time, went to meet Obasemede, and according to the priests that preside over the Odiri Lake today, he said Obasemede gave them something called Uzebu. He gave him a cap. He gave him an adder. So, Ohen, a giada, even no, Ohen Riena, this particular one. So, he's a royal priest for the Oba. Their duties he also have to perform. Now, Obasemede gave him a cap, Uzebu, and an adder. What is the Uzebu? The Uzebu is what you are seeing right here. This is the drum. This drum is what they called Uzebu. Now, what I'll do now is, as I continue, as we progress, I'm going to send a picture, because this is where we'll talk about preservation of our history. I'm going to send a picture to Miss Easy so that she will post it too. Picture that was taken in the 70s. This drum you are seeing here, the priest said there are particular ways they play it. There are songs that are used for it. The ceremonies are always done every year, the second month of every year, for 14 days. And every fifth day, prayers are made to these deities. And they are in three places: Odiri Nowa, Odiri Nename, and Odiri Negbo. But I cannot bring all those places to camera. Why I also come to the preservation later. He said, currently, from the reign of Obasemede, is the sixth Ohondiri of Udo. Is the sixth Ohondiri of Udo. The palace of the Ohe was built with mud. I met it the way his forefathers left it. It's still dirty date. They've not tampered with it. Pictures of the ancestors that could be taken when a camera came out, they are still there. Some ikimi trees that were planted, if you see how tall they are now, they are still there. That's a surviving stick that were used. So Arhuarhan, as a prince, became a deity. It was deified. It was deified. Now, Obasemede blessed him with this instrument you are seeing here from Benin. It's directly from Benin Palace. And this is how they were given. The only thing you can see here is the bet. You can see this bet here. These are the things that were touched because they just had to tie it if in case they want to hold it. But the other wooden, the marks on the drum you are seeing here, this was how Obasemede gave them. There were so many instruments. There's something called a Lara logo. Obasemede gave them all of them. So the people that worship this Odiri Lake, the songs they use here, any other person cannot use it. You cannot sing it because you will not even know how to. So for the Odiri Lake till date, it's still there. I saw it with my very own eyes. Please, you people will bear with me just 1 second. I'm trying to send. I want to send a picture to Miss Izzy. Okay, can anyone hear me now? Can
Yes,
anybody
we
hear?
quite clear.
Okay. I've sent her the picture. I want her to put the picture here. Now, for the history of the Odiri Arhuarhan, the Odiri Nudo is currently there, and the priest that is here in 2025 is the sixth Ohondiri from Obasemede's reign. So the lake picked a priest from 18th century or 19th century, if we may say it like that, since the reign of Obasemede. So till date, it has been six priests. So when I got to the river, they told me that they showed me everything, and they said this particular lake. Okay, Mama, you can come to the big screen. You can come to the big screen, if possible. So they said this particular lake, you cannot touch it, you cannot step your foot on it. Apart from the priests, even the people that are called the Wase, that are going with the
Now you go
priests.
fit put me for a big screen. Oh,
Okay, let me do it now.
just touch my this thing and expand.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
It's
And they come here, I do, and well, don't worry, just continue.
Okay. So this Sis Ohondiri, the place they lived before, he said the fourth Ohondiri brought the particular palace, the palace I went to see with my own eyes that it was the fourth Ohen that brought it out to the premier town they live now. And he showed me, if you see the roofs that are there, you will know that those roofs were not made 40 or 50 years ago. And I asked him, how old are these roofs and this house? And he said it's almost 200 years, if he's not mistaken, that his forefathers came to even meet it on ground. These drums, the same thing. I also took a glance at the shrine and I saw the things that were used there originally. If you see how some irons there that were used as at that time, some are rust, some are still neat. It all depends. So Mama Izzy, if you cannot show the whole picture, I can send you a clearer one, maybe just for the drum. Now,
What if we do it like this? Let me also see. I try to make it like this to see.
Okay, it will not.
No, I'm into two places. You can watch this and I'll bring the other part also. I don't know if you understand the picture.
Yes, I understand. Bring the other part. That drum.
Okay.
I want
Okay,
everybody
now
to
the
see.
drum part now you need. Okay.
These people you are seeing here, these were the people that were also performing the festival of Odiri in the 70s. You can see the drum now. You can see the one on the ground. This particular one that is standing here is this one that is on top now. Those two there. In the picture, it was zoomed and it look as if they are bigger, but they are the same. If you look the stripe, the mark on this one that is at the top, if you look at the black and white picture very well, you will see the same stripe there. This was how Obasemede gave them. So since the 70s, since 1800s till 2025, you can see. So now, that is for Odiri Lake. These things that came from Obasemede to worship the Odiri Lake and to perform festival for Arhuarhan, they are still very intact. So this is how much the Benin's preserve their history. This is how much we keep our history. And I believe by tomorrow I'll be posting the palace. If you check my page, you'll see it. And I'll post the river. That's the lake. I'll post it.
Yeah.
I know, man. So that's it. You can see the people there. So it's still the same. It hasn't changed. So when we Benin, we are talking about history.
150 something worry my mommy.
We are talking about the history of Benin. This is what happened. This is what you don't have to say. How did you people keep it? Because your ancestors could not keep theirs. You don't have to blame anybody for that. So now, I don't know if we are clear about the Odiri. If there's any question, or maybe anybody wants to add to it. But for now, this is what Odiri Lake is all about. So this Arhuarhan is not... Okay, my point is... Okay, my point... Okay, thank you. My point at the end of the day is Arhuarhan you are seeing as a giant is not a myth. Very real. All his evidence. If you want to doubt the spiritual aspect that it doesn't exist, or physically you want to doubt, please just DM me. I'll take you to the lake. Go and fetch from that water. Fetch from that water and drink from it. Or just step your toes on that water, then climb the staircase back. Just go home.
I beg, when they want fetch from the water, you go there your house, so the person go by himself.
I go just tell them, say, they go this road. Me not go there. Do you know there were people in the past? There were people in the past that went to this lake. They will go and snap. They will hide. They will go and snap. When they get to me, to be blank, it won't show anything. They will run back to me, the priest there, that this thing is not showing. So there were evidence that.
Sorry to interrupt you. That one way they talk. We don't. I don't say I be movie producer. We don't see a tire for many. One movie day where we go shoot. We shoot full movie finish. We can't reach us. We don't see anything. Because that river was not meant to be filmed. We don't know. I film it for ne. I know that Benin. Continue, my brother. Continue. They fear me.
So I don't know how our ancestors managed to do it. Me as an Edo person, Wakpa me hiate tama vekoko. If I tell you how I got there, you'll be shocked. I didn't just go there by going. No, they told me there are principles. You cannot just go there. That's why when some people come out online to rant that what did you Benin people? Do you have did you date anything by excavation? Was there any excavation? Is there any excavation here? At some point, some white men were stopped from excavating some places because you cannot go there. If you go there, you are at your own risk. They can tell you can use force. They'll say go. What happened to the people that looted bronze? Some hanged themselves in Lagos. Some unalived themselves. Some just passed away mysteriously. Some passed away in their sleep. So you might have carried out the action you want to use, but what is the end of this action? How did Obaseki pass away after the betrayal and everything? The histories are there, and these people know, the families are there. So when we come out to say this is how it is, if you ask 50 Udo people about what I've just said, they will still tell you the same thing. And if you go to the palace in Benin to ask them what happened, they will still tell you the same thing. There's no difference. So now the evidence above and the ones that will be dropping tomorrow, the image there is a very clear representation of Arhuarhan. When you see these things, you have seen Arhuarhan. When you see Arhuarhan, you have seen this. They are going together. So it's not a myth for the people that are thinking, maybe how is it possible? And clearly, I was told that the palm tree, that yes, you uprooted palm trees, of course. So if you can believe that they were, I think the Bible, is it the Bible there? The Bible talked about Anunnakis. I think I'm not a Bible student. So if you believe there were giants on earth at some point in time, if you believe these things, definitely you should know. You should know that this particular man here existed. And of course, today there are people that are bouncers. They are very huge. Even smaller people, you can see, maybe if you people are watching Instagram, you can see the bouncer that goes with Kiss Daniel, the ones that goes with Whiskey. You can see how big they are. Those are smaller people compared to 1800s, compared to 1600s, so the genes are kind of weaker these days and they are dropping. There are some people that they are 6 foot tall. They are 6 foot tall and they are in some villages, so they cannot even make it to Guinness Book or make it to the world record that they are giants. There are people like that. In Benin, with my own eyes, I saw somebody that was taller than a boss. He was taller than a boss. He placed his hand on top of the boss. So there are people like that. You don't just come out to argue. You don't just come out to argue that these things didn't exist. So Arhuarhan, for my brothers that are home and abroad, because I'm talking to my brothers and my sisters. I'm not talking to people that you will show evidence to start arguing. I'm talking to my brothers and sisters. Arhuarhan, whenever anybody asks you about Arhuarhan, it's not a myth. He existed as a prince, a direct son of Obazolwa, a brother to Obaisigi. He existed. Yeah. So for Odirinudo Lake, this is about it. So before I move on, maybe some people will have contribution or they will have questions. So I don't know. So
Thank you. Greatest Edo, God bless you.
God bless you, my welcome. Ma.
Please, I wanted to know how Obaseki by. Please.
Me too.
Okay. Obaseki. Okay, Ducentric. Obaseki passed away of phenomena. You know, he had to have a Obaseki mechana. Man, I can't sit well with EVAC.
Okay, Eguisa, greatest Eduardo. Okay, Tiari Efwa or Efwane.
Can you go ajibu wa na ye no ri efwa of mommy onado fija. So maybe no wa casting never wa attacking understand when me so favor on history. So I do title you na disrespect a family or something.
Papa, but this you see me not bad though.
That's the truth, but they also know.
Mama, what's your Baba?
So that's for that. If there's any Docentric said it.
Yeah, well, I don't know about that. So my question is just a simple one. Yeah, since the topic or the subject is still ongoing, and also for those who are saying giants and all of those stuff do not exist in different cultures, in different history around the world. They even Chinese today, you cannot dissuade them or try to make them unbelieve their belief in dragons, that dragons exist, and their history is tied to dragon and all of those stuff. And also those Christians, those who are Christians here who will want to doubt it or one of these stuff, like you said, Goliath was recorded in the Bible and he was a giant. And also Goliath also had brothers, five giants, who David and his men also killed after they have defeated Goliath. So giant and all those stuff, it has to do with gene and gene, yes, mostly, especially gene. And even to date, I've seen some rare conditions where some people they grow some stuff like wood or spikes from their body. Yes, I've seen some people they kind of dried. If I can't remember the names of these conditions, but they are rare cases. Their body go dey dry. If you put water for their body in less than 5 minutes, or the body go dey dry too, you go get all this white, e go be like the body dey pee. So there are a lot of these cases. They might not know how to explain that of Arhuarhan then. Maybe he was a giant and had all of these. We will call it disabilities now. But to them, it was it was a huge giant, because they have not seen someone with this kind of stature before. And so my first question actually is of your deity related to the Udo people or to the Udo people in any way possible? Like, do the Udo people, or because they already worship the water deity or the Odigi water deity, do they have any relationship with, or do they venerate Ovia deity too?
Okay. Udo people do not venerate of their deity, but if you are coming to Udo now, the boundary between Iguomo and Udo is demarcated by Ovia River. This Ovia River is connected to Ose River. It's connected to Ose River. So they are all connected. So the only thing the Udo people will do is go to the river and make prayers, just like that. But having a priest for Ovia, Udo do not have a priest for Ovia deity. So I can say it is not our deity, but it is part of us. It is part and parcel of Udo. So we still say...
Okay, so it's like the Odigi, they cover up for the Ovia or those stuff. Let's just say,
Yes,
remove Ovia.
yes, Odigi na the water deity when Udo you know. But Ovia na cut boundary for Udo.
Okay. This is very alive.
Within that community.
Okay, that's basically my question for now. So will they listen to your to the Okano Kiama my Otana Domosa?
Okay, I talk well. Okay. Domosa.
Ivie doni mose wa domo oteme greater edo eniwe ofitiwe wa to wa mose owesere imama mina aga we nya na aiwi eti anota ave mi sonuta onizege deboti a contribution ni riete o ka onoro matagele noge ivie doni bum Nyamage Osala Orame Omukbia Okedo Bie Arhuarhan Kekere Sigie Matae no Venuta Ban Enyenagai Okiedogbo Onogai Enyovie Ozolo Anodion Matabe no Severi Owe Onayeve no do Wuwo We my Metirakba Dotie okay. No more bosun woni ona ya be ga nyana ye gie ni nyana ye ni adwa isi mi odion iya ipa be ga ni iya rie agbodo why agbodo pond ka tiny wa sokpa
gbogbe
kina agbodo egbe eyi gbogbe wa exactly kini iya do mu water fountain uwe ring road ni bani agbodo pond ga ye iya na ya asan yo san yo awe no meti san wo bono pa odion bani ogiedogbo na mi kwa egbe no mi spinal cord oge na ona la we be go una be ties eri owe aye gbe mi ame yari oba e ma tare no ona be ya kan emi no ze ne oba owen ya dwe ki no do nana mie e do na tebe emi ni do na tebe sunu ve do onye uha no kan owen wa oba owen oga ire ogbeka ire uwa fiokun kekebe ire oba eware that's ogun oba eware the first wa yire we asokpa ona yire ne ohun omi ona awo ewe ivedo ana do tam ivedo wa egbewe ra ne osokpa o ma ya metin ahia ona do hinke emi ameni na gbe o viva when do ni bunno ma ni bunno ve to do na we what is the normal na wataladian what is the normal na wataladian na do mi ona do wa do isoti na no na do ya gbe iya se bai won o ya egbe ya se na mi we ejion abusama iya na gbe na yoro na filo iya na tuvu no de na yoro no otom yoro yare let me summarize. So what I'm trying to say is rude elmeni rude a believe in your culture anyway aye gbe mi ame yari oba so na ni gi sunu da o se no amana get am yedo ona ti amu ele na mi we iya so na ya dere o ma be oni ya so ge taladia o ya egbe ase le ba se ba na ite do we supo won abe upo no kwa na big skirt na be o kan mo gi ma yo na kekele baba no sun oni ya gwo we ni na mo to ta yen yo ni gwo we a dere no ruwo we ni a gwo we ni wu so oni we ni we te o be ko pa o te gbe yo te de ho this other una be do yes una be do tell no kind archaeologist where e matagele no where evidence we have voted we have nothing to prove. We don't have to prove anything to anybody. My ya tono to do amani. E matagele no we emenutani. Wa no archaeologist na. Akweni atono to. So I want to make an example of one of the thank you my dear sister. Some of you must have heard of this man, Giovanni Bezzoni. If you never hear of him, it's very simple. You can go to your Wikipedia, browse about him. His name is Giovanni Battista Bezzoni. He's one, if not the greatest, one of the greatest archaeologists in the world. Look at his record. He's the one who discovered the skull of Ramesses. That is Pharaoh of Egypt. Go and look at when Ramesses, that should be more than 5,000 years ago. He is also credited with the one who discovered and documented the tomb of Seti. So many credits to his name. Please, Mama Lao, post a picture of Okpa. Una go see where he Okpa. This man came to Benin Kingdom. He came to Benin Kingdom. Wadere keni agbe pa yibani. Edo na wedo wu yiwu goton. Ori ewo na. He wanted to come and carry out some archaeological findings, some archaeological diggings. Oba did not allow him. This great man. In fact, he died here in Benin Kingdom. So Edo Pologbe, Edo Dimigbe, Edo Egiawere. Mama.
Now, I want notice but imagine my screenshot nana on my get download there. Having Yannick ya change it. When we are going to change
No. Auntie Joy Kamudiane. Iwe Timisu Novi confirm Giovanni Battista Bezzoni. If I is
Edocentric, may
or
Izomo
may
land.
Besu.
May land
I
finish.
think
Go
he,
and check. No, no,
okay.
no.
If I is we go on.
Elize watoa beri taise we na wazege wa we ni baba we no continue I we ke wasu
Okay, okay.
Okay,
ozekwe.
but Edocentric, what you want to talk?
Yes, about
You want to ask?
this guy Giovanni Batista. Yeah. If I is or may Besu ni send it. I think it was during 2 to 3 or 4 months ago. When Captain Falkner in 1824, when he visited Oba Aseme there, he said, "Ugoton." Ona ben where osio abi imani lile ya you know all this white that they get uyokuku no lile ya. So he say one of them can't die. So as that one die, he can't come. He won't come bury.
Alwe pa la o.
Okay. Only now there. So inya su got on it. So inya can't do inya can't find ni guy okuyokuko no lile ya. So he said he saw a bamboo tree tomb or built a bamboo built house, and inside there was a tomb of on it there was an inscription written. I think he used the word those who are coming or people with the waka, you guys should look ahead to the tomb of the great cartographer Giovanni Battista. That one, he writes am for 1824 when he visited Ugoton, Renoyas Ugoton, Okianvi, Okianfindi ni Oyokuko no Leke. So he said in the left hand side of Giovanni Battista burial site was the burial site of John Cato, another great European explorer that also visited or walked through the bite of the Benin River. So they no go fit, no need to screenshot. Even this one self, melele Wikipedia. So even if we have a greater evidence, someone went there, he saw the grave. I go send, if possible, before we end this particular space, I go send that particular chapter or passage, make the series down for you. May not be seen and I made the formulate word of my own word. It was when Falkner in 1824 visited Obasemende. And when he also visited Obasemende, he also highlighted or kind of described how the king looked like. The stature of the king, his dressing. That was the first time. That was the first time ever I've come across a journal written by one of these Europeans that they kind of describe what the king looked like the color and all of those stuff. And in 1898, when Boris Dragon, the two people that survived the ambush that Olubusere planted that they did in Ubine, it was Locke and Captain Boris Dragon. So Captain Boris Dragon also alerted that in Ugoton, Ahias Ugoton, we mie Udinyogi Giovanni Battista die in 1898. That is barely 130 years after the fall of the empire. Someone also jotted it down. So this one, I'll get Wikipedia, that even the Italian government, because he was an Italian man, the British museum had to hire him to come work for them, to come ahead because he was an expert. So the Italian government are trying to do an excavation to take his dead body from Benin because someone talked about him recently. One of my guys was just there inside. He said they are currently trying to get hold of his grave site in Benin and take his dead body from Benin and go and bury him in Italy, where amongst his own people. So this one not be in a certain change Wikipedia. They feel we write Wikipedia, but that of Giovanni Battista, even if they write 100, they cannot change. They cannot change this particular one. Oya domo.
Wese
So I say
baba.
Wikipedia.
Ego nizege rite wa to gbe to. Ude won ta. Let me use English. we cannot. You have spoken very well, sir, but we cannot undermine these things. This is my reason. So first of all, understand that Ariana, Ariana ni abonwana. Iyando yime we I edit. Anybody can edit Wikipedia. Mematika. Before now, Wikipedia was one of my trusted online sources. It was, to be honest. Now, eba me do I edit. Now, a matter no where Harry Falk now, so many people have written about this and all of that. But the question is, how many people go access those materials? Now you can speak of those materials because you have them, you know I have them, and you know some of us here, if not all of us, have them. But these are our youngsters, these are our younger ones, this new generation, Gen Z. When they are looking for answers, the first place they go is Google. Now, once they type anything on Google and they come across this Wikipedia, not having the knowledge that Wikipedia can be edited, even if they get the knowledge that they can be edited, they don't know which one they don't edit and the one where they never edit. So we should be cautious. I understand what you said, but at the same time, we should be cautious of these things so that because if they edit them, if we feel not fall prey, but our younger ones, this Gen Z, they will fall prey. Wato wa mose. Baba domo egwi ma silpege we ye keke.
Iwa ma desio bega wa talk mame ma here wa learning here. And so many people they are happy here. So there anybody maybe not contribute before Martin move on. Mr. Jogbon, are you there?
I am here. I am here. I am here. I am here
Okay,
to join
okay.
you. My little contribution is
Yeah.
yeah, these people there's nothing they cannot
Mr. Jogbon, for some reason your audio is very, very bad. It has some radioactivity noise. I don't know if it's just me.
Okay.
And we can barely hear you.
Yeah.
Can you hear me now? Is my phone?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. There's nothing these people cannot edit. We all know them. But thank God that they are written documents. So all one need to do, to my own knowledge, that I think it is now time to have a website where some of these documents can be accessed. As Ezomo said, you know, when people want to check anything, the first place they go is that, and it is always Wikipedia. Majority probably they have edited it or not. And what they see there is what they just come, oh, we have seen this, we have seen that. They don't care about whether it is edited for the history. My brother, greatest, you have done what I call fact finding. You've been able to link all you have said up, showing that this is what it was given, and we have seen it, and that is what we call a fact, concrete fact. So there's nothing to doubt here that we still talk because I had something today, which I will still after the class general talked about it, about what I heard about what it do mean from our people. So I am glad.
Oh, your audio is bad. Oh, your audio is bad.
Can't hear you. Your voice is so faint.
Can you hear me?
Sound like NTA news anchor.
It's okay now.
Can you people hear me now?
Yes.
So what I'm saying is, in essence, Greatest has been able to do justice to what he has shown us now. We have seen an empirical evidence of the drum he was given, how it was tied, and the same way we saw it when given. That is, and about the what's it called, the doctoring of things. Yes, people doctors a lot of things now, more especially to suit their narrative. Doctoring of all these things is not even for today. It has been on for a while. Some people have doctored so many history, but to God who make things to be possible. There are books now, but all I think there is something needed to be done over there, probably where people can access this thing. The Edo people, instead of rushing down to Wikipedia, probably there is a site can be created, a reliable one, whereby everything that will be posted there will be vetted will be from the authority of the Oba, so that the younger ones, instead of going to Wikipedia, they can go to this site. You can pass the site from school to school. If you want to check anything about Edo, go to this site. You are going to meet it like that. So I think that's my own suggestion to that regard, so that people will not rush always to Wikipedia, but will go to a reliable source. And I said there's something I want to add, but later after the class, because I had that nonsense person teaching them what it do means today. So when we are almost done, I will talk about it, and we can look at it together. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Jogbon. So far, is there any contribution before we move on?
Please, just to quickly respond to Mr. Jobon, thank you very much, sir. And I appreciate that you would like to discuss what they talked about at the other side. But if you ask me, if I may kindly suggest, I will say we don't. Remember, we agreed that we will not let these people keep putting us in the defensive position. Now, they cannot just come out and say all sort of nonsense because they want us to respond. And just, I don't know if you understand. For me, this is just what I think. It's just my candid opinion.
No,
Whatever they say, let them say.
no, it's not that I'm saying people should respond to it. I just want to bring out logic so that people will see that here on our own part, we always believe it do simply means quarters. I don't know if that is what it means there. Here, like when you hear it do most
Okay,
quarters
sir.
of it. Like whenever you hear it.
Let's allow him continue. Maybe later. Let's just allow
All
him.
right.
Thank you, Mr. Izomo Atokwe Ojogbon. Thanks a lot for your contribution to Edocentric. Can anybody hear me?
Yeah, man. We dey hear you.
Okay.
We
So,
can hear you.
okay. So, you can see what I said earlier, it just happened. I said the history of Benin is very, very broad. When you want to talk about a spoon in Benin, you'll be going into the histories of plates, shares, and all, because it's all going together. Now, we started with a lake. We've talked about the prince that is related to this lake. We've talked about Bazolwa. We've talked about Obasemede, so it's vast. Thank you. So the thing is, I'm just trying to make everyone understand one thing. What is that thing? That Arhuarhan is not a myth. It happened because the histories are there. And I just said physically and spiritually, they are present. So in case anybody wants to see for themselves, these are the evidence. Now, there are some people, just like the picture and that archaeologist that Ezomo talked about. You see, I believe so many of us didn't know. Maybe some of us knew that he passed away. That Ugoton is a historical place. Ugoton is a historical place. Every event that happened at Ugoton, they are still intact. So with this history of Arhuarhan, clearly, if you are not somebody that is hell-bent on destroying or lying against the Benin, you should start to believe the oral history from Benin without asking for too much references. Because clearly, if you go to Ugoton today, they will show you the soldiers that fought during the 1897 invasion. They will show you. They will say this is their grave. This is where they were laid to rest. They will show you. Where Bavorame sat down, they will show you. So these places were not removed. They didn't disappear into the ground. We have evidence, concrete evidence. We have concrete evidence, thousands of evidence for whichever history we are relating to anybody. We always say conscient for here, come and look at it with your own eyes. So people that are arguing about, I'm just chipping this in, people that are arguing about Kaladeran that passed away at Ugoton, you can go to Ugoton and verify. You can ask from the starting of the community to the end. They'll tell you there's no grave site of his known. It's not there. But the ones they know about, they will tell you that, look, this one is here. This one is the one we know. So this is how the Benin's preserve their history to some extent. Now, talking about, we've talked about the Odiri and Arhuarhan. I believe we are clear on that. Talking about this preservation, which we've entered now, we've started talking about that Batista man. We started with him, that he passed away at Ugoton. This is to say that the ground you see now in Benin, this red soil, we are proud of it. It's not only that we are proud of it, we hold this red soil as a very sacred ground. So if an archaeologist wants to come here to dig wherever, with the permission of the Oba of Benin, maybe if the person is lucky enough, if you are lucky enough, maybe there might be places that are less relevant to history that they'll say you should go and check. It's not because these people in Benin do not want their mode of worship or objects to be dated. No, we do not have any pressure to prove a point to anybody. Nobody can pressure us to prove a point. We know we are ancient and we keep it as it is. So we do not want anybody to come and tell us you are 500 years old. We are not competing with anybody. We are not competing with our culture. We are not competing with our heritage. We are holding it the way it was. And my happiness is not like Ojogbon argued, but as a thing of evidence, he came to Benin and he saw these things for himself. So if these people could preserve their history for over 500 years, for over 400 years, there are so many of us now that we might buy a handkerchief in 2024, January. We cannot even keep it till March. We cannot keep it till March. By the time you know it, they will say, I not see it again, we not there. I grew up to meet the books that my elder brother used in the 60s, in the 70s. I also read from those books. There are different ways people preserve their history. There are different ways people destroy their history. So the Beninese are preserving their history because of the spiritual relevance and the spiritual consequences that might follow if you do not preserve it. Till date, in Benin, the ancestral staffs that are used by the forefathers, the founding fathers of a particular lineage, you cannot throw it away. You cannot throw it away, no matter how strong or whichever way you want to say it. You cannot pick that ancestral staff and throw it away. You can keep it somewhere, but it will still be there. The ones my forefather used, they are still very present. Very, very present. The ones they used, the ones they touched. So should I allow an archaeologist, because he's from Britain, because he's from Portugal, he's from Italy, to tamper with the ancestral staff of my forefather because I want to date it and prove a point to some crazy people that are sitting at the corner of their house and trying to pressure me to bring a date that I'm older or they are older. You want me to allow an archaeologist to tamper with such material? I will not allow it. Or a ground that has been that has been placed as a place of worship. You want somebody to come and date it for me when I know the spiritual implications. You might finish dating it, or you might finish excavating it. How will you get to your place? What will be the end of the excavation? Now, I said before I got to this place, these things you people are seeing, I didn't just go there and snap. No, there were some rites that needed to be performed before I could go there, because there are implications that will go with it if I do not follow these procedures. So if you as a person, you are coming into Benin, till date, there are so many things. This is why you see that the deities in another places can come into Benin freely. They can come into Benin freely. But the ones in Benin, before you will hear it outside that this person is using this here, because there are things the ancestors that worshipped that shrine used 400, 500 years ago. The people that are in this current era in Benin, they will still use the same thing. They will tell you it has never changed. Just like this place I went to. They told me that what the Odion Weres were using before the Ohen was picked by about 7 there, that this is the same material they will use. That if I want to see for myself, I can come and see it for myself when they want to do the festival. They have not changed. So what is this also talking about? When some people try to paint a lie, because I heard one other day, somebody said they are using their own heads for Igwe. That they use their own heads for Igwe. That's what they do. Which is a lie. This person that is talking about this Igwe has never been to Benin in his miserable life. He has never been to Benin. These particular people that these people that worship this Odiri Lake, clearly they sacrifice animals. This is the belief of Africans. They sacrifice animals for their ritual, their festival. So if they can keep the animals that are being slaughtered, if they can keep this particular tradition that, okay, we are using a duck, it will be a duck. And for 400 years, they've been using this duck. You see some people will still come and tell you, no, they were using some of their father's head. So when it got to 1897, they changed it. You can imagine. There's a parable that in Benin, alane noriofinto agukpofen. When you grow to an extent that you no longer eat rabbits, you do not have any connection, or you do not have any need to look at the holes of rats. So we, as Benin people, we are bigger than any pressure that should make us to prove a point to anybody. Because what I'm trying to do here is to relate the histories to my people, and my people will relate the history with me. As I speak out, they also speak out, and we learn. So we are not learning, or we are not reading to argue. We are not reading for superiority. We are reading to learn. We are reading to know. So many people have not seen this drum. So many people do not know about it. And today they've seen it. So many of us will know about it. Now, if you also talk about, because some have argued about the moat. Like I said, I will still go to my own community. The moat there, we call the moat Ijanole Gaido. The moat that surrounds Benin. That's what we call the moat. Ijanole Gaido. The moat is still there to date. That particular moat, this is what I kept asking some people that we've come in contact with each other. If you are saying the moat is fake, the moat is not this, is not that, Guinness Book of Record. This, why I'm using Guinness Book of Record, is because these are people that verify facts before they will post it. You cannot just come out now and say, okay, I'm 6 foot tall, and Guinness will not verify it. They'll just post, Jogbon is 6 foot tall. No, they will have to confirm. Is Jogbon really this tall? Or are you this short? Or are you this fat? Are you this thin? Before they can post on the official page. Now that moat is very clear. I just want to, that moat was excavated by Graham Connor. That one is clear, so there's no argument about that. And it was estimated by Patrick Darling, Dr. Patrick Darling, before the Guinness World Record could bring it into their book that this thing was there. And clearly, Ojogbon Yemi came to Benin and he saw some of these moats. and it was wild. It was like wow. So they really exist. And then
I even enter am.
people.
I enter am. Go check am.
So the moats in my community back then when we used to go to the farm, when you climb that moat, they used to chase us away from there because if you fall from that moat, if you fall from this is not 100 years ago, this is not 50 years ago. So imagine 50 years ago, the one you entered, you can see the height. If an adult should fall from that place to the ground, it's a sorry. It's a sorry for that adult. So the ones in my community, if you still enter, you cannot even see the depth due to mismanagement, if I may say, and over the years that it some dirt, grasses, and whatever. So it's been the depth is being covered by sands and all, but you can still see it there. So the record is still clear. So what do the Benin, okay? What do the Benin have to gain to just come out and lie that this thing, this we have moat, we have walls, we have this? The people that estimated this, they said what they saw. They said what they saw, and it was data. It entered the Guinness Book of Record in 1977. It's very clear. Should we start lying that these things that are there, will start lying that no, it did not happen? If you want to argue with Benin people, come. You come to the Benin. They don't bet in Benin. You don't need to be afraid. You come. There are things I've heard from some other parts, and I've gone there to check. It's just that I wasn't on TikTok as at that time. You could have seen the videos here. The moats that were dug by Baogwola is still present. The ones that were dug to ward off Udo people, Akmanigiak of Udo, the moats are present. So as at that time, there were ways they dug that moat. If you're an intruder, if you come into before you come into Benin, it will be very difficult for you, except the gates that were guiding Benin that you can come through. You cannot go through that moat because the hours that was invested in digging that moat was too much. So according to Guinness Book of Record, they said it's over or probably 16,000 kilometers, 10,000 miles. And they said the amount of earth moved, that's the sands and all, that it's over 150 million cubic meters. And it's over 200 million cubic yards. So the people that dug this moat, to ourselves now, due to our laziness, we can say they were giants. But they were not. They were people like us, and they dug that moat. So the people that could guide their territory, people that could protect their territory, you are trying to tell these people in 2025 because you are looking for some coins or you are a TikToker, you want to tell these people that they do not know their history. That's the biggest and greatest height of disrespect. Because when they keep talking about reference, me, I want to be going with fact, physically. When you just come and tell me about that one that there was a Portuguese that wrote that it's a myth, I'll just come and show you here. If you argue too much and you want me to pay your transport, please go, but I will be in my house. You go to the lake there.
I make you drink. I make the person drink the water.
May not drink on that one is too much. You should just step it to her foot on that ground, then you leave. Just step there and leave. Let's see the results. Nobody will touch you, nobody will do you anything. They can even go live, they'll video you, you go and you leave, you go to your house. Then let's see the results. So we are not trying to prove any points to anybody. You can see this was the illustration. This was the way they could illustrate it. And it's even higher because you cannot climb. If you go to these moats now, you'll be tired. You cannot climb. They are very high. So this is for Benin and our ways of preserving our history. When you came to Benin the other day, you saw these things. So if you want to talk about the history of Benin, the history of villages, you will start talking from today till 2065. You will not finish the history of 2 villages. That's just the truth. So sometimes the people that are talking about 50 local governments, 80 local governments, just go into their house, go into their community. You will not see anything to talk about there. Nothing to talk about. So people that do not have anything to offer, they are always pained about people that are saying theirs. They are always pained about people that have something to offer. So it's not new. We understand these things. So when people are trying to
Okay. If you grow for Way, if you grow for Ekpenede, sorry, for Ogbenede for Way side, close to Ted, you go no say moat dey there. I'm my grandfather backyard. The kind depth of that moat, by then, let me say 1991. If we climb the moat, to look down a problem, very deep, like I go dey turn you. You know if you go there, they will say things dey inside there, we say, no go look am. Very deep, like more than 150 feet. That was then, no, as a small boy. Let alone wetin happen before they even born my great grandfather. Now people call they talk nonsense today. If not for erosion and bad management of government, all these things are still there. Go check China, they are still maintaining it. Now make it today that all these nonsense people call they talk nonsense online. You know, and evidence are still there. Our brother went there that day and he saw these things. Evidence are still there. So we don't have to talk too much again. They are tired. See, our history get facts. And if they paint they say their ancestors not fit document their own. And that is it. I don't need a white man to come and excavate or whatever they call it to come and prove fact to me. I don't, as in, my validation of history does not depend on any white man. If a fellow black man cannot take what I tell them, then let them go to hell. Because a white man cannot validate my history. They cannot dictate my history for me. As a black man, I'm going to tell you, this is who I am. If you don't take it, then go to hell. It's as simple as that. Come be history there. That's what I have to tell you. All right, thank you.
Thank you, sir, Mr. Menede. You have done justice. Submission. You have done justice.
You want to continue, or I should quickly just
No,
continue?
sir. You can add to it,
Okay.
sir. We are just discussing now.
All right, so okay, thank you then. Please, just for the record, we need to understand the difference between the moat and the wall, which is why I sent this picture displaying to Mama E. So now understand something. When we speak of the Benin wall, you can see the Benin wall clearly from this picture. So how was it done? Benin Empire built a wall very high. I don't forget the height of the wall. Very high from ground level. They built a wall. Then to make it more fortified, around the wall, outside of the wall, they dug moat. So looking at this picture, you see the wall standing from the ground level, but behind the wall, they now dig a moat, a very deep ditch. The reason for that is if maybe by magic, say maybe, I don't know, maybe you want fly, you from ground level, even fly reach the top of this wall to cross. It is impossible that you first of all go into this ditch and be able to climb this wall. So when you are in this ditch, if you are looking at the wall, like say you they look God for you, now heaven, now you just they look. So this was the structure of the Benin wall. And understand that the Benin wall was not just one. In Benin alone, in the capital city, we had 3 different walls. There was the inner wall, which was guiding the main town where Ogbe is. That was the first wall. That wall was protecting the palace and some other parts of Benin. And then there, Mama E and Mama Easy, you fear me put the other one. There was a second one and a third one. Also, you will find out that when you leave Benin, even outskirts of Benin, in some communities of Edo, you also find some moats. That was actually because Oba of Benin was advising these dukedoms that they should build walls as Ogima as just It's just a depiction. It's just a depiction
Okay,
of what
okay,
it is
okay,
like.
okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
depiction. So the Oba was advising other communities, Benin communities, to build this wall to secure their own terrain. That is why you also find these moats. So after they demolished these walls in 1897, what is now left is the relics of these walls and then the moat. So what people see most is the moat, but on top of the moat, you still see wall, but not as it was then, because they don't destroy all of them. Those one are the Ikwe, the relics. So looking at this picture, for example,
That's
now
the
you see what I
remnants.
try to explain. The remnants. Thank you. So if you see this picture, you'll see and say the wall surround the city. You could only access the city through these gates. You will see the gates wey come out for this place now, and these gates were manned. They were heavily protected, and through these different gates, for example, una know Iyao, all these moats they even get names for una wey know. Una know Iyao, wetin dem dey call Iyao na Iya Oreo, Iyao, that is Chief Eo's moat. And that was simply because the moat, the gateway to Benin, was at that place, that spot, that Iyao, the one with that moat, Iyawe face Lagos Street. Then if you go further from Iyao, you come pass, you enter Urubi. Then at the end of Urubi, when you don't pass Eo Palace, 5 junction gone, you see another moat, another wall. Onia tie Iyakma. Iyakmaro, Iyagbe, Oro, Nore, Okme, Ekmenede, Okme, We, Bobizwabani, Iya, Iye Neva, that one day, on your third junction, the Sokmomba Road. There are many, you know. So now so it be. So what we have are just relics of the wall and then the moat where they take surround them. Of course, like my brothers have said, they were not like that. Even when I was growing up, they were way deeper than that. They were way deeper. The erosion don't cover many, but you go now ask yourself, over 100 years now, where erosion don't they enter all those places, they pack sand put, see the level when still there. Then for the non-living things, we say we no get wall, make we even leave the moat. The relics of our wall, let them climb on top, make them jump to the ground level, make we see wetin go happen to them. So I just say, may I quickly contribute this one to the wall, Benin wall on Wadomo. So you need to understand that there is difference between wall and moat. All right, moat is just the ditch that was dug around it. In this picture, you see an green. So this green part will surround the wall itself. Well, I thought, wow,
Baba, if they want jump, may they come Third Junction, I beg. Third Junction.
Memona clap for
May they come Third Junction. Where Kiosa Market. No, that's Kiosa Market. Where they can't jump from there. Make Sasa go easy for them. Because that's Third Junction. That's
please, I just want to say something, please, Egocentric.
Yeah, bon.
Let me say something.
Yeah, Zaga, no. If you done.
Is anyone speaking?
Yeah, Mama Joy, please go on.
Then speak. I want to talk about the moat too.
Okay, Egocentric, you can talk. Don't worry. I will speak after.
Okay.
Good also. I greet everybody.
Hello, welcome to the one for AJ.
Oh, Burogun, I greet you.
Where you there since?
I did.
So someone they can't near each other. Oh yeah, Egocentric.
You not tell me Happy New Year when we enter this year and I get WhatsApp number. It's some more.
It's a boy the best for you.
No worry, we'll talk for corner.
If Izomo Kakadu, notable talk about with the Juvien, and I want to also add this particular mood that we are also discussing has been one of the topics that I have been talking about on Twitter for close to 1 week. And today, one of our brothers also did a video recording and also sent pictures of the Benin moats in Wakokubo, that is Ego area. You know, the Benin moat is actually structured in a kind of connectivity that every village, even for Ogbowo, if you are someone that has been to the University of Benin, at the side of the main auditorium, that is Akindeko Auditorium, there is a moat there where the Arhuarhan statue is actually being mounted, because we actually did an hour statue in Uniben. It's not up to 6 months, but it's there now. But up of that particular moat, now there around there below, you see say that place is there very deep. And if you see go down to where the moat for this start, you go down like what's this place inside Uniben? Whether gate 12, I don't forget that area, for close to Faculty of Law. You see the moat structure and all of those stuff. Normally our people were good in building this defense mechanism. It was used for defense. It was mostly used for defense, to protect the people from this wildlife like this leopard, snakes, and all of those, to kind of prevent the forest, the wildlife from coming to um, to um, to where they lived, or where humans dwell. So, Auntie Isabel, you put that first one on what or how the Benin Wall looked like in 1904. Because when they come, they not fit just destroy everything once. They snap this. And at the easy, if you feel help us see duty there. This one on reservation road. Any of us who are very good, who is very good in the routes in Benin City or in Benin, should know where reservation road is today. This is what a Benin wall, what the Benin wall looked like then, even after the British were doing the most they can to reduce the kingdom to ash. But this is what a Benin wall, and below it, below the wall was a ditch. That was what the photographer actually talked about when
Should I read?
he
Let me go
captured.
read it.
Yeah, read the inscription that
It
was written
says,
on that.
it says section through the inner or the first city wall of at Reservation Road, viewed from the outer lip of the ditch. A figure a figure stands on its top. Another hello, but this thing is not right. Another crouches
I think
on one of abeg dey ti gba tie be
one of
anything
the bamboo
on one
sticks.
of
Yeah, you don't mostly that.
and the
I'm
third
just
on one
never.
of what? Okay, on one of no, let me read it again, guys. Please, this thing is actually very those are old picture. So the
Yes.
section through the inner or the first city wall at Reservation Road, viewed from the outer lip of the ditch. A figure stands on its top. Another crouches on one of the timbers, staggering, and a third stands on the natural sand beneath the wall.
Okay, so what the photographer here was explaining was that he stood at the part of the moat. But as you know, say moat, you will be like, oh, e get one place where before where the divide for take come outside. So it was like he stood at that part of the moat and took this picture, that part of the dish, and took the picture of the Benin Wall. So it's a miracle that this particular photograph still exists today, because this is one of the photographs that has been used to counter most of this lie that the Benin people never had a war. This photograph is one of the major evidence that they saw because what they are trying to, the picture that they are not trying to paint, that the Benin war was not a war, it was nothing but a moat. But they should also understand that if we were able to dig a moat, so let's do this analysis. When you dey dig ground, you know say you dey dig sand comot for ground. The Benin moat was 9 centimeter deep, I think, and the wall was 9 centimeter high. According to Darling, it was of the speculation that the sands that were excavated from the moat were maintained to form a wall, because when you dey hear wall,
I don't believe say you wan see brick there or you go wan see ceramics there. Our ancestors, they knew nothing about bricks, they know nothing about cement. When you wan talk about when you talk about talk when you want to talk about wars in Africa or in Benin level. You talk it based on our architectural level, and as at then we were used to building of houses with the Kemba, Ari, Eken, or Otedo. That is what you are expected to see. Yeah, if you dey find one kind brick, kind of that one na story dey find. So this was our own architecture, and we were able to maintain it. What actually led to most of these wars actually falling, a lot of those stuff. The British did more than 80% of this. But you should remember that after they burned down the kingdom, after they burned down the main city, the palace or Bayaweka then or they were trying to bring back people to start people to come back to the city, to start residing in the city. That was where they also said that some of these new occupants or this returning took from the sands that were used in the remnants from the wars, the sand that remained or the leftover of the sands from the war to build most or to add to their buildings or kind of elevate the stature of the dead building that they find when they return back to their own base in Benin City. That was one of the reasons that led to the diminishing of the war. There is a war, there is a moat. The war is well captured, the moat is well captured. It's kind of they are all form of mechanism, a defense mechanism. And according to what Greatest has also said, Oba Ozola built or dug or built the first Benin wall and moat based on his Akpanigaho. You know, Akpanigaho built his own moat in Udo. I'm correct, right?
Yes, yes, you are correct about
Yes, he
Bola.
also built his own moat
Very correct.
because then if you do the no one just hear the hand they were kind of the hand not be one time that they start half on time they did there. So this there was kind of they built theirs, and when when Ogwola was done, the son of Oba Ewedo was done building his own moat, he encouraged neighboring towns or neighboring village to follow suit that this no, we cannot be everywhere at the same time. The imperial means our eyes cannot be everywhere at the same time to kind of protect you or shield you from external invasion, and also a form of like I said before, to demarcate wildlife from settlement where people settle in. You guys should emulate this culture or custom of building moats. That is how a lot of villages in Benin today started digging or building their own wall or moat because they were unable to maintain the wall. Most of them are just dug moat to connecting it to the one wey dey Ogwola. That is why when they estimate it, they don't just estimate that one wey just dey that no, they add those other connected moats to it. That is why if they are going to write, if when Darling wrote about the moat, he talk about the one wey dey Ologbo, he talk about the one wey dey Ugbowo, he talked about all the connected moats in Benin Kingdom because all of them dey connected. They are all connected to one source. So in the nutshell, they are all the same moat. So that was the architectural civilization of our fathers, and this architecture should have been maintained and developed to our modern society because we were way ahead of our time, we were way ahead of our neighbors, and then none of them even get this idea. Most of them that got the idea of building moat like Owo was what they took from Benin. and they went to replicate it there. So we had these ideas of building moats. And now I'm very happy the Benin War is now giving, it's kind of now being in the spotlight. They're not giving it the due credit it deserves. A lot of British journalists, a lot of archaeologists, Europeans archaeologists are now talking more on the Benin War. How it surpassed the wall of China at some point, and how in 1974, if I'm correct, was also documented in the Guinness Book of World Record. So they should understand that Benin no be guy name maniwie do when in maya dey even we mama when in maya dey but only Memanedo, and those one know how maniwie do na dem know how we take dey. So our architectural standard was way ahead of our the ancient architectural standard of the Benin Empire was way ahead of their time. If you look at the pictures that came out from that depicted the palace of the Oba of Benin. You see, these are pictures that if you should look for similar places in Nigeria today, you won't be able to find. You won't be able to. You'll find none. Na only most of these Hausa people wey they are kind of architecture they more close to the Arabs. You get. So although we were able to create our own civilization, so we should try more to kind of protect this. We fit just build one area, just build am the way it dey for 19 sorry in the 15th century. Then people go come dey view how old Benin Empire was then. So we can do all of this stuff, but the Benin moat is the Benin there was a Benin moat and there is a Benin wall. So there's a proof. There is a
Uh,
picture proof right here
can
before
I
your two
also
eyes.
add to it?
Yeah. I might just let me basically just stand up. There is a picture proof before your two eye. Reservation road na GRA e dey near government house. They talk am for there. No, na this Ipopan people. How this when they drive Ipopan people comot, how this Oyibo, this British when they wanted to build most of their government houses there, they drove the original inhabitants of Ipopan. Most of them now reside in the Kenwan area. I think the Oba of Benin now give them a certain village there in here. So this was when they were trying to map out an area for the government establishment that they are going to build. That was when they took most of these pictures, and it's basically now a reference in our time that the Benin War existed. So Wayadoma Wabota. It's just well.
Thank you, the Sentry. I
Bless you.
wanted to just add just a few things though. So, just like the Sentry said, the replica of moats you see in other places today are actually what they saw in the architectural structure of the earlys, in Benin. And if you travel through some villages today in Edo State, you see this empirical evidence. Like there is a moat in Epoma. You know the distance between Epoma and Benin. So there's a moat in Epoma. There's a moat in Erwa. Some of those villages, the old roads, if you go through the old roads today, and maybe while traveling down from Edo South to the Edo Central and some other places like that, if you go through the old roads, you still have this moat. The moat is popular because this is what is seen today. That is why you hear people just say moat, 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 moat. Actually, what was dug out of the moat, the earth soil that was dug out of the moat was actually used to build the wall. The just like the Century said, they didn't use bricks or ties or anything as we see these days. No, the wall. If you look at Mama Izzy, please can you put that picture back? That the other picture you posted to just show explain something there. If you see that wall, yeah, okay. Now, if you look at this wall, the structure of this wall, this sand, this earth soil that was used, this structure that was used now, you can see that it's kind of it's not like a straight wall that we see today. That is to tell you that it's this the earth soil that was taken. And again, I just had to say that, but the main thing I wanted to say, what was even recorded in the Guinness Book of Record, like he said earlier, all the moats all together in Benin City and its environment was collabo. Let me speak, please. And if you get what you want to talk, you come up. All the moats that was recorded together, the hour was 150 million man hours that they use in building the walls of Benin. That is what was recorded in Guinness Book of Record. 150 million man hour. That is the exact as it was recorded in Guinness Book of Record. So what it means that the calculation of all the hours that these things was done, because some people who normally naturally their minds are supposed to be open to these logical and evidential effects or history, but because of hate and jealous and envy, their minds have been locked. So when you use your own initiative right now to see what 150 million is, you start using your imagination to count. And 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, 4 hours, like just use your imagination to think about what a million hours is. Then you can understand when they said 150 million man hours to build the walls of Benin. So these things are there. All these evidences are just everywhere. So, but I just say I should quickly just chip in that to it so that they can actually reflect and sit back and think what a million hour is, let alone 150 million man hour. Thank you.
Thanks a lot.
One another, don't put so much there, also.
Yes, there's moat in Ekpoma. Even
that means greatest. That means that moat now the whole donor your pass.
Exactly.
Yes, it was because of the instruction that was given that everywhere should be built up. Yes.
Person say there I will see. Person
I shock. I the film before saying I'll just Benin City now the moat.
No,
I think I go bring the book. I go find the name of that darling book. Maybe you read it. It talk about all of the
Iran now, that place before Europe now.
It was really an empire. Massive. You know, it's the reason here some more. And the reason say this moat just round go reach out to that side everywhere. How they go to the waka they come.
You get one video where they analyze them.
If moat fit dey,
for analyzer.
That?
They say it will surround United States 3 times.
Yes, they say the walls covered the whole of United States.
United States 3 times.
Yes, I posted it on my wall now.
And now I know why they get jealous. I beg. Let's say I be one talk. Now that one be one you ask.
Easy. You see.
I don't worry. Don't troop out to say me I bring and come.
Ipa agree to now. Ipa is more agree to you. What domo kuyo. I greet
All right, no
everybody.
wala. Bring them.
I greet you, that's Edu boy. Ojok boy, I mean,
It's on my greet you too.
a park KRS, Domosa. Edocentric, no
Omo,
worry,
omo here.
we will talk, we know what we would say talk, no worry. But everywhere good. Now, you
I
see,
usually say you talk to.
don't worry, everywhere good. But the thing is, you see, sadly, when we look at the greatness of Benin, it's really sad, where we find ourselves today, and it's sometimes even when I think about it, I feel pained, and there is a reason for that because when you look at what our ancestors were able to achieve in their time, and look at where we find ourselves today. It's really sad that we cannot, even the things our ancestors left, we could not even protect them, and we could not project it. And I thank God for this generation that has woke up and we are doing the needful. When I don't understand the importance of what you guys are doing, it no be today. Now some people from a certain section just feel this hate and jealousy towards Benin. Every single of the greatness of Benin, they are trying to undermine it. Edocentric is here. You know how many times you see one Oyibo person could just post something about Benin for Twitter. But you know only one tribe now go pack themselves, enter there, begin cry. Only one tribe. Edocentric there. You go see, maybe they just post one thing about Benin for Twitter. Say, the Benin war. You just see one particular person. No vessel, but you see your people, your people know they try. You just see one Yemi, this one Yemi Crowder, Yemi, Shegun this one, that one Tayo this, all of them. It's a lie, oh. Benin war is fake. Benin war did not have war. Like, I don't understand the level of jealousy that these people have. I really do not understand it.
That's their problem. This thing is there. It's standing tall. I have defined mode to them. This is what we're engaging today, including people around me. It's just
Thank
the
you.
mode is the defensive part. You know, you build a wall and there's a moat there. When you look at the meaning of a moat, it's defensive, something to protect something. It's also part of the defensive mechanism of the wall. If Guinness Book of Record can have this in their record, so why are these people talking? Who are they? It's there. I saw it myself. I even
You see,
entered. I even entered it, and I said
Ojoboyemi,
they should video me.
I saw the video you posted. You see, the truth is, uh, jealousy is one of the biggest disease any human can ever have. And that is one thing I find in many, or should I say some, Yoruba people, sadly. Sadly. My grandmother and a Yoruba woman. So, and I say this without even mincing my words. The level of jealousy from some of these guys, I don't know why. Why they just want to undermine Benin by all means. They have been on Benin matter since, like we have been going through this back and forth for a long time. For those of you who are just joining this year or last year, welcome to the fold. We have been dealing with, we have been fighting each other. We have been on Gbas Goose since the days of Clubhouse, and even before Clubhouse, we were on. If you go on this thing, I gave one very popular this thing for that GS. I know name of that Naira Land. Naira Land. I get one. I mean the I be in fact I may be defender of Bini for that Naira Land that time. We did digger and there that time. So you don't say before enter Facebook. On Facebook, as soon we dey follow each other, kitty kata. Like as in they have been you see, for a long time, many of our people did not even know what was going on. Many of our people did not know what was going on. So many of our people were just relaxed, they don't even know, say, these people, they try shortchange all their history, for real life. And it's really happening, real time. Now, these people, yesterday I asked Ipaizom something, and it was a very critical question, but I asked it in a very simple way, and he understood what I was saying. Because the context is, you see, what these people are doing today now in Ife, saying Ife war. The next thing, they will claim that na Ife and I built that war for Benin, and the war started from Ife. That is what these guys will do. You know they
They
had
don't
them
dey
too.
talk now say Oromia, say
Now
Oyo first Benin. So I
he,
would believe
he dig the wall from Oyo they come now. Now he be digger of life. He dig the wall. He just come life now. He work for life and got dig wall. Dre dig wall. They go. Anyways,
They see the guy from Ife.
you never hear. Easy, you be like you play.
Ife,
Easy, you be like you play that video for this guy, for Clitty,
uh,
for my brother to say.
We no know
you
ni.
never see
They
that.
dey dig one na. Na
Oh, I cannot be sick.
SMO poster na SMO say
I
Baba
just
I no
tired.
see any wall for
Yeah.
here o. Me I no see any
No,
wall o. I
the
just see
the
person just dig ground.
the only
Na wetin?
war. Now the first time I hear say they
Wait.
dig wall for ground. You know,
Edocentric. Then they dig
Peter.
sock away. Then they dig sock away. They look for war.
Osalubarela. Oh.
you see, but you see
How will you
one thing.
see?
Edu Cedric, Mudia, wait first. Wait, I no go forget what I will talk. You
The
see,
Mudiago clear.
Mudiane,
Mudiaga.
you know, it's not my name. You go Mudia. Anyways, you see, in this case, one thing some of our own leaders, our own people don't say failures, now say some of us, so we are well grounded in our history and we grew up with some. But you see, many of our own people, many of our they it's just like the disconnect with religion, especially Christianity and Islam, bring it to our land. It created a disconnect amongst our people, whereby some of the things that we used to that are supposed to be instilled in us when we were little is not being done anymore. And I'm saying this because many people they grow up, they don't even know the greatness of their ancestors. They don't know in fact, you get the way kind confidence where you go get it's not just because you're just so confident. It's just that when you know what your own ancestor don't do before, it instills something in you that makes you know that no matter what you face for life, as long as say your own ancestor don't do this one before, nothing will shake you. It makes you well grounded in life. This is imagine when the other day for Twitter space the last one who they talk about the Benin war. Many of our people for Edo State for Benin there they don't even know about war, Benin war. Now when you tell that's it, that's it, if you pass that road, you can just imagine. Does that not show that parents there's a gap? Talk about parental skill. So why we go say, yeah, government common history for school? What our own parents, what are they doing? To tell us how great our own ancestors were or how great our fathers were. These are things that we also have to look in the mirror and have a self reflection. The when we talk about the failure from the government angle is really really bad. Like if you imagine the amount of money they would have made if they just made Edo State the tourism capital of Nigeria. Maybe say if you want to understand history come to Edo State. Government is supposed to be working directly to the federal government is supposed to come solicit with the Oba of Benin, say beg, say okay, we'll just get some kind of things. We need to let's put this Benin war. Let's see how we can preserve some of it, and let's see how we can even replicate some of these original form that are since are since had decadence, right? Are since had due to erosion, many of it is now not at its best shape or how it used to be. These are things that a serious government will start doing because you want to attract people to your country with something that has that spread already. The Benin Empire is well known globally. See, I travel a lot. People will know me. Last year alone, I went to at least if I'm not if maybe beside the cap, I went to over. If I'm not mistaken, over 100 countries. May I not carry talk. If you get the number, I'll talk. Now people will begin shout. So I went to over 100 countries, and in most of these countries, I talk to people, and when you just talk Benin Empire, like is there Benin Empire? Now only few people, whether be it foreigner, be it anybody from anywhere, we no go know am. If they don't know, they go know one thing about Benin Empire. They go know something about it. So these are the problem that many of these guys, our neighbor, our noisy neighbors, where they get. That is the hate and the jealousy that they have. That when you go anywhere, you want to talk about empires of Africa. You immediately just talk about Africa as a whole, talk less of even West Africa. You must mention Benin. You know, get as you want to narrate any history rich, give any Uibo. They already know the history because the thing is well documented. People know these things. But you see, this now is not creating jealousy amongst our neighbor. Sadly, they do not like this popularity that Benin has. So they have tried everything to subjugate Benin, to claim it. Since they did not succeed in Yorubanizing Benin, now they are now pushing a whole lot of rhetorics. They are pushing a whole lot of propaganda sponsored by their palaces. I will not call names. I just said palace. I don't mention anyone. They are from their ruling houses. They are sponsoring miscreants on the internet to go on the internet, talk nonsense. Imagine, so I heard a VN, someone forwarded me a video of them saying that they are going to invade and some part of Benin. I just imagine these people. You want to invade people, we be say nobody could dare invade them in their prime. Even the so-called when Portugal they prime, no if you fight Benin that time, because Benin said they prime at that time. It was the British who came when the Benin already had a weakened state. It was already at a weakened state due to internal conflicts. All those things accumulated and, the internal sabotage as well. But do not forget something. These people now are saying that they want invade. That video, I don't forget. When who send the talk, who send they will invade, who send they will take, who send they will take one another part to give it a talk. Say they conquer Benin. Can you imagine? People where Amazon women defeat their greatest kingdom where exists. Greatest kingdom, which is the Oyo. Women for Dahomey defeats. Nupe, nobody say defeat, Nupe annihilate them, pursue them, come out, take over their territory for good 100 years. The guys wait, may the king, we run that campaign, may he die. They wait, may he die, may he picking way. In children when they fight, that was the angle they take and reclaim Oyo back. Would say after they reclaim the Oyo, take Fulani people still pursue their commot again. So you see, these are the people that want to talk about saying that then they conquer people. Can you imagine which
My
war?
brother, no vessel. I think that just for just a second. I'm very
Sure,
sorry, sir,
sure,
with
sure.
all due respect. Yeah, I beg, let's something we should understand. Oyo Empire is not Yoruba. Oyo Empire is ours. Our son, Omononya, founded the monarchy of Oyo Empire. So our beef can never be with Oyo Empire. It's with these Ife-centric people. Oyo Empire is our own.
Ipa,
I don't know if
you
you
know
don't
go.
understand, but
I
which is
understand
why
what
they are
you're
trying
saying,
to
though.
bring it down.
I understand what you are saying. You see, normally I don't disrespect Oyo, but you see, sometimes you don't need to remind these people because on the people they stay when you do this rubbish nowadays, I sabi them Richards, and many of them they from that Oyo. But you see, that aside, even Oyo was never an empire. If we are being realistic, if we are being fair, Oyo became an empire because one Yoruba historian woke up one day and said Oyo Empire. Bring me any documents before, is it Ajayi Crowder and Samuel Johnson? Give Oyo Empire status. Give me one document that said Oyo was an empire. At least there are numerous documents that said Benin was an empire. And if you know who won't believe, go and check front of your water side. For Nigeria, you see a bite of Benin. So that one already show you say Benin no small. That one is there, is an evidence. So if you want drag anything, go drag front of your waterfront. So now for Oyo, I don't have a personal beef with Oyo. But one thing I will always stand on is Oyo was never an empire. Now one historian don't write one, they call an Oyo Empire. Finish. Oyo was tribal tree. If we're talking facts, historical facts, was tribal tree state to Kanem Boronu. It was tribal tree state to Bogu. It was tribal tree state for some time to Nupe. People where they pay, if it was one tribal tree to Benin at a point, people that were paying tributes, that were paying tribute to another people. You call them say the empire. What you can't call those ones where they pay tribute to? So these are things that does not make any historical sense. When people tell say, "Oh, yeah, it's the empire," the only angle is they will tell you, "Oh, Oyo conquer Dahomey." That is what they will say. And Oyo never conquered Dahomey proper. It was just they made those people tribal tree states, which Oyo also became a tribal tree state to other people. The Nupe will conquer Oyo proper and made Oyo tribal tree state. The Nupe, nobody calls Nupe empire. I've never heard it before. So if Nupe is not an empire, what's that Nupe that conquered Oyo is not an empire? What makes Oyo that was conquered several times an empire? It's not making sense. So if we're going to talk history, if you say more, just be honest, Oyo is never an empire. They'll start from there. Now that Ife is too small. That is why I don't even want to start with them that time. They are too small. It was a village. Now shrine, now in there. Ifa priest. And that Ifa priest, if Sister Izzy post the picture now, you see is an Ifa priest there. That man, na British make am king, and thanks to Awolowo, we call make am over the king of the Yoruba land. We know how that politics played out. So these people now, because they could subdue Oyo, they now feel that they have to subdue Benin. But me, I want to make it very clear. I want to make it very clear to them. Those people that are shouting they want to come and conquer Benin, they should first of all go and conquer Kwara. Ilorin. May they start for Ilorin. You never feel conquer Ilorin, may collect the land wey na your own. Fulani con there stamp authority for there, make put king, call the king name Emir. Come pursue your Oba through it. They pursue almost all the go and check Kwara State. How many where do you see Oba? The Oba way they talk say they need pay and salary. And these are people that want to now come and tell and say they want to come and invade us. Sister Easy, I think you must have seen that video I'm talking about. These guys open this forum saying they will come and invade us. So me, I'm saying it very clear.
I shared the video with you guys now.
Thank you. Now you even post that. Thank you. Yeah. So that is why I'm venting, because this talk I already keep us this morning where I see that video. I said I will vent my anger on the proper channel when I can vent it. But you see, imagine these people who are cowards that cannot go and take back their land from Fulani. They are saying they want to come and conquer us. Just imagine people that Fulani buy their two king the other day for Ikiti Abiwe. They could not do anything. None of their leaders could come out and say pim. Their so-called chief priests could not say pim. What could they say? They could not do anything. People that I don't like going, because I don't like to be a tribalist or install tribes or anything. I don't even like all those things. But you see, when they start pushing people to the extreme, we all of us go enter that nika or see. He get why they talk say the saying, that popular saying, no grief for anybody. You know that saying. Now we not get that saying, and he get why. These people still say they get Ogba, they get Chris. You want to talk about invading Benin? Just imagine. When they reach that level, they should try it. We are waiting for them. May they try, and at time they don't say Benin no small. Because when they calculate Benin for their mind now, I don't know what they are thinking. But we gather the gidigba with full ground. When they want to start the invasion, maybe they let us know. Maybe that time we will call recolonize them, because we have colonized them before. We will not recolonize them like we did, our ancestors did in their time. So thank you very much, Sister Izzy. Benin War is there for everyone to see. It's still there, well documented. My brother Edosechi don't narrate that history. I don't need to tell you all those things. I just came to vent my own frustration on a video I saw earlier today. Benin War is the greatest man-made war, defensive structure by any civilization ever. It's not a cap, it's a fact. Well documented. It was made with clay soil. Many of our houses are made with clay soil, mud. and you can make a cup from it. Many people they make what you call posh salan. There are some of it that could be made from clay soil as well. So there are many people that use clay soil, many civilizations rather that use clay soil for building, for pots, for different things. We are under that category. We use clay soil for a whole lot of our things. And if you check the soil in Benin, it's red. So that soil, they made that soil into uh, 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 it became part of their civilization. Per se, how the houses from the wall that they built, everything. So this is why many people don't understand that the wall, Benin wall, was not built with how do you call it, granite? I mean, concrete. They want it to stand forever the way because the Chinese the wall of China was built with concrete, and our own was built with clay soil. They think it is going to the two is going to be the same. Number one, the way the government of China preserved that one is first of all puts it at a very good advantage. Then we're not who is going to compare clay soil and concrete. It was just that their own geographical location at that time made concrete the better option for them to use, while our own geographical location made the soil underneath our feet made it the better option to use. So both of them built walls and beautiful civilization, but ours was recorded to be bigger than their own. Who won't cry may go cry. It's documented at Guinness
Mr.
Book of
Isomo,
Record.
never
Is
forget that
wait to
nobody invaded China to start to destroy it. So
thank you. And
I beg, if
wait
it's
now,
some
wait.
more
Let me wrap
don't
up.
finish. I beg, Mona, give me 2 minutes.
Let me wrap
Yeah,
up with
yeah.
this. Let me wrap up
When
with
you are
this.
done this,
Yeah.
part two will come in.
Let me wrap up with this. The like I said, the Great Wall of Benin was 20 feet, standing 20 feet high, 20 feet, covered 20 foot high. You can imagine the tallest human being. The way they don't record, I think it's 9 foot. You can just imagine tallest human being. I don't even think it was even up to 9 foot. I think it was 8 point something. But you can just imagine how high that wall was, 20 foot high, and it's said to be to cover about 16,000 square kilometer. Just imagine 16,000 square kilometer. That is like the full Delta state, almost the full Delta state. Like that is just like say you full data state made a build wall just every corner of the state now wall. Maybe say every corner they would already build am. So you see, that is the greatness of Benin. The wall of Benin. It's so great. Is there? It was well documented. Who verse make it go file petition, go give a Guinness Book of Record. Made a commoter, made a put their own. Where they dig wall for ground to show us evidence. May they continue. On a good night. Thank you.
Thank you, my brother.
Thank you.
Etienne Oganwa, baby Negekai. For
Almost.
those who don't understand Benin, good evening. Sorry, good afternoon from my end. I thought we wanted to digress a little bit because we went about Oyo Empire. You see, these people, they are full of lies. They want to make themselves relevant. But that is not the topic of today. What we're discussing here today is the Benin War. I just want to contribute to what my brother said, that Edo boy. You see, people are wondering, how come that so-called Benin, because they're looking at Benin from that Oredo area perspective. Benin is way more than that. So they're wondering, how did we accumulate these hours? When a white man want to describe how much labor, because they pay in hours, when they want to describe how much labor you put into any project or any work, they they do it by hours. So now when they hear millions, tens of millions of hours that we put or invested in that earthwork or whatever you call it, it baffles them. How is this possible? I just want to break it down. It is simple. We do 8 hours a day. For those of us who have strength, or if anyone of us here have done a scheduler job, mostly when you are a supervisor, you arrange a schedule and give it out. You mostly do it by hours. So now it's a simple mathematics. Benin was a great empire. Like I said, I have a thing I sent to my people. Benin Empire can get 20,000 army ready for war in a day, if need be, 180,000 in 2 days, right? So an empire that has or had these soldiers, what is that war? I just sat down here. That was why I requested to come up. Can you guys hear me? Am I speaking to my
Yeah,
people?
clearly.
Okay,
Can hear you
good.
clearly, sir.
Yes. So I sat down, I took my pen and a paper. I was just trying to do some calculation. 1 million hours can be done in 30 days with 2,000 hefty men. It's 16 hours a day. If you times 16 hours, if you times 2,000 people that'll do double shifts, that'll give you in a day 32,000 hours. And if you times that in a month, 30 days ikeka, you will almost have 1 million hours. So when these people they look at that hours, millions of hours, they'll say, okay, how is this possible? How many people are in Benin? We're not just talking of Oredo. Benin cut across Edo Delta, wherever this moat got to. So for us to accumulate that hours, to me, with the strength of Benin Empire then, it was a small thing. What we should be applauding here is the brain behind it. And who are these brains behind that? Our leaders, our God on earth, our Obas. Let's do the calculation here. 2,000 men, 16 hours, that is 32,000 hours. By 30 days, you look at it. So for those where they baffle, oh, how now they do this mathematics and stuff, take your biro, calculate 2,000 men, and we get past that 2,000 men. So it is achievable. So more than not, they look am like film trick. Okay, I'm just saying this from the top of my head because I don't calculate and things. But to achieve 1 million hours, I bet you whether 8 hours, 16 hours a day by 2,000 men, it not will take you past, depending on how many hours you put with 2,000 men, it not will take you past 3 months. So those of una where they go Twitter, they talk, the thing be like film trick for the eyes. No, these things are doable. Somebody don't sit me down before. Oh, how is it possible? Una walk long past channel. I didn't say it. Now archaeologists now they come. Now me they put 1 and 2 together now. They read books, they see people we talk and see what they talk and go grand there. Right? I did upper mission. Who know where road, they know where the moat pass there. I played as a child in that moat.
You know how many times we fall people body? People would fall from that mode, they go back. But we were stubborn. You know, we just to go play around and blah, blah, blah. You were one never to go there. But as a stubborn boy, I went, me and my friends and my brothers. We went there, we played. So again, I'll round up by saying it was not a fame trick. It wasn't. It was a reality. And evidences are there. If you're doubting, go look at it. We still have the remains there. Well, that is what I came here to say. I will yield my mic now so the next person can give his or her own submission. Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much, sir. Ujo Ami or Atokwe. To add to what you just said, I love the calculation. There are some people that do not take out time to do
Greatest.
some
No
calculation.
vessel. Stefan saying gets waiting to contribute.
Okay. May I just throw it and I'll talk very short. So
Easy. Drop me, please. I may listen now.
I've already bring Stefan up already. Stefan,
No, just drop me. So
all right, sir.
I did listen. I did listen to create space for people who never.
For those of you who have questions, you can send requests to.
what the Patus just said, this was, some of these wars are older than some. They weren't just dug in a day or in a year. They are older than some. So if you even check the reign of Obagwola in 1300s, if you calculate 1300s to 1500s, that's about 200 years. So these millions of hours is achievable within the range of 150 years, 100 years, because they weren't dug in a particular day. They are in different places and time, you understand? So it's very achievable. That's not something to debate about. So before I add to it, let Mr. Stefan add to what we have. Mr. Stefan, you're welcome. You can mute.
All right, thank you so much. Good evening. Isamo, well done. I saw you earlier on. So when we're talking about these walls of Benin, I wonder why anybody would want to doubt it, because it's not something we wrote. Okay, from this book now, it's in the archive, artcarret.com. Someone is on mute. Okay, thank you. So it's artcarret.com on Guinness Book of Records. Then it's talking about Benin. It spoke about Ife, but I'm not going to go into that. But it said from their part, the Edo people of Benin City believed that this was about the whole extraction thing, which I don't want to go into. Then see what he wrote here. I'll turn on my camera now. Here, you can see it. Benin City in Marvel. So that's just what I want to show you. So this is talking about, it said the social organization.
Mr. Stefan, your camera is not on. We didn't see anything.
You didn't see it?
The camera is not on. The camera not on. I've been on my side. I know they see camera.
Can you see it now?
I
No.
don't see camera.
We are seeing now.
That's the one saying it.
Yes. Yeah.
In Marvel, it's talking about the burials here. So it said the social organization of the city impressed European visitors at the end of the 15th century as a major economic trading pole. They talked about the article, the Guinness Book of Records, 1974 edition, described the walls of Benin City and its surrounding kingdom as the world's largest earthwork carried out prior to the mechanical era. And he said, according to the estimates by new scientist Fred Pierce, anybody can go and check on that scientist, Benin City wall were at 1.4 times longer than the Great Wall of China and consumed 100 times more material than the Great Wall of Cheops. Pierce writes that the walls extended for some 16,000 kilometers in all, in a mosaic of more than 500. Someone is speaking. Can you hear me? This is what it said about it. Taking about 150 hours to dig. Do I have time? It's like I'm rushing it. Do
That
I have
time,
There's
don't
time,
rush.
there's time.
Take your
Don't
time. We
rush.
are not
Don't
rushing.
rush.
Okay,
Now,
all
everywhere
right.
don't your time.
So it
People
says
calm
they
down.
covered 6,500 square kilometer and were all dug by the Edo people of Benin. They were very specific about, but I'm not going to go there anyway. They took an estimated 150 hours of digging to construct and perhaps the largest archaeological phenomenon on the planet. This is the war before 1897, the British thing. So Benin City was also one of the first cities to have a semblance of street lighting. Huge metal lamps, many feet high, were built and placed around the city, especially near the King's Palace. Anybody can cross-check. It's on the Guinness Book of Record, artcarrier.com. They did not see Nosa here or see Madam Easy here. We didn't write it. These were written in the 14th and 15th century and 16th century. He said, fed by oil, palm oil, their burning wicks were lit all night to provide illumination for traffic to and through the palace. When the Portuguese first discovered this city in 1485, they were stunned to find this vast kingdom made of hundreds of interlocked cities and villages in the middle of African jungle. Then it said here, Great Benin, where the king resides, is larger than Lisbon. I mean, everyone knows Lisbon. All the streets run straight and as far as the eye can see. The houses are large, especially that of the king, which is richly decorated and has fine columns. The city is wealthy and industrious. It is so governed that theft is unknown and the people lived in such security. Then he gave a contrast to Benin Kingdom as at that time to the city of London. In contrast, he says, London as at the same time when he met Benin. He's a European who has come from London. We no go there. So he said, in contrast to that, London at the same time is described by Bruce Onsinger, is a professor of English at the University of Virginia, as being a city of thievery, prostitution, murder, snatching, and all other crimes, and a skill for the quick blade or picking pocket. Benin city planning and design was done according to careful symmetry, proportionality, and repetition. Now there's this other man, there's this guy, Ron English, everybody can check on him. He's an American who works on cybernetics, anthropology, and design. He said, as at the time we built the Benin walls, the mathematical skills the Edo people used as at that time was not even discovered yet. So when Europeans first came to Africa, they considered the architecture, this is talking about Africa in general, they considered the architecture very disorganized because they had not yet discovered the mathematics which they use. So he talked about the mathematician. He said, when he examined the pattern of the Benin Wall, he said the pattern undermining architecture, art, and design in many parts of Africa. Note that the city and its surrounding villages were purposely laid out to form perfect fractals with similar shapes repeated in the rooms of each house and the house itself and the clusters of houses in the village in mathematically predictable patterns. Then this is the picture of what they gave. So this is the picture. It's hand drawn. It's like a borough of more like different settlement as at that time. Then also, when we go to okay, yes, Dapper adds that the wealthy residents kept walls as shining and smooth by washing and rubbing as any wall in Holland can be made with chalk, and they are like mirrors. So the walls were always kept clean. The earlier Europeans also described the city, portrayed as a place free of crime and hunger. So we're never hungry, with large streets and houses kept clean, a city filled with courteous, honest, and run by centralized and highly sophisticated bureaucracy. These are people who just came in and they noticed what they saw and they wrote it without bias. We didn't pay them to write this. Then the fractured civilization, just talking about the fall of the city. Then there's something I want to also note out here is the fact that I don't know if Sir Ojogbonyemi, I don't know if you've heard of the Black Plague, because this person also spoke about the Ife. He talked about Ife and the Kingdom of Benin. There was no Kingdom of Ife in all this writing. He wrote Ife.
Go ahead.
So he said this demographic collapse has been explained as a result of the Black Plague, according to some authors who drew a parallel with the pandemic waves hitting Europe at the same time. So there was a black plague in Ife as at that time. He said part of the inhabitants of Ife were able to take refuge in the kingdom of Benin, which lasted for hundreds years. So I don't know about that. I think that's something we need to study. If we were able to give them refuge as at this time, it's something they should be grateful for. Then there's this map we also drew. This is the Gulf of Guinea. Then this is the Benin map. It's rightly this Benin itself. There's Benin City, Ugoton, Ugbeni, Udo, Urogbeni, Uronigbe, sorry, and Saple. Let's talk about the Edo Kingdom, the Edo speaking peoples around it, which is you see Urumi and Wari and this other part. Then talking about the directions of expansion from 15th to 17th century. You see where the empire expanded to. Can you see the expansion here? See the expansion, the arrows, where the empire expanded to. Even the Lagos one is very clear. It was not disputable by any writers at that time. The Lagos one is very clear. I'm trying to check. If probably someone else can speak, then I'll be able to see read what he wrote about that Lagos part. Because I mean, this man wasn't biased. He wrote about Ife also, which is also great. But there's something he wrote here that I want to note.
Please, can you please show the map again, please? I want to screenshot it, please.
All right, that's fine. I'll do that now. Like I said, they can get this
please zoom
I think Edo people, more of our books. There's one guy on Twitter.
You can just simply ask for the link.
Okay, yeah,
zoom it
I'll type the link then. After I'll type the link.
So if you want just screenshot and make day phone in case I need that for TikTok.
Exactly. It's okay like that.
The bunker will come to that your issue later, okay? I already spoke with you.
Are you done? Then
No,
another
not yet.
thing, Edo people, I would advise us to go into more of their French.
I wasn't able to screenshot it. Oh my god.
I'll type the link for you. Don't worry.
All right.
Okay. Or you want? If you prefer, do it now.
No, please. Let's have it. It's better so that one can dig into it very well.
The link, right?
Yes.
Okay.
It's not screenshot.
Stefan, if you have
the link, please.
Signally on your phone.
I already screenshot it. I will send it to you. The bunker.
Yes, and send it to Easy.
Right.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, Stefan, do a good picture of it. Send it to Easy. Easy can put it on our group.
All right. Then this same writer said something here. He said he was talking about the Ife. He didn't mention kingdom anyway, but he said from their part, the Edo people of Benin believed that Oduduwa was in fact a prince of their extraction who would have fled Benin during a fight over royal succession and all that. So there are many places where these facts are here, and from all maps, pre-colonial, post-colonial, you will see that Benin is a distinct entity from the Yoruba. So it's even really disrespectful because I sometimes there was someone on Twitter who said something about if Obavrame had, no, he didn't mention Bao because I would be angry too, but say if he had actually made an agreement with British then, probably because even in the Berlin map, everyone knows the Berlin Conference of the 19th century where they divided Africa and all that. Benin was a country of its own in that map. I saw the map on. I will be able to. There's many books written by the French, and they are in French language. So I know people. Our advice will also check into those. We can be able to translate it because
Sorry, my friend. Sister Isaac, I won't drop myself. Man, bring Logical Ido up.
Those books have not been tampered with, so they are still in French. So I believe they are the best form of way to get what Europeans actually wrote. Although they are here, they are everywhere, but those parts we've not really gone into it. The map clearly shows the Lagos part. It shows everything. Then I mean, it's really annoying. I don't even know because even if we had knew that probably the entire Africa was going to be colonized, and we probably did
my brother in the map, Nosa, where we a capital group among the Igbos or among the Benin. Please check it.
It's even extended to Ibuku, which is that I think Onisha area. So obviously you cannot say they're not grouped among the entire Benin Kingdom. I think most people don't. When it's a
No,
Benin,
I can see Ika there. Is it not? Is that not Ika?
no, it can't. It to not be. It's not every city. With all due respect, that we understand,
Okay,
but it's
okay.
the area. At least you can see the entire area it covered and where it extended to. You see Owoye, you see Ida here, you see Buku here, you see Wari here, you see. You understand? You see Lagos here. So it's not like yeah. But if you look at the map, you see it. So when they say Benin do this, Benin do that, I wonder how they don't know that. When you say Benin is where you come from, it's not like you are coming from me as an Edo person. I'm a person. So the Benin is still your own, even if you are Orobo or even if you are Ika. The place, the kingdom, the empire is for everyone. Even if you go to the British Museum now, you see an artifact, they write Edo people of Benin. So I probably thought, why would they say Edo people of Benin? It means there were other peoples of Benin also. All these are brothers and sisters. So if you are saying Benin, if you are now making our neighbors from the east and the west to talk down on this Benin, it is your own house that they are also talking down on. What do you stand to gain as another probably one of us here, and they are talking down on your own empire, what your ancestors achieved together? So I think we should, if we use Edo people more now, because of the state name, it will also, the Gen Zs most times, if I don't even know what, if our parents don't teach them all these things, or I don't know. But when you see
Please check.
another
Please,
person talk down,
sorry. Can I just 30 seconds?
okay, sir.
Please look at the map again. You see where they wrote Yoruba.
Yeah, it's a distant place here.
You can see that is Oyo, if I am right, because you
Get
can
on the
see
chair.
it
You
clearly.
on there.
There is Ife. There is
Yes,
other
Ife.
places,
Yeah,
and they
there are other
wrote clearly.
places.
And they wrote clearly Yoruba. Check, and when you look at the location there, that says that should be Oyo. As we have been saying, look at it clearly. There's Yoruba there. So just look at it. I think the map is showing clearly that
This
there are
and
people
the
called
red
Yoruba.
part, you see, this
Yes.
straight here to Lagos, to Igboukwu, to Warri, to Owo.
Okay.
All these are, yeah. So this particular article, anybody who wants to probably read it or fact check, I think people are using fact check word now. It's general history of Africa, present Africans.
Mr. Nosa, my
Yes,
name
sir.
Mr. Nosa, my namesake. Please, can you just copy the link, and maybe send to Sister Easy from
Shall I
how
post it
all of
here?
us can get it.
No, it
Just
won't come
copy
up
the
here.
link.
TikTok, no, get out. You can take it to Elizabeth
No, it will not work here.
Edocentric.
Okay, to not
No,
work if I
sorry, you
type
get
it.
Edocentric number now, right?
Yeah, I do.
I know
Okay, yes,
because
you can type
none
it.
of
You
them
can type it,
none of
please.
them are they X together, so I know so you get Edocentric
Please
number.
type it. Don't worry, type it. We'll join the link.
And you just
Just
write it.
type
When
it,
you
please.
write it on paper, then you'll be able to type it on your phone and get it also.
Yeah, that's
But you
what I'm
can
saying.
send it to Edocentric also. Edocentric will send it to us. No, sir, not the Edocentric. No, sir, not our group.
Edocentric.
That one get network problem. You didn't know, and I know your guy.
Every time.
Know your guy. He get network issue.
Wait, I don't understand. Is it that people are actually saying the war of Benin is not real?
If you see the way they attack, there is an Egyptian page on Facebook, a very big page. That page has about almost 5 million followers. The page is so proud of the Benin people. The page actually brought out this Benin wall. And if you see, Adeyinka Farotimi, Adeseun,
Even in America, there's no black there's no
you
African
can never
literature
see
they will
an outside
teach.
person come there and say this is not true.
That they will not teach about Benin Kingdom. And there's no African American or African history they will teach in the US that Benin is not part of. Even in the UK, the museum, they take students there every day to go and see the bronzes of
No,
Benin.
sir. No, sir. No post any link for you, I beg you. No, they careful where you share link. Make these people no go,
Not
you know.
they go
Uh-huh.
enter the link,
They
come
go
begin
there
the
and go there
check am.
edit. So
Just send us
Mona,
to
they
the
careful.
Centric or some
So
money
I
man.
did say send that to me. Anybody you need that, I can send that give her. You no,
So
sir, you get my number now. I be make a holla you now.
Okay, yeah, I no get your number, but go allow me.
Okay, make a holla you.
This is
Mr.
Izomo, he has done well for us, Mama. on us then. Even we were just, I know people were actually just
No,
very
it's
calm.
a more good hand. Our brother for life.
Me, I was even begging. He was defending Benin. Me as an Edom, I was begging him. He's that is Robo. I was begging him to calm down small.
I
Self.
Benin might be now. Before I become Urobo, now Benin man. Now all
And
of
no,
us
we're
get the
all
empire,
Benin.
like
No,
you
I said
said.
Edo. I didn't use Benin for myself. That's where
Yeah,
people mistake it. If I say I'm
yeah.
Edo,
I
then I cannot
understand.
say he's Robo.
Benin
But when I
empire
now
now
say
for
we
all
are
of us
all
now.
Benin, we're now
Yeah,
all
we're
Benin
all Benin.
together.
Yeah,
Yes, but me, I'm an Edo is an Robo
man.
person,
Yeah,
but we're
yeah,
all Benin. That's why
yeah,
most of our young people don't understand this. When they say you come from Benin, they'll
yeah,
say, "Not be me born you, and I cannot big rich to born you. It's just the place where you've come from, and the place is for
yeah.
everybody."
That's the
So
Benin empire. It's for
you
all
did
of
not
us. All
exactly.
of
You did
us.
not come from Edo
Yeah,
people. You came from the Benin Empire, the place there.
empire. Yeah,
We happen to be the people who have been maintaining it, and to God
yeah,
be the glory, we did not disgrace that place. We met with the Dutch, the Portuguese, the first church in West Africa is there in Benin.
yeah.
At least, Robo people, people should at least be proud of us for the things we did
Only
for
way
our
they keep
father's
their house make
lands.
clean. Keep our house make clean.
Yes, we tried
You
though.
Orobo
see,
here
We
now.
you see,
tried.
It's
you
over
see,
here now.
easy. You
Sir?
see,
Izomo, you are back. I wanted to talk to you.
oh,
I
okay,
asked a
okay.
question earlier. I guess you didn't see it.
Oh,
Are
I
you
didn't see it.
aware that there is an ERC of Benin that bought this your name, Izomo?
Is the same way it takes spare for my own. Now it carry on.
Please
Is
power of
that
nature.
yes?
Because now we for Urugu now they use this name go.
Yes,
This which
there
I
were two.
yes.
There is this Edo. After Edonuobo, after ERC Edonuobo was Izomo. So is that from that area too?
Oh, that means now
Except
Urugu man.
yeah, except Osemede and Adolo, the father of Orame.
Wow. This is a very new information. You see, I didn't even know this before.
See, no worry, contact me, give me small thing, my gist you finish.
Pa, don't worry. We wait till your favorite drink, eh? I will knock out for you. Don't worry. that,
Bola o.
that,
It's someone a bola o.
that do
Hey.
anything. But you see, but what I wanted to say earlier is to Nusa. You see, the thing is that's even that narration. Say where you come for house. You see, that me enter their one space one day. I like it. I entered that space and they were always everybody thought. This oh sorry, guess they hear my AirPod, the battery don't low. So they tell me everybody they go shout say, oh no, all those people who say some of our people who say they don't brainwash for that do it good that clown, that guy.
Monkey face.
Yes, the guy where they talk.
I know him. I know Monkey face.
Thank you. So that one don't brainwash some of our people that time. So we can't gist them say, no, you see that land now I get time. This one, that one, they pursue. So so when I entered there, some of the first things I had to do was disconstruct some of the lies that have been told, perpetrated by this guy to our people that just made some of them all hate Benin. You just talk anything Benin, you all they vex. Say calm down.
We are ready. We no send them. We are ready.
These guys are our brothers. You see, at the end of the day, let me can start that narration. Say you now, your papa born 4 children. You now, you waka come on, you leave your brother for your papa house. He stay house to take care of your papa house. You waka come on, go build your own house for someone else. Tomorrow you can't shout say now you get that house where your papa live. But now your brother dead there. Now your brother and I come they maintain the house. Now all of una na una papa house normally. But now your brother and I did the maintain that house. Make sure say that house no fall. When the house won't fall, he go cement am. When the house won't do crack, he go do and maintain the house. Does that person now deserve credit for all that effort to defend that place? We will say you waka because it easy for you. We waka come out to after all these years you come talk say no, nah, this one, nah, that one. So that was how I use common logic to demystify any agenda where they don't push against our people to create animosity. So it's just that is something I just wanted to highlight. That you see, we are one people, and me when I did defend
Edo people. I do it with all my heart because I know say these are my people. I know my history very well, like the back of my palm. I know my history as Urugu man. You see, I feel no know the full Urubu history, but you see that Urugu, leave am for me.
I
Thank you.
beg, I think quick talk before time go. Una dey hear me?
Talk, he
Yeah,
say
I'm
he dey
done.
talk.
I'm done. I'm done.
There
If
you
I
go.
someone, I will reach out to you. Make I ever send you DM.
Walao, no
Sure,
vex. I
boss.
greet everybody. Ezema Kakadu, Edocentric, Anti-Joy, Easy, everybody. I greet you now. You know, when we dey talk of topics like this, you know, I dey always big on is it's better to debunk some things because once you have that opportunity, you have to use it very well. There are things that have been said that's not correct. We did touch on some. I'm happy that we touched on the parts, on a lot of the part where greatest said to talk about the difference, especially the difference between the ditch and the wall. You understand? The uniqueness about the Benin walls, like you said, was the interconnectivity, the size of it too. You understand? On some of the internal walls, there was some very unique design that was found in other parts of the world. You understand? Edocentric, you don't do a lot of work on this. You don't talk on that part. If you talk on the part of on some of the design in the internal walls, some Greek style, Roman style, and the rest. But that notwithstanding, the thing here that they are trying to do is trying to connect the knowledge for walls to Ife. You understand? Or build or digging ditches to Ife. That's what we need to debunk the most. Walls, yes, I agree that walls were built by many cities. The Patrick Darling also, that's why I wrote you guys. I was trying to write some of you guys. Patrick Darling also talked about the Ijebu, Songbo, Eredo wall. You understand that? The ditch. You understand? He talked about the uniqueness of that. And they also referenced the work of Duarte Pacheco Pereira, 1508, when he also mentioned it of Jebu. Those are the two major kingdoms that interacted with the Portuguese was Benin and Jebu. You understand? But now you know the origin of these people is now what we need to investigate. What Yorubas will now try to do is to say, you see, this means all of us came from Ife. Ife, Ife is really, but the knowledge for these things is not. It's not Ife. You understand? Digging ditches was a defense mechanism, very common with the Edo people, and that's why now there are investigations into the Eboma modes and some of them. There is current archaeological work. Too bad this is Professor Gerard Showing that is doing it to the French professor because I spoke with him some time ago, especially because he married a Yoruba woman when they were talking about. He was asking about getting visas for himself and having a lengthier stay in Nigeria. So there are current investigations into Edo Central, some of the wells there, some of the ditches there. You understand? Some of the moats there. And building moats is something that the world do. In Europe, there are moats. So what they do is that sometimes they look for plains or plateaus, and they can extend it further. And in Europe, they'll put water in it. In some of those walls, they'll put water. It's defense mechanism to around the castle, especially around the major house of the kings or the rest. But the unique thing about the Benin was the depth and the interconnectivity and the size of it. You understand? So it was that was huge and it was surprising. It was the biggest in that area. But there are other walls. There are not other walls. There are other moats. You understand? There are moats in some other parts, even in some part I've never visited. I don't know. I know I've seen some around Edo Central, like you said, Auchi. I don't know if there is any in Delta State. I don't know if there is any in the other parts. But this knowledge is not from Ife. It's not from Ife. That's what we must debunk. You understand? The reason why they are looking for that extensive Israel wall is to quickly make that connection that it was the children of Oromia who were warriors. You understand? That did it. No, it's not true. Ijebu has a different origin. You understand? And the people, Songbo Redo, I don't know the history of that place. I've never investigated, but the people, they are also migrated from the east, according to many accounts, or depend if you believe in those migrations in the first place. You understand? So if you believe in them, then it migrated from the east, and the Edo people also migrated from the east, not from Ife or any other place. You understand? So those knowledge did not come from there. It came from defense mechanisms that people establish. You understand? When an Edo man settles, I know the Edo account. I don't know about the rebel. When an Edo man settles, they dig dishes around their city, and they also establish a himi tree. That's the uniqueness of the Edo people. And for those that know the Edo spirituality and Edo religion, they also do the Osagbaye something, where they put a stick and they put a dough or something like that. I don't know. Maybe someone can tell me more about that. I don't know too much about that because I don't go too much into spirituality. But that's the uniqueness of the Edo people. You understand? That makes it very unique. And you can see it in wherever the Edo people have stayed, in Ekiti and the rest. This is what they always do. I don't know if there are dishes in Ekiti. In Akure, the ones in Akure, the centric mentioned that those ones you can be connected because of the Edo people there that migrated there. But the other ones, I don't know. I think Oyo claims that they also have walls. I don't know if those walls are still there or they were connected, or the old Oyo Ile that was destroyed. And also there was also some around you will also find some around the Kogi State area and the rest. So, but these things were not from Ife. That's what I would personally like to debunk. I think it's a knowledge that came from forming defense around yourself. Then the depth of the Benino makes it very unique. You understand? That's why that Murphy face, that guy, we come out and say, oh no, it's natural. It is not natural. Science has established that it's not natural, that having those level of earthwork is not natural. It's over a long amount of time. Where me, I don't personally agree a little bit with some Edo accounts is to say it was about Wola. They always say it, and this was from a very I think so that they always say that about God. I do not naturally think it is. I'm very skeptical about that one. That it was only one single person. I think it was a
No, it
lengthy.
wasn't. It wasn't just
Yeah,
about
yeah,
God.
yeah.
I will
I
agree
think.
with
Even
you on that.
Yeah, I
even
think.
Joseph said it before now that it took maybe almost 200 and something years
Yes,
or 200
exactly.
years.
I
So
think it
he said
was a
before, yeah.
lengthy. It was a lengthy amount of time that started from even pre the when there was city states around the Edo region. There were separate city states around it, with people just settling down.
Our Esan brother just said something now. OJ, he said that the archaeologists came to the one in Ekpoma. They said they dated it to 500 BC. I don't understand.
Exactly. The one in Ijebu is 800 to 1000. That's pre Ododuwa. It's
Yeah,
not.
that's what it said. Yeah.
So because that is the problem. The problem is that they will connect it whatever you do, and that is what that guy likes to do.
Nyarema now. Where did they worry? Nguni Amakane.
So it is pre Ododuwa.
Later.
It is not post. It is not post Ododuwa. It is pre. It is before any kind of Ife civilization that these dishes started to be established. You
Bros, is
understand?
there anything like Ife civilization? Was there any civilization in Ife? No verse, Baba, Egwe. Now, Tare, now,
Uh,
now, say.
Na mask na we dey
Ezemo,
na
nothing
mask
like that. No
na
civilization. See,
mask we
I
dey
have
dig.
checked map. Ife
Ojogboyemi,
is just a small
I am
place.
still waiting.
Ojogboyemi.
Look. I'm still waiting. I'm still
With
waiting for any
civilization.
Yoruba professor
So,
to come and show me evidence that there was
if
anything like Ile Ife before 16th
This is
century.
it. This is
Ipa
it,
Izomo, Ipa
I am
Izomo,
still
Ezomo.
waiting.
Eh,
Ojogboyemi, just 1 second. I beg no verse, no verse. You see, Ipa Izomo,
Let logical, logical they work.
most
Make
most
true.
No verse, I no verse,
Oh
no
no, I
verse.
don't. I
See,
go just land. It's I feel quickly land with
Yeah,
this.
your land,
Uh,
he dey work, now
okay,
yeah,
break
okay,
it
yeah,
okay.
dey.
yeah. Yeah, since you mentioned I mean, civilization gets many levels. You understand? Is there a basic civilization where people gathered? Yes, I think there was. Maybe city states like just hamlets. People coming together. You understand? And many people don't talk about, and even Akin Jogbin, we can't throw that away. That 13 communities, small people just living together. Then the coming together of the civilization, they claim is Oduduwa that did that. You understand that? So the problem is that they try to hide that as a this thing, as just is just a it was just a shaking of hands and there was people that you understand. That's the problem. The problem is that they are hiding Oduduwa's conquest and they are hiding it that there was no hybrid of people and the rest, that they are all one people, you understand? They try to, and that's what Stephen Banji Akintoye said in this book, that it is very common for Yoruba people to hide these things, to say, it is my brother, it is the mundane task of rulership that led to me now doing they hide this behind those kind of myths, and that you now need to decipher. They are trying to hide the migration of people into these places and to really establish that, people came from here, people came from there. While Edo people say we are heterogeneous, you understand? These people will never ever agree that anybody came from outside to come and form anything inside. They will never agree. All 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 evidence point to the fact that Ododuwa was from outside, not from inside, because the knowledge he brought was the knowledge of these walls, was the knowledge of these things that was from outside of their civilization, not within their civilization. You understand? But the problem now is that something happened in our history, and what happened is that the history was turned on its head, and to say that it was from a divergence from Ife, or it was there that people now left to different things. That's what Igariba now bought into. That's what everybody is now buying into. That is now strange. You understand? This explanations of this person being the brother of this person, that's why it could be many explanation. It could be just a shaking of hands or diplomacy, not anybody being the brother of who. That's why people are very skeptical of even the relationship history of Oromia, Ododo, and the rest. You understand? But we won't say that. I won't, amongst us, we can have that discussion. But there is large skepticism as regard that one. You understand? I don't know if this civilization is because of anybody. I do not think it is because of one person that sent princes out. It is not. That's what you must debunk with these wars. Ijebu was a civilization that was separate. You understand? That they claim, according to the Awujale wrote in that newspaper, were from the east. They migrated from Sudan. You understand? But they will hide that part. That's to say, no, it's all a love making of the Yoruba people. No, it is not true. It's clearly not correct. You understand? Let us talk about the separate development of everybody within this region. How they all migrated into this region, if they did, how God created them, if they didn't, you understand, and how they rose as independent kingdoms without the help of anybody. And when there is another civilization that came into to conquer, we should say it. They should say it, like in the case of Ododuwa. Who was this man they call Ododuwa? Was he a spiritual figure? Was he someone that came to conquer? Let us say it. You understand? If he came to conquer, then why are you ashamed to say it? Say that he came to conquer. If he came from the east, say where he came from. It is possible. Everything can be possible. You understand? But the wars in Benin, the uniqueness, according to Patrick Darling, was its interconnectivity, the size of it, and the design within it. You understand? The design was within the walls, in the internal walls. Some were Greek, some were Roman. That's why it was surprising to them. Yeah, you understand that? Look, even our architecture was Roman styled architecture. You understand? So they were like, how come were these things here? That's what led to some of this inquisitiveness that, oh, Belzoni wanted to come and look for something here. Maybe there was something here he was looking for. They were surprised at who were these people. You understand? Because we used to find these things elsewhere. You understand? But we never knew that people could develop this. But where Benin now do is our own is that we now attribute them to say, oh, it is this our kings, Obaogwola and the rest, of which we need to now expand that to say, look, the coming of metal was already here. You understand? The coming of these things was here. The carvers is common among Edo people to carve. These things is very common. You understand? It's been there. It is the institution of it within the monarchy is another history we need to talk about. It is the history of, maybe for example, when we now talk about a is it the institution of it that he was talking about, or the bringing of a separate knowledge, which is not true? It is not a separate knowledge that was coming in. It was the institution of it, because now they've seen when Graham Connell did his excavation, they saw these things on the earpiece when they see the mass burial of the women. You understand? They saw metal works of brass on their ears and on their wrists. You understand? It was there. This knowledge was there. You understand? So the knowledge of earthworks, moving earthworks, you understand? To the Europeans, we call it the earth god, and the sacrifice to the earth gods that we always do. It is not coming from there, or coming from Igbo land, or coming from anywhere. You understand? It's a knowledge that comes with people gathering together, forming a defense around themselves from animals, from many things that could harm them. And you understand? And the extensive network in Benin, when Benin became a big civilization, that was evidenced by Olaudah Equino and many people that they saw wars in Benin as at that time. It is also due to the fact that Benin was just a civilization that was intelligent, that was organized under one leader, and that's why they could do that. That's what I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Logical. Though I think you go up, may I use my hand clap for you.
No, if you look at your three dots, the sign before the three dots, you click on, you'll see sound effects.
Okay.
That three dots for under there, the sign before, and you click on, you'll see. If you check on, you'll see. This class. I enjoy this class. It's almost saying he want get submission. Stefan saying one get submission. I don't know. But
Please,
you don't hijack yourself.
let us allow Parizomo Kakadu to go, please.
Wait, so make an answer. Ezo Kakado asked one very important question over. Ezo Kakado say, did Ife have a civilization? Read anywhere and check any work when they talk about Ife civilization. It is centered around one thing: the Ife head bronze. Finish. But you see, what people
You mean
all this lazy.
the Nupe bronze?
Wait now, I'm telling you what is written, But you see, what those lazy historians and what have you who are writing those things and calling Ife head bronze? If you say Ife head bronze, show us where Ife made the bronze. It's very simple. There is no place in Ife. In the 4 local governments, I mean local governments, they say make it up Ife. And all these local governments have their own kingo. That is story for another day. There is no place in the full Ife that they make bronze. There is no place where bronze is being casted. They should show us the bronze gate. There is nowhere. Except they are now building it, because these people can do anything to fabricate history. Except say they won't build new one. But where would they learn the skill from? Because it's easy to just go and do one place, make and look like, say, oh, they don't build something for they do bronze there before. Then you come they buy the bronze for Binia from Igu, Abi. But anyways, you see, the truth is, Epaizomo. Now bronze where they see, where they go dig a grave,
I be waiting they dig. Where they see inside bare ground. Now they take clear and say Ife and civilization, which makes no sense. There is no prehistoric relevance to such civilization. There is no military capacity to determine how civilized they were. There is no aristocratic system, functioning system at that time to certify Ife as a civilization. There is no metric right now you can use to just oppose it and say, oh, Ife might have even been a civilization. None. It was a little village, or like my brother said, hamlet. That was it. But we see what is going on right now. Why? Because they dig 1 grand, they see bronze. Why are people not asking the critical question? What if that bronzes were made by Benin, the Gid in Benin, by the people of Igu? What if those bronzes were made by the Nupe people? The place where Nupe made their bronze that is dated to be 12th century, the place where they made that bronze has been verified. The Gid where they made that bronze is verified. Their bronze is said to be older than that of Ife, the Nupe bronze, and it was dated to the 12th century. Yet, where they made the bronze there is evidence for it. The video is on YouTube. Then you have the Nok terracotta, some of the oldest artwork and head sculptures that was made during the Stone Age, dated to be over 2,000 years. The Nok terracotta head. Do you know that the places where those Nok terracotta head were made, that is over 3 times older than the Ife bronze? The place where they were made has been found in present day, Jos, and there is another one in southern Kaduna. Do you know that? Something that was done over 2,000 years ago, the place where they were making it, even though they are not doing it again, but the place where they were made has been found. Now, the Ife bronze of just which day, they cannot show us where they made the bronze because you dig ground. So does this mean if tomorrow now you go dig ground for Abakiliki, you can't see one bronze there? You could just say, Abakiliki civilization. Does not make any sense. It does not. The first thing you do when you dig ground, you see bronze there. The first thing you investigate, where did the bronze come from? You now investigate. You do some excavation and find out, was it a prehistoric civilization? Where did they make these bronzes?
And why was it hidden under the ground?
Exactly. No serious question were asked. They just saw bronze on the ground, and where someone was trying to build a house, and the next thing they just give and say, "Oh, civilization." Just so it's nonsensical. It does not hold any. It does not hold any. Yes, exactly.
Now, let me tell you.
So,
They only did that.
sorry,
They only did that.
Ezomo, hope I answered your question to the best of my own.
Yeah, now
sense.
this not be this their bronze be this one. This one
Well,
not be like this one be like Osha.
well, this one ain't easy. Not be this one that they call Ife bronze. That one we get this thing for head. Where all those boys they
Dido, you
use.
carry Dido.
Now that one, now be Ife bronze. My brother is Zomo. See, God will bless you. See, I don't know where to start from. This is it. Now, I'm going to start from this very bronze. But something I need to let us understand. A lot of mistake have been made. A lot of mistake have been made. The people who write our history, see, they bamboozle all of us. Me wey dey talk so, e get some things wey be say I don discover recently wey fear no wan let me talk come out. Why? Because I was part of those who narrated it the way it was before. But now I just see say not be true. For how many weeks now? I have been saying this thing. I say Ile Ife is not older than the 16th century. Anybody we want argue, let the person come. We'll be on camera. Let the person bring evidence. I'm not fighting. I have made a statement. There is a reason I'm saying it. Now, let me start with this bronze. This is not Ife bronze. There is no such thing as Ife bronze, as people say. Now, when you put this bronze now on Google, what you will see is mask of Olokun or Olokun head. It is not Ife bronze. Yes, I agree. They said it was discovered in Ife, Ile Ife. Who discovered it? Leo Fabrinus, right? Good. He was the one who discovered it. Now, I don't think I'll be able to exhaust this here. I'm going to make a video on this thing. All these people won't do it too much. This mask was found.
Which day you go host life?
Mama, go reason now. Okay, let's say before the end of this week. Before the end of this week, I'll make it up. This bronze was found in a grove called Ebolokun. Ogolokun. It is in the I'm speaking to you from the account of Leo Fabrinus. This is what they call Ife head. Now, like my brother has said, this thing might have been found there, and it was found in Ebolokun. Olokun will be our own. That one I'll talk for another day. If this bronze was found there, how did it come there? Where una for Duan? Ojogbon came and saw it for himself. I speak in a capacity of someone who knows how to cast bronze. I grew up, do a video on it. Yes, I will do a video on it. I grew up in a home where bronze was cast. My eldest brother and my cousins, for my maternal grandma house, for Ode Street, they cast bronze. In fact, that time, whether they cast Igun people, because it is the right, reserved right of Igun to cast bronze. So when they see any other place where they cast bronze that time, they go there, they'll send task force, they'll go, they destroy their thing. As I talk to you, I can cast bronze from the beginning to the end, go file them. The only thing why I not good at now all this design, all this artistic work. So I know this thing. Let Ife people show us. The people, the guild, or the family for Ife we cast bronze. How many them get? How many them get? Our own with the thief, the one with the thief are counted in thousands. In thousands. That one, nah, bronze one. Then another question we will go ask, we go drive me to waiting I want to submit earlier. Why did we cast bronze in the first place? The reason we casted bronze, or we still cast bronze, is to preserve our history. It is one of the primary ways we preserved our history. Bronze not be waiting, you just add a ghost scatter now. Books, you can tear books. All these non-living things, they are editing books now, even PDF files. They are editing online sources. But you know, go fit carry bronze. So every bronze you see, every wood where they carve, Navig Besamania carve, ivory that you see, they all have stories. They all represent historical events. Now, who see am, we know am, now I go explain them to you. That is why when you go to museums, when they point something to you, an artifact, they begin to tell you, they are supposed to tell you this history behind it. So that is why we casted bronze. So ask Ile Ife if they can produce the people who made this their bronze. Why were they made? This is Olokun. This is Olokun head. Look it up on Google. This is what you will see. It is the truth is hidden in plain sight. Olokun head, nothing like Ife bronze. That takes us to preservation of our history. Greatest Edo mentioned this. He said something about it earlier when he started today. Or not Sogo Tukbura, Egbei, or Sogo. If there is anybody on earth, if there is any group of people, a community, a kingdom, an empire that kept their history, that recorded their history, the best two people that I know, Egyptians and Benin. Egyptians and Benin, I might call them Kemet, they put their own on rocks. They put their own on rocks. They recorded them on rocks and some other places. Benin, Ora, we put them for our folklore, tell stories. E dey inside even our folk tales. From Ora, we enter bronze casting. Bronze casting that can never be destroyed. All of these things, they get history. Then from there, we enter ritual displays, ritual and cultural displays. You see when a chief, they display for palace, if they display before the Oba, most of those things they are doing, they not just they carry dance as zonto. Most of those things represent something. They are historical. I have explained some at some point, at some time. For example, now, see this war between Obaesige, was it Obaesige? Yeah, Obaesige and the Edion Uzama. When ECML go help and fight, led by Chief Edogun. The CML, they were led by Chief Edogun. In fact, they did the mock battle during this Igwe festival, right? You see, and when Chief Edogun go dance, go meet Oba, he go carry ebe. Oyemi here. All these things are history. To tell the Oba say, Unuwagi mayagbe na neo, mayagwave dion honeo, mayaguzama honeo, mahom yoto. All of these things have significance. They are reenactment of our history. Reenactment of our history. When you talk, now our folk songs, I was speaking, I spent more than 2 hours with one Bamawo, one of those Bamawo family people today. Then we were talking about Idu. Then we can't reach one song. Always ogbelaka nana bidu ogbelaka nana bidu. Yes, this song not be today, not be yesterday the composer. It is our folk song. It is our folk song. So when you hear that song, you the person will know the history. When you hear Paidu, when you hear Alaka, you should ask questions. They will not tell you. Baba, Victor Wifo, always no ya kinuru. Many Edo people, they don't know what it be Arhuarhan. They don't know what they talk for there. Arhuarhan was one of our Ogiso who was a dealer in clothes, and he get one particular cloth. One of our, I think it was the 12th Ogiso or something. No yaki nuru, one particular cloth, piece of cloth, we take the wrap in neck. Wifo yasi one, and it is a folk song. You know, so Wifo was singing mostly folk songs. What am I saying in essence? We kept our history very well. Very, very well. Now, make I drive, come off for here. Go this Ife matter. Please, you know, say, nothing remains the same. The first person will do something, not go do 100% right. People are bound to do wrong things. But the people that we come after, we engage in more research and begin to correct these things with empirical evidence. Today, all of us, they complain about Baba Igareva. First of all, we give him his credit because he was the first to do it. But we also know that he did a bad job, despite saying not the original copy we see, because the original copy is in Edo language. But the one way we see, we know say the job get as it be. So now, what are we doing? We are now debunking what we know is not what we know are not true in his work. I thought they become emotional. I might calm down. So now we're not trying to correct some things that we know for sure are wrong in his work. This is what we must continue doing. This is what we must continue doing. And a primary one of which is this misconception of Ile-Ife and Uhe. Hear me again. Ile-Ife and Uhe. It might be a very tough one, but it's something, no matter how long it takes us to come together, complete this research and agree, we have to debunk this thing. Ile-Ife is not Uhe. It can never be Uhe. They are not the same. They have no bearing. We must bring this out. Oromiyan did not come from Ile-Ife. Oromiyan came from Uhe. We all agree that Bamawo or Bamiwo family came with Oromia. Correct. All of us, we agree. Now, what is the money greeting? Duhune Ebamiwo toy lauhe. Lauhe. Eyatwe. The inyaga twe lauhe nine. Uwe bega another way ni maya keep history. Mega twe la gesanya. Somebody will start giving appellation. You start hearing no what this, they will trace it to your forefathers. The same thing with Lauhe. Udoahon, nenemi, uwe nenemi, then Udoen, uwe no bioba wa toteme, wa to greatest edo,
Okay,
uwe no bioba.
sorry, sir. Only have Bami what to
Yes.
Okay, that's my family greeting as well. But my marriage fell. Hey, you destroy my Lugan.
Hey, God forbid. Go to Bamiwo.
Everybody is not there.
Like I said, and it's easy. This is a serious matter for real, eh? So, like I said, he called me earlier. In fact, since yesterday, they tried to talk to me. He said, in here waiting, I talked about a couple of days ago. So he wanted to talk to me. All right. We got talking. He even sent me their family, all these their family association sticker for me to see everything. Uhe, oreba. Tiama gwa mwife yo a. Abiyama na tiefe. Do ya ne ya tama wori fe kere. Uhe ya kere. Awe agbare nuwe. Wagari appellation. Ne baba. Awe obi agbare nuwe. So please, we should get these things right. That is why I keep saying, Ile-Ife is a baby community, a baby village that was described as 70 by 50 miles. 70 miles in length and 50 miles. The so-called Oni you see, I will say it is not disrespect to him. If he's a lie, he should come and prove it. He has never been a king and will never be a king. He's a chief priest. I have records, even in the account of Leo Fabrinos, when he was saying, he said it himself. Sometimes they refer to him as His Holiness. Sometimes they refer to him as His Holiness. Sometimes different ways, but they never refer to him as a king. He was never a king. He even said it himself that he is being appointed by the government. Let's not go to Adeleye's account. These are Yoruba people, professors. So while this Ile-Ife matter, we need to lay it to rest. The more, because they are pushing it on us, they have been doing this thing. Now that we have known that Ile-Ife is not what we know it to be, what it used to be, or what we thought it was, we need to start. That's push. According to the accounts that I have read, Ile-Ife did not exist until after Oba Eware the First, because Oba Eware the First was the last Oba, Yonga Oba no Keke, no lead a pilgrimage at Uhe. That means Uheya Arovega, there was no Ile-Ife. This is just a claim. I'm making this claim and I'm waiting for anybody. Bring materials. Come and show me anything that dates Ile-Ife before the 16th century. Wadomo nie do imenie italogbene wa fi we alefwa wa to wa
Then we I know said those I said those century. I know say greatest said greatest, thank you so much for this. Greatest, we don't hijack your class, but
This,
thank you very much.
Sorry.
I
wanted to ask Stefan a question. I wanted to ask Stefan a question.
Okay, he said
because
he wants to give a submission, so maybe from there
I wanted to ask him before he drop his submission so that I can just do everything all together.
Okay.
Because I'm just checking out that this thing he wrote. That article.
He wrote, he read.
He read, I mean, sorry.
Yeah. He said article, Nana.
No, he said Ackerel.com.
Well, later you want give them the sites now. Make they go.
No, they talk for again. Me they no go see a jack.
Don't talk just now. Will they with that? Don't worry, I'll send that to you. I'll send that to now.
Let me even take the sites now because I did the place now, but the things when I see for in fact, waiting the head even talk, even they shock me now because me no know. Well, maybe later, Mama Izzy will go because I just check her through one phone now, but waiting I just see for there. I don't know. It's not clear for my sighting.
Oh yeah,
But it's
Stefan,
okay.
continue. Maybe not
Just talk.
continue. Maybe not another side now you did. Maybe not the fabricated one you did. Stefan, are you there? Because waiting me see for Stefan is different from.
Okay, there was Wesley, thank you. There was a speaker that said something about walls and the moat. But first, let me read this by
Please, oh
RF
Stefan,
Burton.
Stefan, we have one naive commenter. I really don't want to give him audience, but he is claiming that Benin was never an empire; it was a kingdom. That there was nowhere they wrote Benin as an empire in any book. So after what you're doing, you can just peruse it and teach him because he's an Olodo student, so he needs to learn. Thank
All
you.
right. It's not just
Auntie
even the
easy.
empire.
The way I did now,
There
the
are
way I did now with
books.
my head not correct. If that person get the mind to come up, me will ask a question. Bro Stefan, no verse.
All right, sir. I think it's even wrong we are referring ourselves to Benin now. There are books that wrote it as Great Benin. I'm here now. RF Burton, London, 1863. Said Benin was one of the first important Negro kingdoms,
Camera,
which.
more they see where you dey read from.
All
Abeg.
right, okay.
May they not go say we dey read from our iPad.
That person should be bold enough to come up now. No
Can you see it?
fight.
Yes, we can
This
see.
is
Thank you very much.
London, 1863. Benin was one of the first important Negro kingdoms which became known to the Europeans. Which the first Negro kingdom, the first important, they probably must have met other smaller places, but the first important, that's a significant word. They don't just write, they don't just use any adjective on anybody. It says the first important Negro kingdom which became known to the Europeans, and it looms large in the history of early travel. Discovered at the close of the 15th century, that's when they came in, and in the 16th century, because the first time they came in was around 14 something, and in the 16th and 17th century, it was tied the Great Benin, in quotes, and was an important market for European commerce. That's just by RF Burton, London, 1863. Then you see this other one. The 4 times, okay, this is by Cathy Connell, Benin Wars and Moats. I think someone came here earlier to say we should not mistake the wars for the moats, so that we'll not just say Benin Wars was the ear. No. There's the main wall, and there are ditches, which is the ear. So Benin still shows the remains of two ancient enclosure walls with exterior ditches. So there's the main big wall, and there are ditches, which is the ear, just beside it, known as ear in Edo and moat in English. So I just wanted to clear that part. Parts of the earthen walls were up to 65 feet tall and originally covered with thorny bushes, and that's just for that. So don't mistake it. There are pictures of it here. Those are the ditches. That's the remains of what after they've destroyed the ear. Then let's also come here. This is by exactly okay. I saw this other one on Amazon. It's a book, The Great Walls of Benin, a monument of ancient engineering. So it was even written by a Yoruba man. They sell on £4, so they can actually go and buy it from their brother and read. This was written by a Yoruba man, Taufik Adedokun. So I imagine this one is not even you get. So it shows that even outside bigotry, they know the main thing. Then let's also go to the gallery of the British Museum. When you go on the website, britishmuseum.org, and you go to the collection, I just want to point out something here. You see the museum highlights, you see the Egyptian sculpture, you see African art, the entire African art. Who owns this artifact that they use to describe African art here? These are the
Great Benin.
Yes. So do you understand what I'm trying to now bring here? The fact that they are bringing Egyptian art, they are bringing Roman Empire, they are bringing Europe. But when they talk about Africa in general as a topic, they used. If you are a web designer or you own an organization, or you own an organization, and there are different people who have done something and you want to describe, you want to put a picture, one picture of that entire people at the forefront of your business, is it the best you put or the worst?
The best.
Exactly. So this is British state, britishmuseum.org. This one is not Benin, it's British. Anybody can go there. Just go to their collection of arts they have there. And when they're talking about Africa, it's the Benin art that comes first. So that's for that. I've talked about the. Yes, there's something else I forgot to say about the moat, and the I think, because somebody was talking about the year for that moat, and here it says tradition ascribes the earliest wars to the reign of Oba Ogwola in the 15th century, but that's just tradition. It said, but archaeologists, the main people, archaeologists suggest dates that are several centuries earlier. So it means the wars are several centuries even before that narrative of Oba Ogwola in the 15th century. That's also to confirm what someone also said. It's written. So I believe someone was saying something about it was just assuming that okay, this cannot be just 15th century. He is very right, because it's actually written that archaeologists have suggested that the dates are actually several centuries before the 15th century. It's not even several decades, so it's not 10 years decades. We're talking about century, 100 years. So it's several hundreds of years before the 15th century, because the century is 100 years. Then now we've talked about this British Museum thing. Now let's come to Benin art. Another person mentioned something about the Egyptians and how they stored their historical record, and the Benins through oral means and through artifacts. I mean, I've seen people just say, Benin, you are this, you are this. So you expect a people that did this in the 1800s, this later part of it, to give you when your ancestors were still digging 12 yams in 1 year and were achieving all this, then we should not fall into the same umbrella. So you cannot take this artifact and say, every now our artifact. No, we can never accept that. So your villages were not doing anything, that you want to take Benin and say we are now under one group and be able to use. If you notice, they use only one artifact because that's the only one they have. This is an archive. See, I mean, see. I mean, see now. Just see what people have done before the 15th century. Even before British took this artifact, they were in the palace for over 300 years before they took it. So even now, they've preserved it from just 1897 up to 2024. It means we preserved it even longer before they took it. So they cannot even, nobody can come with the excuse of saying if the artifact was still in Benin, if we don't destroy it. That's a wrong narrative, because it was actually safe and well preserved before it was taken. So let's go into the interpretation of this artifact. This is by ABC News in the UK. Imagine this cockery. Like, who will not be jealous of such work of art?
ABC by Nick Wiggins.
Who will not be jealous of such work of art? I mean, our neighbors, they too see us finish, because the way the other continents and other countries in Africa know what Benin is. Goodness. Okay, let me continue anyway. Like Ipaizomo said, the thing they make person the emotional, because it's annoying at the same time, mixed feelings and all that. Okay, let's go into the interpretation. This is bbc.co.uk. I mean, it's a BBC, so they don't expect. I didn't write it. He said these leopards were made in the 1800s, are probably copies of an earlier pair. You know, Ekmen. When they say Ekmen, no why Ekmen. So these are the leopard, they're always by the side of the Oba, the left and the right side. Imagine such work of art. Then we'll go to this Queen Idia, of course, our beautiful queen, we all know her. I mean, the second most popular artifact in the entire Africa. Ashlos, they are selling just one Queen Idia set. They are selling it for £250. Just one Queen Idia set. If Nigeria really took all these things serious, we'll be getting commission from those sales. Okay, I remember I saw a video just last week by the Eondo of Benin. If I'm wrong, you correct me. The Eondo of Benin who say they are the king's butcher. This is a artwork that was made in the before 15th century, actually describing the Eondo doing their work. See it. This is the cow. Because we have Benin cow. Benin cow is different from Hausa cow. No, big men they feel buy am because now I don't make I even they speak the pidgin now. So.
Emily Saiwe. Emily
Exactly.
Saiwe,
They make
Mathieu.
fufu for grand. See this is the brass plaque shows the Oba butchers. And if anybody, both haters and lovers, saw a Honda video just last week here, that is their function in their family, and our artifact have described it centuries and centuries ago. This is the cow they are holding. You can see. Okay, Ojogbon, you see people that have actually done everything they
You
do.
know what? You know
A
what? This
system.
you know
Goodness.
what?
I don't know how you.
If
I don't
it
know how you people
wait,
how you
my
actually
brother,
keep your emotion because I
my
cannot. It's so annoying,
my
sir.
brother, no sir. If you read further, you see what all these things you are saying. I have read this thing.
It's
I
so
saw a
annoying.
place as the old Oba of Benin. You know, I asked Madam Izzy one day that I saw that they usually hold the hand of the Oba whenever he's walking, and he said that hand must not be idle. So they need to hold it. You check an artifact there. They represented it in
See
that
it now.
artifact.
See
Yes,
it,
it's
see it.
there.
I said we
God
have a
bless you.
system that is so
God bless you.
organized, sir.
I'm coming. I downloaded this thing 3 days or 4 days ago. This page
See
you're
it
reading.
here. Everything we've done. No, like I will give you a chance. Let me explain. So let
Okay.
me just continue this
Okay.
interpretation.
Okay.
Yeah, even
Okay.
the looted ones, they've not brought them for us to even completely interpret it.
Okay.
Know that when the Portuguese they came, the Dutch, see, we all the guns because they were always carrying their guns. See it. We made everything clear. Even our encounter, see, one of our king, the encounter with the Portuguese and the gun, the everything. Okay, let's continue anyway. I'll go
Mr.
back to that
Stefan.
other one. This is just one
Stefan.
part. This is the Honda family.
Hello, can you hear me, Mr. Stefan?
Who's speaking, please? Okay, greatest Edo. Yes, I can hear you, sir.
Yeah. So the guns you showed just now, they some of them have been painting some history that it was these guns the Benin used to expand their empire. Please, everybody, I believe we know what it takes for an empire to be an ally with another empire or another kingdom. We all know what it takes. So if you are not closer to an Oba, traditionally you cannot measure shoulders with the Oba. So I believe the Benin were great. This was why they could invite the Portuguese to their place. So I don't know if I'm making any sense.
Yeah, you are. You are. I'll come in. I'll come to that if we can. Then see it says the 16th century brass statue shows a soldier, sorry, European in Benin art were often shown holding a gun, but they were always walking about with their gun. So then this is a gift the carvers made in 1500. That's the 16th century for the Portuguese. Is a jar where they put salt here. This thing, as fine as it is, we made it in Benin. This one is not. This is not to show that it is the people who had sense. We were able to do their own artifacts to be white as they were. You understand, sirs? In other ones describing us, it's all black. Then this particular one that was a gift to the Portuguese, we made it in 1500, which is early 16th century. Then we come to this. You see, everything. If you go into details, this is the BBC. Nobody say now me write that one. Then let's also come here now. This is two of the Oba. These two. These are the Ekpen, the artifact of the Ekpen. And this Eben matter that they have been. This Eben has been in every of our artifacts. This Eben of a thing that is now becoming a debate online. Abireko. This Eben of a thing that is now becoming a debate online. All right. Then, okay, see one of the artifact here also. Then there's this thing called a telegraphic stool. I don't know if you've heard of a telegraphic stool.
Yes, was it that one they used to send message to Arhuarhan, right?
Yes,
Yes, all
when
those
it
were
was in
sending
Calabar.
messages. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I mean, it's just, I don't even know how to say it. So you see all these artifacts, the details, even some of them that have not even they've not brought back. We have not been able to interpret, because everything we need to know about the kingdom are in all of these artifacts. That's why we are clamoring for them to return the artifacts. And by now, I expect our neighbors who are in politics or who are in other walks of life should be able to join hands with the Benin to demand the return of our artifacts from the British. But no, they prefer to talk down on it. They said the stool was used overwhelming during those periods. It's a carved wooden stool with relief carved figures and glass mirrors set in it. There are extensive details to all the artwork we had then. Extensive details. There's another one here now. When the Portuguese came, everything they did, we had everything, because we could not write. I mean, no other. I mean, it's one of the. If I say we could not write, it's not an insult in any way, because none other African country could write as at that time, because even it's written here in the London 1863 that Benin was the first important, like I read earlier, first important Negro kingdoms which became known to the Europeans. So this sub-Saharan Africa, the entire sub-Saharan Africa, the first important kingdom known to the European was this Benin. This Benin where they say their papa had 2 plots. So I'll rest my case for now. God
Okay.
bless the
Well, how
nation.
many more speakers do we have for the night? So that
Yeah,
say the Nigeria
sorry,
greatest.
sorry.
Yeah.
The
Let
same
me
said
let me just contribute something there.
Thank you.
all right,
Thank
no
you,
problem.
Mr. Anusa. Thank you. You see, as I was saying, when I checked that site he was reading, that site he was reading from, that site he
That
read
one has
from, I was there. I was
guys,
there like
please
two
follow the
days.
crowd.
I was there. I was there like 2 or 3 days ago. I saw this thing. I was like, these people really represented their culture, their doings with their bronze. Because I was able to link that holding of the Oba's hand, and it was there. I saw it. I saw it. There is even one art there that it shows that, oh, this is a musician for the Oba. When you see the bronze, one black bronze, you know that this is a true casting. And again, I
Maybe
think
call them.
there was a man, Max Walker or Mark Walker. Then, if you read downward, that man said something about Benin. He said his father, he had a grandfather, his grandmother. He always visit. He always. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Whenever he visited his grandfather, he always saw two artifacts that he could not even read any meaning to it because he was young. And on the long run, there was a day he was looking at the artifact, and his grandmother gave him his grandfather diary, and he was reading through the grandfather diary, and what he discovered was this: the grandfather was one of those people, one of the British people that invaded Benin in 1897, and the grandfather wrote that, oh, there were a lot of sacrifices in the Oba's what's it called, palace, so they needed to invade it based on that. That it was in that place, during the invasion, the grandfather looted 2 artifacts, a bell and the other one. So when he read that that artifact was looted from Benin, I think he returned the 2 artifacts in probably around 2014 or 16, if I am right. If he returned it to Benin, let me check his name.
I think it's in 2012 during
Yes, his name is Mark Walker. He returned
I
two
think
artifacts.
it's 2012 now during Oshomole's regime.
Hey, he
I
returned
remember
it.
that one. Yeah.
Because he read his grandfather diary. The man recorded everything they did and why they invaded. So when we are talking about this, it is all about facts. Okay, look at everything they have really they have casted. Everything they had casted has a meaning. There is a meaning for everything we see there. Now I now know that it is a tradition, a long time tradition, that the Obas, if he's not doing anything, his hand must be on something. If he's working, they must hold it. Because when you look at the active facts, do you need anyone to tell you that, oh, this is a long time tradition? It shows that those people are how they got their civilization is only God that can explain it. And when they have this civilization, do you go against it? No. If other people don't have it, that is not an issue. Now someone is telling me, oh, there is a place, the bronze is being made. See now, give me the name of the compound in Ife. I will go personally. I swear to God, I will be there. Up till now, he can't give me anything. What is the name of the compound? Don't they have compound? And I cannot agree less with Mr. Ezomo. That head, when you look at it, anybody can dig something from anywhere. You can even see gold here, and it does not mean it's from here. Someone might have hid it there, and otherwise, I haven't seen any other bronze. Like, oh, what does that logo represent? When you see Benin, they will tell you this represent this. What does it represent there? Any other one? What, like, there is no representation. There is no representation. It could have been the time of Ogwega that went there. It could have been. Because you cannot say you have something and you will not have like thousands. Thousands. You cannot teach someone a work and you will be telling me that the person you taught a work now made thousands while you made just two or one. It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense. Now, even people had confirmed that what they looted from Benin is over 5,000 artifacts. More than. And there are
Over
pictures.
10,000. 10,000.
Over
Over
10,000.
10,000.
And there are
And it's
pictures.
recorded.
You see
But
these looters.
it's even more. Even sorry to. I just want to that about what you said. What the looted is over 5,000. It's more because I just stumbled on it. Maybe Stefan can just also
Yeah,
relate
that's why I
about
said
this.
10,000. That's why
I
it's
I
only
Yeah.
I
because
I, I
I
I
don't
just
know.
stumbled
It's
on.
historical fact I bring.
I just
That's why
stumbled on
I will not say
something
it's more
now.
than, but the one documented is over 10,000. That's the
Yeah,
documented.
I just
That's
even stumbled on something now.
let us now see
The
it.
museum journal, the Great Benin Royal Altar by
Is there,
Henry
is there.
Arhuarhan,
Even when you go to
published in
go to go
1922.
to Scotland,
I just
Scotland also has it. If you type Scotland Museum, they talked about it. They tell they made mention of the one they bought. Even these white men were even selling it. Yes, they sold some. They will tell you, oh, we bought this. They will tell you this was donated. Now, when you even look at when it was looted, the British, as are there, even snapped themselves, showing that they looted that thing. They made a picture. There was a picture for that. Now the question is this: how many if artifact was looted by who? In everything I have been reading, I never heard that the white man even met Ife. Like had something. I don't want this. I like white people, British or the people Portuguese or the Spanish, even like went for an let's say an adventure there. You know, whites will want to come to your land when they hear you doing greater things. They want to come. That means they like exploring people. They like exploiting and also taking away from people. Why is it? Has it not been
Please put
on
me on the big
record?
screen.
Why has it not been on record that yes, that's the picture, that if Ife people
We're not the one that took the picture. It was British that took
they
the
were, yeah,
pictures
that's what
themselves.
I'm saying. This is the picture I am saying. I saw all these things. So there's an empirical evidence to show that they really looted that place. Now, the Ife we are talking today, the Ife people are just saying, I have never had a British even met them for anything. Or has anyone heard of that? I haven't. Like British visited, they were there for years doing something. There is no treaty. They didn't sign any treaty. They didn't invade anywhere there. So what is the stay all about? They have bronze. Measure the compound you can. If you ask a Benin man, do you make bronze? The first thing they will tell you, go to Igun. Go to Igun. But now ask these people, they are here commenting rubbish. What is the name of the compound? They will not tell you. Well, what is the name of the see? If you are
See how
not,
high the palace was.
this is when they burn everywhere down.
They burnt
This
the
is when,
palace to the ground.
yes,
And
this
these
is when
these
the palace.
artifacts were taken from the palace alone. Oh. There were some at Igun already. So many there. They didn't know those things were. They didn't go to Igun to. These ones were
to
at the
to
palace, and it's over
to
10,000.
load. This is yes. Now,
They
that
still have things. People do
greatest,
not know. They have things
greatest,
inside there.
greatest. Anybody that is saying
Yeah.
the truth, if they ask you, where is your father house? You just tell them, my father house is number 2, so street. You don't need no.
Exactly.
But when you are lying, what is your father's house? Just come to me. I will tell you. Come to you. Don't show me. We are man enough. Just tell me. I have been asking them for the past 7 days now. You said I am lying. I went to Igun. I saw everything. I saw it myself. Should I come here and now be lying, or what do they want me to say?
If the
This
British,
was
if
the
those
this was the
British
entrance to
army
the
did come back
palace.
with those bronze, they would have said
The
it's a
entrance to
lie.
the
This is the
palace.
entrance to Bath Palace. Yeah, this is the
Look
entrance. You
at
can see
it.
The
the
guards on the side.
army
See
there.
the shield.
Look at
Mr. John, see shield. Oh, you know, shield when they did the fight. See shield. Like we
You
knew
can see the
everything we had to
serpent
know.
that
I
is
mean,
coming down.
we
see,
knew
you
everything.
see,
It's very
big.
annoying that
It's very annoying. All these big gods and
it
what
was
is it
one
called?
the most important Negro kingdom that the European in general ever met in
I'm coming.
sub-Saharan Africa.
Let's even look at it from this angle. The Portuguese came around 14th century or 15th century. They made the
15th
beauty
century, 14
15,
something.
14 something.
15th, yes.
They made the Benin. I
Yeah, I
never
read
had.
something already now. They said they when they came, it has already been organized, so they could not date when we started. I mean, it was already organized system. Not that they came to the airport to build it.
Even
They didn't join us to build
it
the
was
empire.
written there clearly that they thought when they are coming, their thought was they were coming to a place that is not organized, that doesn't have any. But when they came, they saw what they saw marveled them. And let me quote from what was it called? The late Alafion for Yoruba, the Emir of Blessed One, said something that when the British came, they met
There
what
is
they
some of
never
goodness.
bargained for. That they met a sophisticated empire, a kingdom, sophisticated. That was the word he used. That they met what they never bargained for. He's telling you the prowess of the Benin Empire. But now, this Ife, sincerely, I don't know why people are just giving it until
Whether they
it
like or not,
is.
this is what is on their international passports. I mean, this is our own Benin Idia head. Is what is on the how much which money do we have to bribe the government to put this if it's not the most
No,
important work
it
of
is
art that will come from the
art.
country?
Yes,
It's
yes.
simple logic.
So
I mean,
it is just tiring. I've been asking them, just mention a place. Let's go and check the works. At least let us be frank with ourselves. If you tell me this is where they are making this broadcasting, if you get there, we must find more than 30,000 books. 30,000. But now today nobody has given us this.
let them
And
take
you
their
know,
international
I
passport
am
if you
I
don't like
I
these
I am
things.
I am not
If
even I
the
am coming from I am
Yes.
Steph,
coming
what
from
page
an
what this thing are you checking these things? I've been seeing what you've been showing since. I would like
Majority
to.
are you go to British Museum, you go to BBC. I'll test you after the live.
Please,
I saw this thing.
please.
They are there. Even one
Mr.
of the one of
Jobon.
our sisters all these things to be returned in that side. Now I even asked, Madam, this why I visited Eagle Street. Yeah, I did that. I was there. I saw everything myself. So that is not an issue. Now one was saying, "Oh, you are not a Yoruba man. You have no roots. You have." When you trace yourself very well, you trace yourself well, you see that you might have 2 or 3 roots. Good. It is good for you to make your history to be interesting. You want to know how you get connected to here, how you get, and that is why someone told me today, greatest knowing plan. He told me that someone told them that if they had migrated from the Oromiyo clan in Oyo,
Yeah.
technically they are Benin people. He told me today.
He
Now
told you.
technically, yes, we were together for more than
It's
7
so
hours.
painful that it didn't come online.
His phone is 40. He now says
Okay.
something that he needs to research more to know if it's from the Oromiyo clan. That if he's from the Oromiyo clan, so because the person told him that technically he's from Benin. You can see that now. So he needs to work on that. Now someone was asking me, "Oh, who are you? Who are you?" I just asked a simple question. Good. You said you're a Yoruba man. Who are you? Or who were you before Yoruba? He couldn't answer this. He couldn't answer. They know me, I don't like to talk much. I will only ask you 2 questions. And the 2 questions will be so strong for you to answer. So all these things we are showing here, these are facts. These are facts. Can you just go and be excavating rubbish anywhere? You are digging ground to look for wall. Which wall? Wall does I don't understand which wall. Type it on
Mr.
Google.
Jobon, can
Type
you
it
see
on
this
Google.
Quinnidia mask? Are you seeing
I
this
have
Quinnidia? You
I
can
have
see
seen it
the,
now.
yeah,
The 11 was. The
when we
11
shave our
was
head
she
these
fought.
days, when we shave our hair these days, you can see the way they shave our hair these days. We as men, we shave our hair
Yes,
this,
now the
yeah.
round shape.
So
He said the
now
round shape.
there was a terracotta head I posted yesterday on Facebook. I think some people are arguing over it. They said, how did the Benin know that in 2024 we are going to be shaving our heads like this? I was just like, wow. So these people are dullards. This we are talking about civilization, and they are talking about how did you know that we'll be shaving our heads like this? Maybe they're not a barber for their clan. Oh. I'm very sure.
Now get it. Now get it clear. Now get it clear. If they are saying this thing, if most of the thing they've done in the old days, we are doing it now. Now there was a time where
Exactly.
we were wearing old school baggy jean. Now we wear
Thank
a lot
you.
of things. So these people,
Palazzo.
they are yes, they are just irredeemable people. Look at all these artifacts shown here. I haven't seen anyone. I typed if a word. Do you know what Google something brought for me? If a word, it brought Benin one, great Benin one, and it clearly said there's nothing like if a word. Everything, just type. People can type if a word. Nothing like that. Why the fabrication? This fabrication will not do anything. Will not help anybody. See, we
Mr.
don't owe,
Adamo.
we don't owe anybody any explanation. Is
Yeah,
either they
that's
believe it or not. It is their own problem. It is their own cup of tea. History is there. Till tomorrow,
Mr.
we all know
Jobon.
that.
When
Yes.
See
you
this
come back,
particular one now is dedicated to just Eben. This entire artwork here.
Oh, my brother, I have
Is there
talked
anything like
about
this and
this
elsewhere? Is there anything like this elsewhere?
it's everywhere. Go
don't
to
have
Bini, you will see before you move three steps, you are going to see Eben
you
everywhere.
visit the descendants of Benin. Go to Agbo, go to those Ika area, go to Ondo area, go to
Come
the
to
eastern part
Oba of Lagos, Oba of Eko,
to
Oba of
Lagos.
Lagos. His
But
palace. The
the descendants from
first thing,
Ife
the
that are
first thing you are
claiming to
going to
be
see
from Ife,
is
they
Eben.
don't have it. Who are the
Eba-
descendants of Ife that are using this Ada and Ebe? I don't know if they can.
Nobody, nobody, nobody. I
So
am saying
what
it
what
here.
I'm trying to tell you
Nobody.
is when you visit Benin again, they are going to take you maybe around. There were 9 gates in Benin. 9 gates in Benin. That these moats were mainly guided the entrance to Benin. There are places. That place we went to, Ijao is one of them. We have Iyo Swan, Ija Ogo Swan. We have Ijagu Zebu, Ijagu Vijeneva, like Ezomo mentioned. We have Iyagu Umidun. These places are mentioned, they are gates. And these places are leading. There's Akpakpava or Iyokedo. These places are leading to Lagos, the eastern part, the western part, the southern part. They are guiding Benin. So there were always people there that guided these places. And they have names, they have fathers, they have mothers. The places are still evidence. So when you come, you want to see it, or anybody that wants to see it, they will show you.
Even there was one I saw. There was one I saw, if you can remember. The state government even wrote something, put a signboard there.
That they shouldn't dump refuse.
Yes, the Benin modes. Yes,
You can see
I saw
those.
it.
Look at these ancestral staffs. You can see these ancestral staffs. Will you allow anybody to come and touch your forefathers' ancestral stuff because you want to prove a point? They want to date it for you.
It doesn't make sense. White will come and say, well, don't carbonate anything. Leave it.
So
That's the
imagine
truth. At times,
if
you
these
want to
if
come
these
and dig ground.
bronzes were not taken forcefully from Benin, I bet you and I will not know that these bronzes were over 10,000 in the palace of the Oba of Benin. We will not know. There are things there we do not know. If the British just snap with it, they could have said we are lying. They will say it's a lie. Where's the picture? But they have clearly seen the picture. There's no invasion in Ife.
Alas, all the
Or did anybody?
idiots. Look at this idiot that cannot tell me.
Even the crown that is on some of these artifacts is the actuality at the moment, because it is perfectly like the real Edo Obas, and everything
It
here
doesn't change. It doesn't
symbolized,
change.
and it
See
looks
the
very
bead
much
now, the bead
like
on
us.
the crown. See.
Look at the crown. Just take a look at the crown. Look at the neck bead.
This is the crown they are now
The
wearing
same
now.
neck bead
They are
that
now
our
wearing
Baba
this
still
crown.
wear this.
Yes.
The way it crosses is bead on the dress.
If this thing was not ours, why are we still replicating it to this very moment?
Of course. Please,
Why?
let us show.
These
Please
things
show the
are more
place
than
where
100 years
the
they were
kings,
taken
the
away.
Oba hand was held. Where
We
they
don't
hold
know
the
when
Oba's
these things
hand.
were made. It's also here. We don't know when these things were made. The actuality, maybe they are
They
thousands
were
of years
holding the Oba's hand.
Yeah, I'm coming.
Just imagine, and we still have them all till today. And then you are not telling me that you want to go and dig a wall now in 2025. These people, they must be.
Why would
You
you
can
put what is what's so treasurable to you? You put it under the ground that you are digging.
Why is it that it's only now? It's only now, only 2025 January that
Mama,
they
see,
felt the
let me
need to go and
let
dig
me
it out.
let me chip in something. The oldest DNA that they discovered before, because these Yoruba people, they are saying they have ghost DNA, which is a lie, because they are not up to 1 trillion years or 8 trillion years. The oldest DNA from Spain, it was about 400,000 years. It was dated. The oldest DNA around Africa was about 49,000 years at some point. The one at sub-Saharan Africa was about 9,000 years
Okay.
at some point. So who are the Ifes? Are they up to 2 billion years that they cannot date
No,
them? They
the
are
other
saying
one
that
na
the
lie. Leave
oldest.
them alone. Nah lie,
Even the
lie.
Kemet,
Just leave them alone.
you can date
Look
the
at the
Kemet.
Oba. Look at the Oba. Look at the Oba. I still saw this thing. I
You see,
saw it
this
when I came.
Mr.
This was shown
Mr.
recently,
Come.
only a few weeks ago.
Mama
Exactly
Ideo,
the same way.
this is another this is another different artifact from that other one. But you still
I
see the
know.
crown. The crown the same.
See,
So
same
they were
thing
not
now.
just making it say, okay, let's just mold human being. They were making exact replica all
The
the
replica of
time.
what was the actuality.
The same crown that is on this artifact is the same crown on the other one. Even
Look
when
at
the
the
other
holding now.
artifact,
Look
they were
at
not holding him. The
look
neck,
at
the
how
same
they hold
thing.
him.
The
They are
cross
still holding.
bead. See,
Oh, I like this
No,
thing.
sir.
the
They
cross
still
bead
hold
the
the
same
Oba.
thing.
No, sir,
Yeah,
can you hear me?
Yeah, I
can
can
hear
hear you
you.
at the same time.
Can you put it to the other one where the king was wearing an hat, like the hat form of crown?
Okay, that was together with the other when he was wearing
Yes,
the
yes,
crown
yes,
just
yes,
now.
yes.
As in, we have too many. I remember.
I want to ask a question. The hair on the head of Queen Evia, what does it represent? The 11. Do you say it's the 11 gateway to Benin?
No, no, no,
Exactly.
no, no. Those were
What
the
does it?
people when she was when she
Come and let
led
me
the
look at
war
it.
to Ida. Those were the northern people that she encountered. So when they made the bronze, when they made those bronze, they had to add it to the bronze head.
But I
The
thought that
bronze
those
is
were the
not the
words she
bronze head.
fought and conquered.
The
No, I know what you're saying. I'm trying.
When she
It
on
was
her
with.
life.
It was two in one picture that time.
There was one you passed just now with the
If
Okuku.
you check these
We
people, you go
all
see the
believe.
way they take tie scarf for head. The people when they on top we need their mask. They tie scarf for head, they be northerners. If you zoom away,
Is it when she went to Ida?
Ida, yes. Before they got there, there were people they encountered.
This is the original
These
copy itself in the British Museum.
these
You
people
know,
with their
during
head.
the first tag thing, they just gave us a sample to make a sample for it, but they didn't give us the original one.
This is the original one.
Yes, so
there are
over
5 original
made
Canadian
over
masks.
600 years ago.
There are
Look
5
at her.
I
Look
original
at her
said
brokers. Look at her lips.
the
It is
there
Benin
are 5
exactly
artifact.
the way
original
woman to
The
Canadian
look.
masks.
artifact.
Can
Canadian
you see?
masks.
Can you see the face? Can you
The
Yeah.
see
one
the
is in
face?
Nigeria currently, but it's yet to get to the hand of the Omonoba. There is one in Nigeria as we speak.
It's in Nigeria
They
now.
are yet to give. Yes, they are yet
Not
to give
this,
it to
not this,
them.
not this main one. It will
There are
take.
5 original ones taken from Benin. So the 5 are original stuff.
Yes, but there's one that was
Not they say
broken.
this one. The
There's the
5
one
are
that was
all
broken.
originals.
There was one broken by the side, which is
Yeah.
just where it is here now.
I don't know.
There are
That one
5.
is small.
Even in if you look at the Benin, the Red Book actually, the one the palace used, they did not use this particular one. It was the one that scattered
This is the
like
broken
all
one,
over.
yes.
Yeah, this is not even the one they used. There's also another one that's very
Is it Queen
scattered.
Ida
Like
or the songs? Is this
No,
the
no,
Queen
this
No, this
Ida or
Konija itself.
Tunisia.
This Konija
God.
itself, the
on the
back.
mask, on the mask, you can see the mud. The mud fish represent the food of the gods. If you are very vast in Greek mythology, there's
Konija, the warrior
something called
queen.
the.
Do you
Please,
need
I
me to
beg
put a
find down,
picture?
find that particular one. I won't link out with
Okay, that wore
something.
that scarf, right?
Yes, I want to link it with something. Yeah.
Okay, just continue your speech. Let
Yeah,
me.
so if you are very conversant with the Greek mythology, there's something called ambrosia. Ambrosia is regarded as the food of the gods, and if you are not part of the Olympus kind of place, if you take you call the get this godlike power. So in Benin, mud fish, mud fish is seen as the food of the gods, most especially Olokun, and Olokun itself also represents himself with mud fish. So when mud fish are used in mixed with our artifacts, if it is depicting a male artifact, say it's either the person that they are depicting is Olokun or they are depicting Oba Onwe. But since it is on the head of Iyoba Idia, you can easily deduce that that is actually referencing to the mysticism, the spirituality, and how powerful she was with this should I call it magical or African magic, all those stuff, how powerful she was. And when these things like that, and when anywhere you see mudfish, know they are talking about something beyond the ordinary. If you should look at the I mean, not just take a close look. Yes, this particular one. Just the one at this. If Auntie Izzy can help us to read that the last work I sent to her, for the one fact now came to visit Oba Osemete in 1824. He talked about him wearing an hat. He said that he wore an hat, and in the hat he wore, there was a kind of a gold lace that was linked around the art and all those stuff. So this is to tell you that the Benin artifact, and not just any. I don't just the artists that made them were not doing it out of fun, or were cashing crews, or they were trying to capture a particular moment, or
But sorry,
they were capturing a
sorry. Can you explain to us this art itself, like the reason why it wore
You
this
know,
art?
the Benin people, the Benin Kingdom, actually, Ebla Auntie is not the sleep now. So, may I just send, I think I get your WhatsApp number. May I send you this particular passage?
Okay.
Maybe that out for us.
Mama Joy, I just noticed something. You get
Because
this Benin nose well for your picture. Oh.
You see, I'm a typical Edo woman now.
Serious, oh.
I'm
See
from the,
the way
I'm
Quinidia
from the
nose
lineage of
is
Obazolo and Igbao Mieko.
the
So I
same
know where I
nose.
come from. I be Benin woman typically to the blood, DNA,
The
everything.
same nose. So
From by
this is the Oba. So this were our means of writing our history. We could not write with biro and paper, but we gave details. And I'm very sure if you check the beads, everything, even if you make 100 different, like when the Oba will meet the Portuguese, one will meet the Dutch, the dressing he wore at that point, they will go back to Igun, go and do it sharp, sharp, and bring it to the palace again to keep
so,
historical records.
no, sir, I sent you something on your
Yeah, but
WhatsApp.
okay, I'll open my WhatsApp. Do
So,
you
I
want me to
think
read
we
it
need
here,
to,
or I should just
we
read it
need
for
to read,
myself?
yeah, we need to read it. We need to read it out loud, yeah, in order to explain that particular dressing. Though I believe it's basically standing relationship between the Benin people and the Portuguese or Europeans before us. So there are certain kind of culture of theirs that we actually assimilated into ours. Because even in the palace society, even in our language, there are a lot of Portuguese word in it. Epa, epa no be Edo word. Epa na Portuguese is Portuguese na papa wey dey add e do na based on we don't
Where
pronounce
time me, I will be a
consonants.
logging, and ya wagwalo kedere abi.
Eta me.
I can me,
Oh,
and ya wa net ya den ake no tani ba ye pa ka pa idu, aya ka ya wa no net ya di.
okay, okay,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah,
Even
wa
if
look at
that's why
that
you
day.
see in
Yeah,
Edo now,
wa no.
when we see white people, we
Ya
call
no
them
ta, no
Potoki.
dia,
We
again
call
mo.
them Potoki because the Portuguese were the first, so that's why we call them
Yes,
Potoki.
yes.
Any white people,
Potoki was
Potoki.
basically our
I'm just
own way
saying
of
for
doing
other Benin people
Portuguese.
here now that are here, that's the reason
So
white people are referred
Potoki
to as
was for
Potoki.
Portuguese.
Yes, so yeah, I
Yes.
said we
Yes.
too know something, oh,
Okay,
Mama.
learn something new.
Potoki. When you know able Potoki, when British came, they were not able. They will use Potoki for Portuguese.
Potoki is mainly for the Portuguese, yes. You know, when they cannot pronounce the word clearly. Same way the Portuguese themselves could not pronounce Benin and gave us Benin. You understand? That's how it's just and also that Potoki self, other our neighbors also started referencing to these people as Potoki too, based on the Benin influence. Yes, based on the
But
Benin
today they will
influence.
tell you they are the owners of the words today.
Nah, forget those.
No,
Ife
I
did not
think
have any. Ife did not
Edocentric is
have.
like we also
What?
have these Panther marks too.
You
Panther
said?
marks. The Panther marks that
Those
they
are actually called
Are you talking about
they,
me?
ah,
Even in the movie Black
it's
Panther, there are some
leopard.
artifacts
yeah,
of Benin in that
yeah.
movie. Black
As I
Panther.
speak to you now, I'm seeing one. I'm seeing one now.
They are the one reducing. You know, when they want to see the people, they'll come to Abuja. They are the one reducing us to the. They are reducing us to the ground. When the people, because they probably don't, they will not know where we are. So when they actually come, say, okay, I want to see this great Benin. They will divert their attention. Even Ga people now of Ghana, they diverted their attention to another palace. Although those ones they know where they came from, but they divert. I mean, that's the problem.
Edocentric. Just look at check this one. Look at this one.
Yes.
Look at
Those
it.
are the. Let me explain that particular mask. The leopard
This
mask.
very one.
You know, in Benin, it's actually forbidden for a chief to dress using an ivory mask, putting an ivory hip pendant on his waist. It's only the upper of Benin that is allowed to use an ivory hip pendant, and mostly that of Yoruba idea. If you look at most artings of His Royal Majesty, the Oba of Benin, you will see even to date a remake of the Cornelia mask
Look at. I
on
think
his
this is
face.
the original Quinidia Max now, right?
Yes,
The one that.
Can we see
not
it
the
on the big
mask,
screen?
not the
That's a
mask.
boy. Sorry. Can we see it?
This,
How can I do that? I think how can
this
we
is
see?
not. That's not a mask. That's the head.
What
Paul
should I
head.
bring?
Yeah.
The
What is he
head.
looking for?
The
Yes.
one of
When you
that
say
the head
mask,
is showing something.
when you
Okay.
say mask, you're talking about ivory. When you're talking about the head, you're talking about the bronzes. So difference but that's the one of the originals of the bronze mask. So the e-pedant was more like a badge. That bronze leopard you showed us
This
just
one
now.
I just saw this one. Yeah.
Yes, this is the mask. The other one are bronze head. So you see
Okay,
the
this is
way
the
they
original
depict
mask,
it.
right?
Yes.
So
Why the
this is the
other one?
bronzette, right?
Yes.
If you see
This
the
is
same
bronze
two
head.
marks that she has, they put it here too. So they were not doing maybe just mold and commot. They were, if
So
you
which means
look
this
like this.
original mask, one side is broken, like one side is missing, some parts are missing.
Yeah, it was when they were taking it now. You know, they were shipping it to faraway
Excuse me, guys.
countries.
I just want to add a little observation here. You see,
These
when you
okay.
look at the
No, no,
head,
no, no. Auntie Joy Kamudiane. Chieftain a little back. No. The one with some person. To the side. To
This
the
side,
side.
This
the
No,
one.
no, no,
mask.
no, no. No, there was the one that they put beads all over her head.
This one.
Yes. This one they don't bring across Nigeria. Actually, yes. It's still with the Nigeria Commission, blah blah blah. So they are still doing some work
The
on
same
it.
mark she has is everywhere.
Yes. This is
Has to
also an
tell you,
original mask.
they did not draw another person. If you were like
Mhm.
this, they will do you
So
like,
they
even
are
if they are
fine.
making 1,000 copies, they will put the way you look like in all of the 1,000 copies.
Auntie Joy, actually you wanted to address us now. I might give my summation on
sorry,
the
sorry
Benin war.
that I just jump into it. Sorry. You see, I was going to say something about this mask, the bronze head and the mask. Looking at it, it is a replica of the Edo woman's face. I don't know if you people are seeing it.
Okay, let me show you an AI generated, like they did this, will I say it's a copy of the way the mask is. So they brought a face from it. This is not see the way the face is here. Like they do.
Okay. Can you see this?
Yes.
So you
I
see
think
it.
the mask is really associated with Olokun itself.
Look at the face. Wow.
This is the face that was generated from the mask.
This face looks more like Auntie Joy's face. Oh.
No, but I just
What
told
a
her now. I don't
resemblance.
know her
It's
from
true.
anywhere, but I've just told her just now.
Okay, you look at the face.
No, you see something. We the Edo women, we have thick lips, and it's very obvious in this mask that you are showing. The
I like the
eyes
thick.
are facial look
I
and all
like the
those
thick
things.
lips. So I like the thick lips. So hope the we develop get Asha.
Look at it here.
I don't know
No
Ojogbon.
person, I could definitely get her.
Ojogbon, you are a lecturer. Don't deviate.
The lips are also split.
Mm-hmm.
Madam Lisa,
Uh,
now
I might
wow,
just
now
give my
wow.
summation on the Benin war.
Eccentric,
Yeah, Joe.
you are a lecturer. Eccentric, give your
Ma,
submission. You know, greatest Edo na Nigeria all of una dey. Gbẹ̀gbọ́n wíwẹ́rẹ́ àwọn
yes.
ọ̀yà here.
Ma, I guess I don't
Give your
know how
submission.
yeah. Yeah, okay. So when I was giving that my work on that stuff, like I said before, I've done a lot of research, a lot of works and on the Benin Wall, how it was formed, the what they call the designs and all of those stuff. Over the years, I've been able to do much on it. And giving that submission, I thought it was kind of more like a friendly conversation. I don't know, say these people don't start from back who they link the war to Ife. And these are the things that should be addressed in time before they are able to build momentum around it. And if you also look at, if you should, the only reason they are here to claim those tusks, those ivory tusks, is because they are here to find any ivory tusk in Ife. So they find any ivory tusk for Ife. People here saying and they teach it how to carve tusk. You understand? So they are trying to link Benin, all of Benin achievement to the Yoruba people. And Fugishifu should look at what Ife was at the time of Benin creation, at the time of Benin, and the time Benin was at its highest peak, its point, its peak. If you look at what Ife was like Ipa Ezomo Kakadu said, it's basically you won't see anything like nobody did the like we see how will I put it, an uninhabited area. Because as at then the white men were already writing about kingdoms they went to, talking about places, adventures they when they came to the western part of Africa, things they saw, kingdoms they saw, principalities they saw, province they saw. But nothing of about Ife was jotted down. And so any this war, blah, nah. That's one of the stupidest things to say. And I believe I also brought I posted a picture. I gave you a picture that was taken in 1904 of the wall at Salvation Road. And the reason that wall was actually snapped is because the government were mapping out that area to build the government district. And today, the government house and all of those, they are still there. The district they built there is still there. That was the reason and that particular part was mainly not inhabited by people at the time. So the anger that they were venting on the kingdom or on the capital did not really affect that particular part. So they just okay, this part it's uninhabited, and what we did, the fire or whatever nonsense we did at the other part of the kingdom did not really affect the side. So they built the government district in that particular part of the kingdom, and which is still in that place to date. And that was how the Benin wall at Reservation Road was actually snapped. Though I believe they also over time they scattered that particular wall to give room for what they were trying to build, or what they are trying to build there. So the Benin wall is an interconnected wall. We have been able to establish that it has a kind of connection with the ones in Ekpoma, with the ones in Aoshi, even they do not have those because it's not if from an Edoma point of view, they think it's just in Benin alone. But if you should read work done by Darling and other archaeologists, they be able to mention that the Benin Wall did extend far Edo South. That other part of Edo State, the Edo Central and Edo North, we are also connected with this moat. And during when they did the archaeological finding, and normally I believe in oral history and I also believe in archaeology, but both stories cannot be can one will not really throw one for the other. It's impossible. We need to take both story and evaluate them in order to come to a cohesion or to a conclusion. So when they do archaeological stuff on this on the moat, a guy they do one, they find charcoal. Then when they cook finish, one of the things wey they do then, the houses around, they go pour the charcoal for inside the moat. They go pour those charcoal inside the moat. And over time, you see flood because they wash those things, they cover them with sand. So when those archaeologists, when they came to do archaeological research on that particular place, they took long road, they begin shook and go ground to get a kind of charcoal particles, and they were able to get it. And when they did, when they when they wood, they can we do it with the carbon wood. So they were able to do some date finding on those particular particles they got from the soil, from the moats actually. So they were able to speculate the age or the time the moat actually was dug. And when they did that, it predated Oba Ogwola. The war predated Oba Ogwola when they did I cannot give a specific date now. But if I open Darling book, I go, But they gave a specific date that predated even Ododuwa himself. So it was more like it was established during the Ogisu era. But there's also a but. From my own point of view, adding oral history to archaeological research and archaeological findings. So Oba Ogwola was also, should I call him a warrior king? He had comrade, one of his most trusted comrades was Apaniyakon. But along the line, he had a kind of falling, or Apaniyakon fall at, they had a falling at hand. So he actually led to some kind of external aggression from Udo. So he had to, according to the Benin oral tradition, he had to dig a moat. So it's possible that during the time of Oba Ogola, the moat there was no longer maintained. The moat there
Which currency
was.
is this one, please?
Yeah, I want him to finish. I want so that I can say this is very important. So unless
The
maybe you
moat
give
there,
me permission to say it. Eccentric,
the
should I
moat
give you
there, I
space?
may just fast, I beg. The time
Yeah,
not
go
equal
on.
here.
Yeah, go
It's
on.
12 already.
But I want you to stay when I say
Um,
this because you need to hear it too.
the moat there, the moat at Ogola was kind of overflooded, like sand on the cover. So he had to call them to dig it, or maybe the earth movement there, the marking done in the ground. So they can't just dig am. So when they dug the mud, they took those sands, they took the sands and all those stuff, and they, no, we not get caterpillar then. You know, every time you see they dig ground, the sand wey they dig, they carry am from Ogola, or those Ogola area. They can't go put am for, what's it called, for Eagle Market, or for your front of Uniben main gate. So it's impossible to see that. So the sand they got, they also maintained it. Because you cannot also say that they built a wall of such magnitude, and they went to take clay, clay sand from somewhere else. Because this one not be bobo juice we dey talk here, not be wall wey go cover and not be one wey go fence house. We're talking about a wall that surrounds a city. So when Oba LY was doing that, those sand they get from what they were doing, or what the mod they talk, they maintained it. They maintained it, they fashioned it in a special kind of way. When if you are very conversant with those people that stay, people wey dey the village, or people wey dey stay clay house, they'll tell you, say, when you dey close, when you dey inside house wey dey build with clay, before e go scatter, e go hard. But if you leave am, you abandon am, in less than a year before you come back, the whole thing go scatter. So yearly they organize a yearly routine, or a monthly routine. I don't know how they do it then, but there was a routine to make sure that this wall was well washed, well preserved, well washed. Involved the Oswan, that our pa, or Ezom Kakadu mentioned, and subsequently Gesayado talked about that. They were gatekeepers, a lot of gatekeepers that could keep this wall. Their duties was not all only to gatekeep it, but also to kind of do some kind of reconstruction work. Yeah, they say, this part not the fail, so let's just kind of work on it to make it look better, and to make it look pleasing, not to so I no go scatter. That was what they were doing, washing the wall and washing people that are going through the wall. So that's for that part of the war. Then AG also talked about design. The Benin, I will not dwell on the design and place it only on the Benin wall. If you check a lot of Benin artifacts, you go see Fendi, it's Versace design on a lot of Benin artifacts, not just the wall. Although there are photographs of some part of the walls that are the Versace design, but if you look at a lot of Benin artwork, you see not the Edo, you say Versace design and this line we be see the pen play like FFF, yeah. You see am in a lot of Benin artifacts. Then you got to see those flowers wey some you see link am with Louis Vuitton. So when it comes in Benin, they call those writing Igbeneken.
those drawings, those stuff they were doing on their walls are actually called Ibenihe. So that's basically it. The Benin architecture. If we want to discuss about the Benin architecture, 2 days we see to discuss about them because it actually evolves. It's evolved most especially during New Kingship, and they evolve for the worse. It actually evolves for the better, for the one way you see today go better pass the one way you see to, the one way you see the one way you see one you go see 50 years later go better pass the one way you see today. Even when Faulkner actually came to Benin, the first thing he talked about was that when he come Ugoton, he was marveled at the kind of houses he saw in Ugoton. When he also come Benin, he say the one we see for Benin better pass the one with the Ugoton. And he talked about the house where the king lived. He talked about he talked about the statue of the king, the clothing which involved that art why they tell so what he wore, and he talked about when the Oba stretched and given that 3 men supported the hand. So that was not just the civilization of the people or of what they were the architecture they were building, but the architecture was kind of reflecting the society of the people. These were people that, like I said, were way civilized than their era. The particular era, they go more like they did like 50 years or 100 years more ahead of that era that they were. So that actually led to people, even Bezoni Giovanni Battista, he came to Benin City, he come palace, he did a sketch of the Urayoba. He did a sketch of it. He sketched how it did there when he visited in 1822. He died in 1820. No, in 1820. He died in 1822, and Faulkner wrote about him in 1823. So these people, subsequent explorers, there's you will not
Okay,
come
Mr.
the
Ajak,
Bight
one
of
second.
Benin or come the
You have
Benin
anything to
River.
say?
Hello, I think someone is sending it to me.
No, we can hear you endocentric. Mr. Ajogmo said he wants to leave because of assignment. I'm just asking him if he has anything to say before he.
Okay.
No. I will be at the what was it called? I will be at the
Okay, thank you very much for
yeah.
your.
I will be
Okay.
listening there. So
Really appreciate it. Please
It's
go on,
it's
Mr.
just
Ajak.
like you know if you come the Bight of Benin. Normally, Bight of Benin was actually controlled by the Benin people. You know if you come the Bight of Benin without coming to see the wonders in Benin. Just like you know if you go in Middle East, when you not go to Dubai, go to Italy. That's just basically how it was. So when AD was hammering on, we should talk about the war. And you cannot talk about the war excluding the Benin architecture. You cannot talk about the war or even the moat. They are all part of the greater Benin architecture and design and all of that. The the earth movement or the wonders of LY the first did when it comes to connectivity of the roads, when it comes to building of houses all over the kingdom. You cannot talk about them excluding those particular factors because they will always come to play. So a chief, if you also read Faulkner's work, he also talked about the Ezomo of Benin, where they stay like. Is it when he reached there? He saw a 16-year-old boy. The Ezomo then was a 16-year-old boy, and which I also agreed to because if you read the Benin Akure War of 1888, 1888, you also actually you find out that the Ezomo then was said that after he died on his way. So his son was meant to take over his father. That's how the Ezomo title. You know, he's a radio chief, so the son is definitely going to take over his father. Even if the son did 5 years old, he's going to take over his father. So that's basically it. The Benin architecture was big. You not use one day, you not use 30 minutes talk about the Benin architecture. Same way you not go fit use 1 hour talk about the Benin bronzes.
If you want to talk about the Benin architecture, we go sit down, talk about that one for like and it's a very interesting topic to talk about. The Benin people were big. Their society was big. Definitely where they reside in is going to be big too. Because say you want to see the king of England, you see say they stay. No, it's impossible. The capital city, houses that were there was I send you the I send you a passage of that particular place in Fackman's work. Read down, you will understand that they were not small, they were not a small fry in their own society. So we should understand that Ife or the Yoruba people have nothing to do with the moat. There's no moat in Ife. The only moat that they have ever recorded was the one in Ijebu area. There is no moat in Ife. Those one wey dey find, make dem go dig soccer away and they feel that's their own problem. But the thing is that history is not it's not written in the books. History is made. So we have made history, we have made our mark, and the mark today is also seen in the Guinness Book of World Record. And anybody that's trying to fight evidence, there's picture, we get picture. We don't get picture now. Maybe some of them never seen that picture before, but we now just see the picture now of what it looks like. Original picture. So there's a picture, there's a documented fact, there are people that have archaeologists, darling, not be Benima. You not even get not be Benima. Those pictures were taken when Oba Ovame when they Calabar. So not because he editor. So they should understand that Benin history is bigger than them. They should focus on how to do the Akwara Yoruba war and the current Muslim clash going on inside them, and leave Benin history for the Benin people to talk about. So, no, Sir Stefan, a quick takeover. I
Please,
guess.
Mr. Stefan, please, a minute, a minute. It won't be up to a minute. I want to quickly what Edocentric said, because I don't want to step on it when you want to drop your submission. Edocentric, I want to say a very big thank you. You've done justice to your this explanation, the bronze and the designs. You've done justice to it. But can anybody hear me? Okay, because Stefan was kind of blank. Can anybody hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay.
Yes.
So, what I want to quickly chip in, because Edocentric, when he was submitting his narration, he made mention of the clothing Fatma saw and all of that. So, I want to quickly chip in that some of these Yoruba people, I use some because some are intelligent, while some are dullards. So, some of these Yoruba people, they've been pushing some narrative that the Benin made so many sacrifices. They sacrificed this, they sacrificed that in the days of their height, their empires. What I want to quickly chip in is, I believe so many of us know Genghis Khan, the emperor of Mongolia in the past, in the 12th, 13th century, that it's in history that he unalived so many people, burnt them, that the uh, the level of oxygen dropped drastically. As at that time, it dropped. The sky changed inside that region of his empire. So what am I trying to say? These people are saying the Benin's that stopped some kind of art, because we cannot shy away from it that all the powerful empires in the past did not go to war. They did not hang people in gallows. They didn't make sacrifices. It happened, whether from the white empire, from wherever, from the African empire, it happened at some point. In kingdoms, it happened. But these people are trying to push a narrative that it was just the Benin, because some of them do not like the history that has to do with the Benin. Now, these are the people that are saying the Benin stopped making sacrifices according to them, which is a lie. They said in 1900s. These are the people that practiced what they know as Abobaku. Just ask them what does Abobaku mean. Because I heard the last Abobaku in 2015 or so ran away. Those are the people that they unalive with their Oni of Ife. Whenever they want to lay him to rest. Abubakar is the particular person that is always also laid to rest with the king. Alive, oh, is buried alive with the king. So if this act is still ongoing in 2020, or in the 2020s, just as we are now, if this act is still ongoing and the person ran away in 2015, they started searching for him. Yeah, they unalived twins. The evidence are there. So these things are still going on in 2020s, and you are talking about empires and kingdoms in the past that did the same thing the whites that wrote this history did. They also did the same thing. You are trying to, because you are trying to paint a bad picture of these particular people, you are shooting yourself on the foot. So these are the people that practice Abobaku. So when they want to talk about civilization, just ask them of maybe they want to talk about civilization of sacrifice. Just ask them, what does Abobaku mean, and why do they practice it till date? Why do they hold on to such tradition? Because I believe, I pray, may the Oni of Ife may he live longer than the reign of his ancestors. You will also see the same practice, because that's what they do. The last Abobaku ran away, they didn't see him because he didn't want to be unalived. Is that not a barbaric character? So you want to paint the Benin people that stopped some doings over 200, 300 years ago, and you still practice this thing. So sometimes when we want to paint people with, I know that some of them are here, they are listening. So when you want to paint some pictures, you want to throw stones into a glass house, also check if your people are inside the same glass house. So this is just the little I want to chip in. You can go on, Mr. Stefan. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ipadomo. And just to contribute to that, what you said, there's a book by Wole Soyinka, Death and the King's Husband. I don't know if anybody has read the book. Is whenever the king dies, the family of the horsemen, they will escort, they have to kill, they buy the person, sorry. And so it's just, I mean, it's a practice they also did. And when we talk about that city of blood thing, there were practices to talk about, yes, escorting the king to the afterlife, which was normal in every way. But we have also seen books before 1897 where the British wrote the truth about Benin. Then you now see book after 1897, they are now writing about sacrifices just to justify what they have done to that empire. Because the issue was, they called it a kangaroo court. They were the judge, they were the defendant, and they were the plaintiff. Everything together they were. We didn't have a fair hearing. Sir?
I said there was no neutral body to
No,
finalize
the case happened there in Benin there. They brought all the artifacts. They were saying, okay, this one did this one signed this one did this. Then afterwards, because they knew that the case was going to go to the ICJ, International Court of Justice, they had to start writing books after 1897 to say we're doing blood this and blood that. That is why so any book that is written about those blood sacrifice and all, they were written to justify their acts. So let me go to my point now. When I opened this thing, I think this one here, Mr. Jogbon here is not here now because I wanted to ask him, because language is something that can be learned over years. You can be in France. Obviously, many people in France already speak French. Those in Italy speak Italian. Those in Spain speak Spanish, and etc. This is Dahomey. Dahomey is present-day Benin Republic. This is their currency, with the Idia of Benin mask in their currency as at before their independence. You can see when you say they are speaking your language in that place. Can a language anybody speak in the place be greater than the currency the people use? This is Benin Idia mask in their official currency. This is, say it, Bank of West Africa, Banque Socialiste French for those that understand or speak French. This is it. Then you also go here for also our Edo people, because I like to educate our Edo people. It's not even for Saga, so they will know. I know some people would have been asking, Benin Republic, why you get the same name? The president of Dahomey came to Oba of Benin, Oba Kenzwa II, to take permission. That country that you see, Benin Republic, they took permission from Benin to name it that country. So that for those who doesn't know, They should know now. Benin Republic. They didn't just name it. They can actually just this because we own the bight of Benin. That ocean of water in that area, we own it. So they didn't just wake up one morning.
God bless you.
Yes, sorry, about Kenzwa, yes. That's what I said. Is that not what I said?
Yes, that's what you
Yeah,
said.
about Kenzwa the second, yes. They didn't have the right. This is even when we are talking about say, okay, Benin is not the empire has fallen and we are now one kingdom now. But they didn't have the audacity as a country, not to talk of small neighbors around, to name it Benin until they came to meet the Oba to plead, to seek the approval that they should name their country Benin Republic today. Probably they must have been using a different currency, but this is Idia mask, which is the most important mask in the entire West Africa. Except when we are talking about Nefertiti, those Northern Africa, we're talking about Nefertiti and Queen, I've forgotten the other Queen because I did a bit of history and all these things. This is the Idia mask. So any Benin that is here, you know that when you say our people they speak the language for there, now we get the country. No, the official currency of that country is from Benin Kingdom. The naming of that country, the approval was given to them by the Oba of Benin. And here's a letter. When they say that they relate now, the Benin Empire extended to Benin Republic. Because if the Yorubas they extended there, they will not be fighting the Oyo. This is a letter when the Amazon women they were fighting the Oyo people. And the Oba, the king of Oyo, the Alafin wrote a letter to England. The palace, this is the letter he wrote, the official letter he wrote. The palace, Oyo, October 15th, 1881. To His Excellency Lieutenant Governor W.B. Griffiths. This is what he wrote in his words. Sir, I hereby approach your Excellency and through you to the Imperial Government of England with this humble request. 1. My country has long been disturbed by desultory war, which your Excellency well knows, and which has put a stop to all the trade and impoverished the country, and thousands of lives have perished by death or hopeless slavery. This is women, women of Benin Republic. They call them the Amazon women. If you've watched this Woman King by, I've forgotten this lady's name, but I'll go there. I have several times undertaken to bring about the long desired peace, but my efforts have from time to time been frustrated. Instead of terminating, the war is extending to threaten the utter extinction of the Yoruba race. The Alafin of Oyo saw that the women will clear out the entire Yoruba race. He had to quickly write a letter begging England to come to their aid. The Daomians, which were called the Amazon women, have taken advantage of this to ruin my kingdom. A few months ago, 7 towns have fallen a victim to their rapacities, and Isheyi, I don't know what Isheyi means, and Isheyi is now threatened. I believe it's one of the big positions there.
Isheyi is a town in Oyo State.
Isheyi, okay. Thank you very much. Isheyi, sorry for the mispronunciation. Isheyi is now threatened. The next turn might be to my own royal city, which is Oyo. With all possible speed, I beg, this is the Alafin begging now, I beg that the imperial government, for which I have always a great respect, to come to my help. I crave your assistance both to come to settle this unfortunate war between the belligerent powers and to stop the Dahomians, which we call the Amazon women, who have made an inroad into my kingdom. To assure your excellency of my great anxiety, when you say someone is anxious, I pledge myself to undergo any expenses. So one will begin to wonder what he actually even paid to them, but that's not my business. Any expenses, if only peace be effected as the issue. All my frontier towns are in great panic now, and if I make no stir to protect them, they will all scatter, and so I will undertake this in the coming dry season. I mention this lest you may say after asking your help, I make a movement, I beg to remain Adeyemi, king of the Yorubas. So they are laughing of Oyo as 1881 was the king of the entire Yoruba race. And when the Dahomey, the Benin Republic, they are claiming the Benin Republic women was coming to destroy the entire race, he had to beg the lieutenant governor. And that same country where the Dahomey women are is a country that used Benin Indian mask as their official currency. Is a country that came to Benin City to seek for the approval of the Oba of Benin to name their country Benin Republic. I rest my case.
God bless you plenty,
Thank you
Mr.
very much. I think if I'm permitted to make a contribution here.
You are very much. You are
Sorry,
very.
sir. Sorry, I'm coming. Please, if you're though, you guys go and get your Indian mask. This is my own. As far as here I am, go and buy it. Anywhere you are going, Ring Road, just be wearing it. This is our chain. This is our official Indian mask. I wear this everywhere I go. To church, to everywhere I go, I wear this mask. Go to Igun, go and patronize our people. Every Edo person should have this. If not, they will take this away again from you. Go and wear it. This is our identity. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sweet Stuffy. Please, just a second. Mr. Stefan, I want to say thank you. You know, I've seen some lights, and I believe everybody here we've learned a lot with this little interaction. Because if we don't point out some things, when you leave a light to linger for so long, it will start looking like the truth. So I think there are some things we just need to speak out on. So I really want to say thank you, and I followed you, and I believe you do the same, so that from time to time we can engage ourselves and learn. We are here to learn, and we are not learning to argue. We are not learning to win. We are learning to know. We are learning to learn. We are reading to learn. You understand? So that moment that we're talking about, yes, the Bight of Benin was there, and the clear evidence was there. So if Benin in the south end today can extend and have a bet, it clearly shows the Benin as a place was an empire. It was an empire because it extended after the border of Lagos before it could own that bet. So still talking about, I understand the fact that there are the Yoruba speaking people in that place, fine, but we cannot place their origin to just Ife, that they came from Ife, because there were different settlements at some point in time. This is why you see the Ga people of Ghana. Some said they are from Ife, and some said they are from Benin. And there were some Benin delegates that went to Ga, that went to Nungwa. Those are the Ga people. And I also spoke to one. And he told me that I can come, that there's a festival they celebrate to reenact their migration, that it is called Obeneshimo. They didn't pronounce the Benin, but they said Obeneshimo, that the Benin is the Benin kingdom that they left us at that time. That is Obeneshimo festival. They do it every year. And he said if I'm privileged, I can come to that place and I'll witness it live. They all put on whites, and the way they left, they will also say it. So I don't know how they also left Ife, that the Ife people are saying they left Ife too. I don't know. Maybe it's a different wave of migration, but we must always relate these histories. And on a good day, I will be in Ghana to witness the Obeneshimo festival, because the delegates that left Benin, they also gave them the mask, or Basige's mask, and others. They are also there. So I really want to say thank you for your contribution, and the whole people that are on this panel. I want to say thank you. So Mr. Sweet Stuffy, please, you can have the floor. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much for giving the opportunity to speak here again today. For me, I think it's so sad that some people who should actually come under the Edo of food to bask in our euphoria, in our happiness, and joy in our history and our heritage, are actually the one who are kind of like trying to put Edo down with their unfounded literary work. And if you look into Benin Republic and the Amazon women you're talking about, I think if I'm not mistaken, their real name is the Idojis or so. If you check properly, I don't have to actually make research into what that Idojis mean, but that sounds more like Edo term. Yeah, it sounds more like Edo
Yeah,
people.
there are Asan women. There are Asan women. Yes.
It's exactly. See, I
They
mean,
are Asan women. They are Asan women. Dojes are Asan women.
yeah,
Even the Isid Dahome, the name was Isid Dahome, later changed to Dahome. So it's Isid Dahome. At the date, we still give that name in this land. Continue, sir.
Okay, yeah. So I'm very proud of that. I've been an Asan man as well. That's I'm very happy about that. Then another thing again is this: if some people which are very kind of like it saddens me that they are doing what they're doing against our culture, against our history, which is very rich. They're like, okay, because Yoruba language is spoken in that part of the world, and so that like saying that part belongs to them. I wonder if I have the opportunity, I will ask them. Wonder why. When the authority of the Dahomey came down to Benin to use that name, why didn't they go to Ife and ask for permission to use Ife as the national name? So not to go further about that. I think it's very clear that they actually know where they are from. They know their roots, and they see it necessary and very important to actually come to Benin and ask for permission to use that name, to rename their national identity. Understand? Like I keep saying, most of these people who are trying to write things or put Edo down, they don't really know what the academia world is all about, because there are some things I believe, I still believe other people also believe that it is a sacrilege for you to do some of those things against a factual history, as in fact, as in history. When you try write some things or try to copy things or try to cover things, in one of the in the academias, I don't think this is something that's actually embraced. I think every learned people kind of like frown on such actions or on such endeavors. So for me, no matter what they do, Edo history still remain. And I think I was on this other man page that time, Kakadu. I don't know if I got the name right. Is it Kakadu or something like that? And it's more like a comics anyway. When he was showing some self, I don't know, acclaimed archaeologists trying to like saying they discover a wall. I was trying to see kind of like a monumental wall, but behold, I didn't see anything there other than they're digging holes and try to like paint a picture of making believe like a wall. For me, I don't think such thing. I think the Oba of, I don't know, is that Oba of Ife? I don't know who was there. I think for me that's an aberration, because it's a disgrace, because you come there and I was thinking you're going to show him a monumental wall, but I didn't see anything there other than hold big dog and all that. For me, that's too trivial. Anyway, just to round it up, I'm proud of our history, and whenever I come here, I learn a lot, and I'm proud to be here again today. Thank you very much, everyone.
God bless you, Mr. Sweet Stuffy. God bless you plenty. Thanks for your contribution. Please, is there anyone on the panel that wants to contribute? Mr. Dogu, even here. Do you have anything to contribute?
Come Mr. Dogu, me not dey talk. Everybody just leave me. Stefan, please.
Now you get the answer.
Please,
please,
this is
Stefan, I want you to do more
passport.
research about that when we actually gave Ife people shelter. Please dig deep.
Okay, the Black Plague. Yes, I will.
Yeah,
Okay,
the Black Plague. Please do that so that when next you come, you'll be able to tell us more about it.
Please, everyone, this is Nigeria International Passport. Now, Benin get this basco before we go here another day.
They don't, you know, yeah, say when they achieve
a country of over 200 plus, 250 plus ethnic group. Your international passport is your number one document. See it's Benin mask, all the pages. Thank you.
When the achieve priest go museum, he go the whole. I go the whole this. Go they talk about. Go they point this Queen Lydia mask. That man even carry her for hand. Say I don't know where he go. Carry Queen Lydia mask. Let's say na Brazil go. He won't go. They claim Tashi.
That's a of Benin and Pierre Dodo. You claim
not the shame.
You cannot throw away Edo at the Benin art. You cannot throw it away. So in the picture of.
Oh yeah, come up now. Send request. Whoever wants to come should let me know so that I can bring you up to ask questions.
Yeah. So
you can also be rounding up, or maybe you're already safe.
Lord Rich, do you have anything to contribute?
Yeah, you see, can you hear me?
Yes, clearly, loud and clear.
All right. Thank you very much. Good evening, my lovely people. Though I miss a lot in this class because Currently, I'm traveling to France. That's why I was not constant in the whole. But I recorded
Yeah,
some. I hope
I saw your
my
comment. You
my
said
sister did.
you're missing a lot.
Yes. As we speak, I'm even driving. I just placed my phone where I can talk right now. Yeah, the Edo history is something that cannot be complicated in any form, in any way. You see, like we have been saying several times, the Edo history is written in different stuff. The artifact is there, it's written in artifacts, it's written in books that are not edictable, not like all these wannabe historians who are now, putting things on Wikipedia. And we clearly know that Wikipedia is very easy to edit. You can write whatsoever nonsense that suits your narrative there. And this thing has been going on for a couple of years now. So I love the fact that, yeah, we are coming out with full force. Some of our brothers have actually been fighting these whole non-entity entities who want to clear our beautiful history. Unfortunately for them, they have jam rock because we are millions ahead of them. You see, when you are stupid, there is no way anybody can help you. Take a look at what our brother just also reviewed today. I just also let that today that even before now, the Dahomey people, which is Isi Dahomey, that is still named in Asante date, were using the money, the tender they were using back then was, with our great warrior mother, the Queen Mother, Queen Eden. So that's a great thing to know this evening, and I'm very, very proud of my heritage. And I will keep on telling my beautiful Edo people, we should try as much as possible to always teach this history as well. For me, I've been recording a lot of history here, I won't lie, and it will be a very good use to me in the future because I'm going to teach my children and I'm going to put all this history in my archives. I've been listening to a lot of my brothers, the Ducentrics, Izomo Kakadu, Greatest Edo, and the rest of them, Izio Moriyi, Joe Edo Blood, that Edo Boy, a lot of you people, and I've been keeping record of every single thing, and I'm going to keep them in my mails, and with time, we'll upload those things on Facebook, on YouTube, and still keep record of them. We can transfer. These are the things we need to transfer to our bunkies because there was a young man from the southwest, the Yariba people, which means Connie, that the name was given to them by the Nupia or the Hausa people. Yariba means Connie. You can go and do your research as well. So with the level that they are distorting history, there was a young boy who is now up to 10 years old who came up here, was spreading the rumors, the fabrication that this Olodo Organa Ogene was fabricating. You can see the level of the kind of doctrine that has been implemented in their younger ones, their children that is just coming up. Someone who is not yet up to 18 years has been indoctrinated with such a false fallacy, and he came up here, was spreading it on our platform. So I encourage our people, we should try as much as possible. We should try much as possible to teach this history to our upcoming children, because these people are ready to distort our history. They want to claim what they did not own. They are trying to claim the whole glory. And today I also saw a video where one of our elders in Edo was showing the light that the Germans saw, the Europeans saw, and went back and said they have never seen such a beautiful empire before, where there were light everywhere and the road, was so straight to the extent. These are the things that the European came to use to build their country. I must tell you the fact. That's why we tell you that Edo or Benin is the cradle of the world, and that is the fact. You see, so I'm so glad that I come from this beautiful state, beautiful empire, and please, we should try as much as possible to preserve everything within us, to defend this beautiful culture, because our custom and traditions means a lot to us, because the reason why this set of Organa and the people we know as Igbon today are trying to manipulate history is because they have identity crisis, and that is why they want everybody to look like them. And glory be to God that our Ika people, our Ekwere people, and the rest of us, the Udo people, and some of the Udo people are tracing their roots with some of our Yoruba Lagosian, when our Oba went to Lagos, he made it clear the nucleus of Lagos, and that you can find is true. And you see, so you cannot distort history that are originals, because you can try to distort it, but when you have the full details of it, it is impossible. So this mission they are in is mission impossible, but for them, because this generation, they are messing with the wrong generation, because we actually know our history, and that is why it is very, very much important that we pass it to the next generation. They will do greater than the way we did, because our ancestors actually did great. And I think we should do greater, because that is always a prayer of a father, that their children should do better than them. So we should also pass this to our children. So our history are very, very much intact, with no fallacy. And if you want proof, you can as well go to Benin and go and do your verification. We don't need to dig to show you that there was war in Benin or in the Edo state of today. You can see the proof are there. We don't need to dig a pit like some of these people are doing. And I've been saying this, and I'll repeat it. A kingdom built in lies will not stand. Mark my words, 10 years from now, because the way we are seeing things, that Ife might not exist anymore, because they are now building this current one that is on power. The current chief priest in power now is building Ifes in lie. Let us go and meet him, that we are seeing what he's doing, bringing some actors to claim to be an architect in order to form that there was also war. You could see how they want to compete with the Edos. So wherever we have, they want to claim. They don't have GH in their dictionary, in Yoruba dictionary. Quote me wrong if I am. They don't have GH in their dictionary. But today you see someone coming out to tell you that Ogene belongs to the Yoruba and Organa is in Yoruba. You can see how the doctrination that they are passing to their children. So I'm very proud that we are doing our best to defend our land. And please, my people, let's pass this to the next generation. Thank you, everyone, and God bless you.
Thank you. God bless you, Lord Rich. God bless you. Please, Mr. Kevin, can you unmute and talk to us? You requested.
Wavivia do Wabota o Wabovia. Good morning. Yeah, so there was this thing I actually tried to search, like when those Yoruba so-called historians were actually saying, they were saying Benin was never an empire. It was it was a small community, but the Europeans that came, they saw and they detailed it down that this place was a great empire with architectures, with great design, and that we even have lights and interconnecting walls, like the street was interconnected for easy passage. So when I went online to go and search, I looked at the 16th century map. So I saw Benin. It covered half of modern day Nigeria, half. And I was very, very surprised. Like, this is basically people are calling that is a community. It covered half of modern day Nigeria. So this is actually very baffling that you try to distort someone's history and claim they do not know their own history. It's quite somehow, because when I was taught in school, there is this thing that the Obas have before the Bronzes, say that they are like story keepers, like everything that happens will be passed down by, I don't know the name exactly, so that these people will keep it. So if, sir?
Yeah, Ugon is the name of those people.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. He said if they were to manipulate it or cannot, they were not able to say it fully, they will be killed. So I'm surprised and saying These people are that we are manipulating our history, trying to, because the records are there. There's no way you will not find our history. It is in oral. It was. We know we weren't able to write then, but we had our bronzes. We had our oral traditions. So coming to say that we don't know our own history is very much a fallacy, and it's very laughable because when you go to Benin, you see the Ada and Ebe, the symbol that represents royalty in Edo State. You will see it in Lagos. You will see it in Owo. You will see our tradition. You will see our, like, how do I put this thing now? You will see so much of us in other places, and you say no, it is not you, it is them. They'll say they brought the Ada and Ebe. It's no longer Ada and Ebe again. They call it Ada and Ebere. I went online recently and I saw Ada and Ebere. Like, this was not there years ago. Suddenly, all of a sudden, it's not there after the talk of some weeks ago. It's not there. Because to manipulate, to change the internet just to fit your narrative is quite somehow, and it's very, very, like, annoying to see those kind of things online. Yes, you can say your own issue, but please do not lie. Do not say this belongs to you. Do not say the marks is yours. Or do not say the regalia of the Oba came from the Oni. It's very, very wrong. Please. Yeah. Nobody's trying to insult people or any other thing, but at least respect someone else's tradition, and nobody will insult anybody. Like, respect. They claim that to be the epitome of respect, but they do not show any respect. That's all I have to say, sir. Yeah, yours very, very.
But they end up being Mogogoro.
God bless you, plenty. No, God bless you. Please, I want to quickly talk to Mr. Stefan. Please, you see the part where the president of Dahomey at that time came to request. Please, if you can screenshot it out, I'll be glad, because by tomorrow, I'm betting you these people will go online this night. They won't sleep. They'll go online this night. They are going to dig in deep. They will edit it and they'll lock it. You see, they've edited Organa, they've edited Ebe, they've edited bronze casting. So what else? They can do anything. So you have to screenshot it. Just have it on your laptop or on your phone. So
Did
that
they check
whenever
it online?
it wasn't there, we can always say, Mr. Stefan, please forward it to us.
Do they go online to change it?
Yeah, that's what they
So you don't know.
Yes.
Huh.
Check, look for Adam and Ebe.
How is
You will see.
Nigeria the Ministry of
Adam and
Culture?
Ebe.
How are they allowing such to happen? Really?
Wikipedia is not even. Wikipedia has not. Wikipedia
you
came
cannot
out
rely on
recently to
Wikipedia
say you
anymore.
cannot rely on them. You cannot rely on them anymore.
Even Wikipedia, they're even looking for donations. I don't know if they said it to Nigeria, but yeah, they are looking for donations to continue their site, I think. So now there they
Yeah,
get
they've
history
been doing
from.
it. Oh. There was one of Ghana that Saracen now. They edited it like more than 50 times. They even put
That
it there.
Ghana, we have an Edo guy on Twitter. I'll bring him. He has been he debated our Ghana to number nonsense on Twitter. His friend, like,
They bring their con this side.
he speaks
Their
French
work,
because
all their work professors for Twitter, they don't run con.
80% document on that Ghana is they were written in French. This I was even going through it now. This is the map of Ghana, but I will not speak about it today.
I just bought the book for by that useless woman. That
it was written. Majority of the books on that Ghana are French written. So, and that's Edo guy. He grew up in France, so he has studied everything. I was like, when I even saw the competition, is it competition they call it now? I was just laughing. I'm like, sometimes it's because of people like you, people I have here that take TikTok seriously, because you just see people open space. They need to say that this. I don't know how people go to spaces of illiterates and just go and camp there.
Say you come, I see you for X now. They chat then I say, oh.
Benin said that they burn this one. Now there's no tangible thing they are saying. They'll just be. I'm like, people are watching these people talk. Especially the other side, the small boys that will just come up. They want to sell land.
Yeah, those boys from Twitter came here.
And once you mention Benin, then at the end of the video, you will not see them saying, "If you want to buy land, come and buy land," because they know if you don't mention Benin,
the boys who are the beat for Twitter, they don't run come here or come find save everyone.
If you go on Twitter now, you will not see them there. They are not coming because we don't dismantle them there. But I had to come to TikTok because I was seeing the stupidity that was just go back to go Ile. We cannot
you
even
guys
spell Ile
agree?
Binu.
We are all sharing ideas since, right? Everybody they go, the host just rotate and himself go talk, everybody go talk.
Exactly.
In their own
Is not,
class, they know they
history
talk,
does
they
not have
remove
to
the other, they will keep
even to
quiet.
know that it was wrong. He said Organa, I think Organa, you will not think history. History is already written for you to read it and know it.
Greatest,
You don't put your
video I
opinion
said
in
this morning,
history.
you listen to Ron, right?
No, I didn't
Yes.
see.
No, okay, Stefan ordered that our group where they say they won't come invaded though. If Stefan here, that one go, he go almost vomit.
Invaded though, okay.
Say they can't invade na though.
I use less talk, maybe that.
We
You
are
know, say
waiting.
you get one particular cow among them when they see, you know, say where community and everybody blend. One eyed man and be the king. So
And
one
that
particular
one they
cow.
call Olodo. Now
for
Olodo
them.
they call a very dull boy, and they call a professor. You don't know anything, nothing they
Olodo
head.
na understatement. So when he go tell them say today I think you are goats, they will say no be lie, no be lie, no be lie.
He's
Tomorrow
giving
they
his
tell them say
in
I
history.
think
You
you are
don't
not
give your
goats anymore.
personal
You are
opinion.
cowards.
Your opinion doesn't matter in history. It's something
At
you
all. You
go.
cannot use your opinion to say I think.
You don't
Few
think
hours
about it. You are
few hours
thinking,
ago.
okay, I heard it now. They regarded him as God, so they called him Ogene. And then I was like,
Few hours ago, they even said Ogiso Safu, this and this. They are not. You know the narrative they are not trying to push. They are not trying to say Oromiyo being the founder of Oyo Empire, that he founded Oyo Empire first. This is what they are trying to place Oyo now. What they are laughing they
it's not
say.
even possible. Even they are laughing, will not even allow
You
them say
understand?
that.
So
No,
they are trying to
they were
place it
plotting it. So
now.
there are a lot of professors was telling them that they should not agree that it was Benin, that they should always stand that it was Oyo first
And
before.
when
My
he
God,
saw
The
some,
funny thing is, if the day we will agree
that
that
boy
we are
never be the
Yoruba,
doom of
they will not
Yoruba
link.
history.
They will not link everything again. And because we know agree, say that we are not them. That's why they are trying to all
you know
this
what
fight.
he
And
said it.
to my adult people, sorry. To my
Okay.
adult people, you should know that we are actually doing head to head with their highest monarch in the entire region of 6 states. Maybe they know that one, so we'll know what we are doing. Like we are not. If you see now, they cannot bring all those other small kings. We are talking about their highest and our Oba.
The
So you
highest
see,
self now,
but
Jollof rice nice a
it's
bishop.
one
The highest
state.
not still get
It's
level.
one
May go
state
sit down.
against the highest of 6 states. We too big. Makpolos be about we too
They
big. I beg.
are trying to push one. They are trying to push this narrative about Oyo, which even people from Oyo self they know the matter. You can see the treaty now, king of Yoruba na Ndede. Nothing like king of
Where is it again,
they
sef?
talk
See it here.
about. So they are trying to say everybody come from. It must be one man. If they try claim this all these Ogisos, all their houses they be new. They get father, they get brother, so they get activities. So
This
they, you know what
1881
they
British
you know what they
British
forget
Record
to do.
Archive.
You see, Aderemi, king of Yoruba. Do you know what they don't do? When that cow is telling them that you are goats and they will agree, they do not bother to go and research on what he's saying because they hate a particular tribe. They don't want to learn. So whatever somebody they feel is superior to them in knowledge says, they will agree. Just as you are showing us this thing now. If you want to talk about, if you've been talking about some things, and maybe it's not, if it's oral, I'll go with you orally. But if it's not, maybe there's supposed to be a reference. If you cannot bring it out,
That's
and I
why
ask,
I will not put my opinion in history. Everything I brought here, they're all
no, the
archive.
history
And
I'm
when you
talking
check
about here,
Google, I know people. I check a Google. I check a ordinary Google.
let
Who
me
can
put it.
search a Google Scholar name?
You see,
Who
this
can
ones
search
I
a
talked
Google
about.
Scholar name? It's from Google Scholar. You get your document.
Yeah, this particular ones I talked about before we started on this topic. You can see it here. This picture, I snapped it myself, and this drum is almost 200 years. I just snapped it yesterday. It's almost 200 years. So I'm not here to talk about something without reference. So if it's an oral history, I will show it to you, physical proof. So we cannot just go there. I cannot come and tell you this giant was there, was there. Then you just say it's true, it was there. You understand? So it doesn't make any sense. So when they are trying to push a narrative, and they do not have evidence for it, physical or otherwise, there's no need to believe such people. They are cowards and they should keep living in their dreams.
Eh,
A map
brother,
now. This is a map now. See, this is a map by Dr. Catherine. It's
Stefan,
not the entire area of Benin. There's Owo, Esan,
bro,
Ondo, Eko,
bro,
Benin
Stefan,
Republic here, Ijo, Benin, Ugoton. See, every like this is the area. So they were just different chunk of people. This one was here, Sabe was here, Ketu was here. Then, but see the organization of this entire region of Benin itself.
Please show the bite. Show the bite
bro,
of Benin.
See the
I beg.
bite of Benin now. It's not the entire ocean is the bite of Benin. Benin Republic as a country came to this Benin kingdom to seek approval to name their country Benin because we own, see funny enough they are inside the bite but they know the owner of the entire bite is Benin here. Then you are somebody is not dragging this small echo with us when this entire country
One of them
they know.
said. One of them said.
The thing is now still finished with the problem. I believe it's still finished because it's not all that thing that's still finished.
I see finish.
Okay,
The
Mr.
entire
Kevin.
country is coming to say, see the extension to this place.
A minute. Just a minute. Please,
I'm
Mr.
sorry, I'm
Kevin.
just emotional because
Hello, Mr. Kevin. Can you speak up?
Yeah, yes, bro.
Yeah. We can hear you.
Okay, yeah. I see what I was saying is that we did one simple thing that we just miss is that aspect of language. They think that because we have different language, we are not the same people. I was there the other day when I heard that Asan and Bini are not the same. He said that we are different people that came together to come and form, how do you put it now, one big this the country or state. He says Asan does not speak the same thing with Bini, but normally if you're in Bini here, you will hear Asan. You will not even know. You even know what they are saying. It's not really that difficult. But the aspect of language is that if you go to any Yoruba land, it's Yoruba they are speaking, and it's a very very similar dialect, very similar. But here in Edo, we'll be claiming Asan, we'll be claiming Bini, we'll be claiming Akoko Edo, all those kind of things. We also want to see ourselves different, but no, we are one. We are one. I will tell you that day now why I saw that Ikwere left from Benin. I was very surprised because, like, this our aspect of language. You need to get it back, and it should be very well implemented. It should be very well implemented. No one be saying you're not speaking Yoruba and saying that you're not Yoruba, you are this or that.
Can I answer you?
Sorry, yes, sir.
Okay, I don't think we should see that as a mistake. I think our language is what makes us unique as a people. Because these Yorubas are talking about, they were just brought under the umbrella of your name Yoruba. They have different time and different migration history. They are not the same people.
different
So talking about the language of it, we are more blooded than these Yoruba people. So it makes us unique as a people that we have different Edoid dialects. And the seat of every Benin descendant is Benin. We are saying Benin, we are not trying to claim everybody that are descendants of Benin is directly from Oba of Benin. But these people that are Yorubas are trying to claim everybody from Yoruba are from Oduduwa in Ife. And Oduduwa is a stranger to them. So whatever they are claiming now,
thank you.
Not
Yes.
the right form of history. So I think our language, our diversity makes us unique. But by blood ties, we are one. This is
Thank
why
you, sir.
Edo as a name is far older. Edo as a name is far. Edo has been it has been a name since the days of Ogiso, the days of Odionwere, before it was implemented by Y. So the government didn't work too much in Benin because our system was already organized. They didn't work too much. So Edo was already there that governed all the people you are seeing as Afema and all the Osas. We all speak Edo language. Just that the central language that you are expecting, which is there's supposed to be one central language. But no, it makes us people. So that's what I have to say about the language. Maybe anybody.
Okay, yeah, our relationship is more of blood than language. And these people, the thing is, we don't poke nose into issues. Or even in the article written about Verme, according to him, he said the heart of the white man is different from the color of his skin. That it does not venture into territories other than his. So now, since they have come, we will also go. They are different people. It was just until 1850 they wrote a dictionary
So it's not for me.
for one language. You understand? So there are different languages. Just Edo and Esan, we even have some languages in this Edoid group that are more intelligible than theirs. But they now learned one person's own. I will not say we made a mistake or not. If it's still possible to learn one, fine. If not, but we already know we are related by blood, and that's what matters. So they should leave what concerns Idu people, Idu children. And that man, when they use that name, Idu Igodomigodo, is the one, when you now hear Idu now, it's now annoying because the name of our progenitor is what Monkey Face is using everywhere. So that's it,
Yeah.
Kelvin. That's it.
Lord Rich said he wants to something. So please, Lord Rich.
All right. Thank you very much, my brother. Greatest Edo.
You're
Now,
welcome.
talking about language, my brother, you see, I will tell you, our ancestors are very civilized and very wise, very very intelligent. You understand? So this language of 18, I'll take you way back. If you were born in the late 80s, right? There was a time even our women, our girls, young girls, the one that were growing up, there was a particular language they formed. I don't know if you guys remember something like Reshevishi or something, something. And when they speak this language, they understand themselves. But if you are there, you will not understand.
We
But
even spoke it
they were also
peacefully with ourselves. Yeah.
exactly. So this is how language was created. Just to if I want to talk to a person, and same thing, I'll use, let me use frat for example, like all this frat you are saying, they change some language, and for you not to understand what they are saying. So when the ear sounds, because I'm from Esan, that's why when the Esan migrated, yeah, that's why if you go to Esan today, an Epoma might be speaking, and this what is it called? European person will be speaking, but these Ebele people might not understand them fully because they twist the language, they twist it a little bit because they don't want everything to, if I want to say something, they don't want the next person to understand. During that migration, everybody was a suspect and all of that. And that's why in the Edo language, there was also a saying, they give us, those that migrated, autonomous to do whatever they like. That's why they said there is a song that said Jenoga Zika Zika Jenoga Zedua Zedu. You understand? So I don't really know how to sing that song because if you don't speak your language, you are lost.
Yeah,
Now talking
exactly.
about the unified, exactly. Now talking about the unified Yoruba and Igbo that you see they are speaking today, it was just also taught like the English. When the British came, if you go to around West Africa now, most of the countries speak English and French. French was implemented to some of the West Africa countries. Same with English. So this was how Yoruba was done. And the Igbos, this was how they were being taught in school and all of that. You understand? So you cannot compare those unified. So it was this is British and Ajaikra that did us well. You understand? So if to say our ancestors were a coward like these Yariba and Igbos, I tell you today that half of Nigeria, if not 60% of Nigeria would have been Edoed. But we did not want to surrender to these white people. We were not coward. We fought to the last Isagian that was in us. You understand me? So that is why they said these people challenged us, and that is why they just caused so many things that have to do with the Edos. But mind you, Edo history is written in artifacts. You can see them in songs. Odide song. Go and play Odide song of the Benin. You will hear story, beautiful story of the Oba. Go to Essence today. So those people always saying Essence and the Benin are not the same. If you go to Essence today, go to our kings. They will tell you there is a word that Aroba Revesa Do you know what it means? And we want to say the olden days in this land, we say Agbomba. That means the days of the Oba. So you see, hypocrisy has made a lot of people not to recognize fact. And there is something, when you are a foolish person and you are not ready to learn, you become foolish forever. And mind you, foolish people also grow old. Like they say, fools also grow old. So this kind of people who always think that they are, trying to distort our history are fools. And unfortunately for them, we have everything covered. Our ancestors did a very marvelous job. So for the language, it's something that, they give us freedom. Go and do whatever you like. You understand? So our Oba is a very great man. He did not force his children that you must speak Benin. If not, when we related one history the last time here, I think it was also in Greatest Edo platform. You see one of our brother from Akoko Ado, came to the platform. That history has been one of the greatest history I've really spent my time on. And the one my brother did, was it not yesterday or day before yesterday with Benin language? One Akoko Edo man came on and, narrate how the people who migrated, that was how Akalaka also went to Ikwere. You could see the chemistry in that history. If you listen to that history, when you are speaking fact, when you are saying the truth, it looks like you are eating raw sugar. You know how it looks like, very sweet. So our history is very rich, very sweet. And in fact, it is delicious. It is something that no man born of a woman can distort. So I'm very, very proud to be a Edo man. I am a Benin first before I become an Esan, no matter how you see it, because it happens that I still have a father, and our oral history and all of that. Ask my father, how come about this and all of that? My father is close to 90 years. And he told me clearly, without missing his words, that all the Esan people migrated from the ancient Benin Empire. And there are so many references in this. Like I said, Arab Barabisan, don't bring over to the Esan land, because they know how it looks like then. And when we want to reference the old days, my brother is here. I think he has left now. That my brother who said he's from Besa, you can ask him as well. We say Agbomba, which means the days
I
of the
think
Oba.
from the
So
FYP. I'll bring him back.
yes, so nobody can distort our history. We know who we are, and because of that, that is why they are jealous and they are angry, because of the identity crisis is them. They don't know where to claim anymore. So everybody now want to claim Ife. But the real Yaribas, you cannot see them coming to talk anymore, because for now they are fighting a battle, because they have destroyed their heritage, their history, with political level, with politics. Can you imagine, more than 10 years now, there is no Olafion of Oyo, there is no one that have claimed that position, because it has been, being a politics. Same thing with the Ife. But this particular chief priest that is currently in Ife now, I tell you for a fact, is a liar and a hypocrite. I said it. You can, my pictures are there. Send it to him and all of that. I'm a man. I fear nobody. I only respect people. And the only person I fear is my king, God representative on earth. That is the only man I fear, because I know when he speak the fact and he speak truth. A man that said the truth, you will always have to, fear him. I fear and I respect him the same way I fear God. You understand? So I am a testimony that the Oba of Benin is the God King on earth. Because if you look at history, among all the empires that reigned during his era, during the Benin Empire era, they have all gone down. But you see, the Benin is still standing tall, and all our custom and tradition is still being practiced. It is only at though you will go that the palace of the old is still there. Go to the Oni of Ife today, they have destroyed the old palace and building new ones with lies and all of that. Looking at him, bringing people to come and dig ground that what never existed, they are finding it. I think they are digging toilet, like my people will say. So a kingdom built with lie will never stand. And now they are building Ife with lies. Believe you me, 10 years time, you will not hear anything about Ife anymore. I rest my case here. Thank you, my people.
Thank you. Mr. Kevin, I hope your questions are answered now.
Yeah, for that language part, I understand, because at least they were multilingual. They were able to speak different language. So I get. Thank you, Sam.
Okay.
All right.
Bill,
Thank you,
the
my
FYP,
brother.
I'm bringing somebody up. If I don't want, sir,
No,
I'm
I
bringing
wanted
somebody
to
up.
talk to Kevin. I wanted to
Okay,
talk
okay,
to
okay.
Kevin. That was why I
Kevin,
came up. Please just give me less than 2 minutes. Mr. Kevin, no information is too much. Okay?
sorry,
I've deliberated on this language of a thing. I used to be on I used to think like that. I used to be on that page. Why don't we all speak Edo language or one central language? Um, sorry, why don't we all speak one language if we are from one progenitor? We are Edward, and Edo is supposed to be that one language. I taught like that for a very long time until one day, I think it was just last year, September. I've said this thing so many times. People can share your language with you, right? People can even speak your language better than you do, but people can never share your ancestors with you. That is what they call, if you ask me, DNA today. You understand? It is the same whether you're yellow, black, and white. If you have the same ancestry, you have the same ancestry. I'll give you an example. I've said it multiple times. I happen to be in a gathering. I'm from a polygamous home, right? And my father has a lot of children. So we lost one of our sister. So we all traveled to attend the funeral. I was upstairs. I saw children after everything. So we were just hanging out in one of my younger brother's house. So was that okay? I don't know if it was my younger. I forgot what we were, but it was just last year here. So I saw a lot of children. I was upstairs looking at them. So they were taking pictures, and I told someone, "Come upstairs. You'll get a nice shot from here." So when they took that picture, and I even took with my own phone, I was looking at the picture later. I zoomed into it. I saw some children that are most white. I saw the ones that are really black. You understand? I saw the ones that are males. Over 30 kids. Okay? I think I used that word that day when we're talking. That in that same event, I said I was trying to explain to them what a clown and a family means. You understand? I said, this is so clown. Then I said, oh, family. I said, I think clown, if I'm not mistaken, I think a clown is more than a family. A clown, in-laws can be included, something like that, So let me not deviate from what I'm saying. So when I was looking at the picture, I saw children that are yellow, black, and white. I saw children speaking German, speaking French, speaking American English, speaking Canadian French, everything, right? They were different. They didn't even understood themselves. The ones that came from Europe and the one that are in Canada, the one that came from US, they didn't look alike. They didn't have the same skin, even though you see that features in them, they are kids. They were different people from different walks of life, but they were all there, you know? But there was one thing that they all have in common. Please, Kevin, can you tell me that thing?
They understood each other.
No, they are blood related. They were all my niece and nephews. They were all my father's grandchildren, but they spoke different language. Some were almost white. Some were as dark as the darkest man can be. Some were light skinned because you mix. But they are just second generation of my father's children. They didn't speak the same language. So now, the ones who spoke French spoke French. The one who spoke English spoke English. The one who spoke German spoke German. Do you see? Do you see my point here?
Yes, sir. Yes, I'm seeing it.
People can share your language with you. They can even speak it better than you do, but they cannot share your ancestors with you if they are not. If you guys are not. Sorry, if you guys are not from one ancestors, they don't have one ancestor, they can't share that with you. So when our forefathers did this, right, they knew what they were doing. You know, my brother Lord Richie said something just now. He said there's a song in Esa. They'll say, Ginoze Kagaze Kaginozudoga Zudo. Amaze Womatawi. We have it too in Benin. And I was reading down there in our comment section here. Someone said, Esan is an Edo land. Esan people didn't migrate. They are still in their land. They are one people. Edo is Esan. Esan is Edo. And Lord Richie said something earlier. I don't know if it was Lord Richie or someone else. He said, if we remember when our sisters, they will be speaking some kind of language, a coded language. Yes, I remember. I can understand it, and I even speak it a little bit. It
Yes, I
was
know
called
that.
in our area. It was called Laze. Gaze Lazenia in the matter. Something like that. They'll be speaking it. Trust me, if you are not from that clan, that family, you will not understand it. So language can be changed. There was a documentary or a video clip I saw. There was war in Edo or in Benin. I forgot. So this guy was now running. He ran into the bush and he ran into the bush or something. So the farmers there saw him, you know. So he now went and he hid somewhere. So when those people who were chasing him came, right, they were not asking the farmers, "Oh, we're looking for this man. He ran towards this direction where you guys are. Did you see anybody?" They started speaking the unknown tongue, the Laze language. Then the soldier said, they looked around, they said, "Oh, whereas these people heard them 100%. And do you know who these people were? The Oza people. And yes, Oza people. There's a video clip. Yeah, there's a video clip to that effect. You know, they twist their tongue, they change the language immediately, and it was just this common whatever. How children would just gather up and be using coded language. And that saved that king that we were chasing. If it's a life story, I don't know, right? But the video clip is there. Why Oza language is different from Benin language? The man said, no, they are Benin, they speak Benin. That language became popular.
Hello? Can anybody hear me? Is this my network?
Yes, we're hearing you.
Yes.
Okay, part 2's muted. I don't think he's done. Maybe.
We can hear him. We can hear him.
Okay, you guys can hear him there. He's muted
No, I
here.
can't. We can't hear him.
he's muted.
I can
He's
hear
muted.
you though.
Okay. So what Partus is saying is true. It's actually true. Those are people. They spoke a language like Leon Defi Gwegwe, something like that.
Okay. I don't know. Sorry, I didn't know if you guys were hearing me. I didn't hear nobody because the
No, we
call
weren't
was.
hearing you, sir. You were
Okay.
muted.
No, it's because the call was trying to come. So let me just round up with this, my brother. Um, yes, go look for the video. You see the clip is right there. So language, let's not look that as a barrier. You know, we are still one people. We might speak different language, but we are one people. So that story that was narrated just now, it happened in Oza. That is why Oza people now speak that kind of language, because after that event, they now realize, oh, this thing makes sense. You know, that language, Laze or whatever, that coded language now became popular. Okay? So, Mr. Kevin, I hope I made sense. I'll leave it
Yes.
here. Yeah,
Yes, man, of course.
I will leave it here so someone else
Don't want to
can
West.
make submission. What's it, Baba?
What's this, sir?
Logical Edo is going next, but before Logical Edo, I want to confirm what Epa has already said. Those submissions were all true. You know about the language that Ilaze, the one Epa was trying to speak just now. It's very common among the Benin people here that we understand. And those of us that were playing with it or we just want to, we don't want others to hear our language. Why this Benin Edo language here is unique is because during those reigns of the Obas that were warriors and warlords, they didn't want the external bodies that were pushing in to understand or the slaves that were being captured from wars to understand this unique language. So they had to maintain it. So it's just a tongue twist, like a passage, because I grew up to meet my father speaking this Ilaze, but this Ilaze was more of Edo. It was a tongue twisted Edo. Like when they want to say Orede, which is plantain, they'll say Odere. Once they want to say Edionwa, which is an old man, they'll say Emiondan. So you can, if you are not careful enough, they can relate a whole story for a whole day and you will not understand anything. So it's just a tongue twist and it became a language. So if you go to any place now, if you travel to Australia now, whatever they speak there, you can speak if you feel like. So that does not stop you from being the same Edo person. So by ancestral root, you are an Edo. It's just by paper that you are an Australian. So it's just like that. So Logical Edo, please, you can have the floor.
Yeah, sure. Thank you very much. And I've been enjoying the conversation. I like us to be doing a little bit more like this. I've said my own. I want we'll be definitely coming on every weekend to I want to be confronting some of these people. However, that being said, on the language history, I think I'm not an expert in that side. I don't know too much about language, but Ezomo Kakadu is doing a very good job. I would like for him to do a little bit on the history of, or maybe just research on the how language the separated from the common Kwa languages. Maybe do an explanation on that and compare some languages, like what that Igala man is doing too. That notwithstanding, you also mentioned today, Easy, when he mentioned, I don't know if that should be public, but he mentioned that someone was saying that they should invade Edo.
Those people are crazy, bro. They are crazy.
Did you say it in English or?
Yeah, I think she said it. I can't tell.
She said it in English, eh?
I think she said it in English.
So everybody knows. Okay. So the thing is this: that guy, the obsession that guy has for Benin is becoming too much. He's not obsessed about teaching his people history. You understand? Even though we do not agree on anything, you can open your rooms and say, okay, let us teach you. Want to teach you Ijebu, or you want to teach you Oyo, which you should be doing, right? But his obsession is too much. You understand? And I don't want to say his name, but should I say his name? Greatest Edo.
They are not relevant, bro. You don't have to.
Okay, because his own has gone too far. Again, now he's gone to the future to say, let us go and fight. As if he would win if he would fight again. You understand? The guy is really foolish. He's putting himself. He digs man. He dig hole. He will dig a hole for himself with his own mouth. Later, if you do something, if you hold him on to this thing, we start begging, sending videos to beg to say, "Oh, don't do this." But this is what he's doing. Very senseless move. You understand? It doesn't have common sense. See what you said. Invaded though again. You said something again. A stupid thing again that people can hold you to. You understand? Because of your obsession and your dislike for Benin and your hate for it. Well, I mean, since we are talking about history, yeah, let us continue. On the language of the Benin people, I can definitely confirm that in some, even in some villages, greatest Edo, if you go to some villages, up until yesterday, especially some of the ones that has a lot of Ijaw people. The ones I have experienced, I've gone to those ones in the Kenwan Road. If you go to far deep, those many villages, if you hear some of the indigenous speak, sometimes if they are talking in front of you, they will be changing the Bini that they are speaking, the Edo language. They will be changing it deliberately. To the extent that sometimes you even get angry, but why are you doing this? You understand? They do that. I don't know why they do that. But it's just to tell you that sometimes and this was the problem the people faced in the past. I mean, it's not a problem from the outside looking in, you would see it's a problem, right? If you come visit, they would not want to say some things in front of you. There's a lot of secrets they like to keep. They will not want to. So history, it was difficult to ask them questions, and they would tell you anything honestly. Very plain. They will just tell you, for example, the story of Ikaladura when the Siri Punch did ask it, right? Probably they asked him, probably they told him, probably number one, he did not believe. He wrote it in his book.
It was the one
There
that
was a
mentioned
mention.
Aladeson, right?
Yeah, he said there was a mention. S used to be arrow in English.
Yeah,
He
in the
said there was a
concept.
mention. There was a mention of Caladera. But he did not really say too much about it, probably because the story was too complex, or he just did not believe, or maybe they did not tell him everything. They just told him some things. You understand? Benin also tried to protect some of his neighbors. They would not say something so that you don't go digging. Because they did discover that the white people were very inquisitive, especially as regards the source of their kingdoms and looking for things. You understand? So sometimes they didn't want to. They'll just say, just quench their inquisitiveness. You understand? On some things that also on this part that we've related before, on this moat and this thing, and Belzoni's visit. Yeah, I was just reading some things about Belzoni, right? That came to visit Edo, and I discovered that. And I was going to ask you to do a question, but let me make this comment first. And I discovered that the guy was working on Egypt. His research was mostly on the ancient Egypt, and he was trying to do a lot of research around the other civilizations that have this Egypt-like culture and probably finding some things. He was looking for some things, and that's why he chose Benin, which was very unique. It was, I would say there was a reason why he came here, but not just only because of the greatness that he had or the rest, but there was significance. Because remember, in those times, like we've seen in some sources, that there was mention of Benin in Egypt when they told them that, yes, that I am when in that Martin Bayham, that book we shared, the Greatest Edo, he mentioned some things that they heard some things in Egypt about the investiture of the king of Benin that used to go to the east and some stuff like that. In Egypt, they heard it. You understand? So I don't know if those were some of the things they heard that they came seeking. They wanted to do excavations around Benin to find out, which would have been interesting. Maybe that would have laid to rest a lot of the
A lot
Egyptian
of argument.
connection. Yeah, you understand. There's this. Some historians connect people with Egypt a lot. You understand? It would have laid to rest. Maybe he was looking at some of the things in the culture, in some of these things, and he was just trying to investigate that. So my question to Greater Edo will now be: do you think they would have let him do his job? Maybe do some excavation. They would have maybe because that's what he was looking for, the scientific way to explain some things. I know that we don't always trust these Europeans because they can just dig and take things. Like in Egypt, when they went to excavate, in Ethiopia, they did not just excavate, they were taking things. You understand? So, do you think it would have been reasonable for them to just say, okay, let this Bezone, maybe if he had done something now, I mean, in hindsight, he would have said, look, the answers to these things are already there. Because
Yes.
for me, I the connection to Ife is something that these people are
Force.
trying to force. You understand? And for me, it's from the research, from everything that we are seeing. There is even a better divergence in Benin than in Ife. I don't know if you understand, because in Benin you will see people connected to Benin by many, many. You
Yes.
understand? Even those ones in the West, I don't want to say it. If you even investigate more, if you could even go back in time and investigate more, you even discover that even some of the one they clear if they are not, you will be surprised where they really came from.
Yeah.
Because it makes sense that the Niger Benue confluence is the area you divorce from, not going to. I don't know if you understand. So it
Yes.
makes sense that it's the center. You understand? It is the upland. Number two, it is not the lowlands that you go. It is somewhere close to the water, not too far from the water. You see, some of these things make sense. Benin is an upland too. The areas around Kogi, it's also an upland. It's a hilly area too. So I mean, that's my question. But on the other hand, this connection with these things, it is what we need to debunk once we get this opportunity to speak. We must look for every avenue to answer some of those burning questions. Like today, now, when we answer the questions around the moats not being a natural phenomena, which is what they've been speaking. The moat is not natural. That's science. Science of European moats are not natural, but there's Oswani, that boy that does that, Morpheus, he doesn't know anything. You understand? He says that. And do you know that that same guy that went to be saying he wants to invade Benin, they would go to. He was the one that interviewed Morpheus before in a video. You understand? He was in a video. He looks for every enemy of Benin to associate himself with. Anybody that will get up and be saying, I'm fighting against Benin, this guy will go there. You understand? He's not inquisitive for history. He's not inquisitive for anything. But just to see that, oh look, this he bought his dislike for Benin people. You understand? And these people were his friends before, and now they are now quarreling with him. Let me drop that one for there first. I mean, I'm still up here. I have this time to speak now before you close the room.
Okay. To answer your question, I think if you check when Bezoni, right? Yeah, when Bezoni was at Ugoton, it was around 1820s, early 1800s. So if you want to ask me, I would say around that time, the way we hold our tradition is different now. This was why, although it's recorded that he passed away of this century, it's recorded like that, although we don't know. But the fact that he wasn't given the opportunity or the permission to do his excavation will tell us more about how sacred we had some kind of places or some grounds. Maybe the place he wanted to excavate was more of importance to the palace or to the kingdom, something like that, because he can't just come and excavate an ordinary floor. Maybe there was a particular place he wanted to. So the history around Benin and its connection to the motherland, wherever they migrated from, is something that we cannot just relate in a day. It's something that will be digged into. But if you ask me about Bezoni, I'll say the Obas as at that time, the Oba that was present as at that time, and the chiefs and the people as at that time, they had this tradition. Maybe if it was now, they will still not allow him due to the place he wanted to excavate. Due to the place, maybe it was a very sacred ground, so there's no way they will allow him to excavate it for his own reason or for historical reason. Maybe that's why they didn't allow him. So his passing away is of natural circumstance, which is dysentery. So I think if we want to know more about the connection to Egypt, is something we'll dig deep into. But for me, I see a connection. But I think it's something we'll need to dig deep into with references, with books, and all. Well, for archaeological work, it won't be that easy to come and date or make do archaeological works in Benin to not be that easy due to the fact that so many places that they will want to date are of great importance, so they will not allow them to tamper with that place. Yeah, it was about 7 there. So if you check some laws that were on ground as at that time, like the crown prince not seeing the father, now it has been, there are some things you can appease the gods for, and you'll be granted permission. So once in a while, and occasionally, a very special occasion, it's possible for the prince to see the father. But talking about these grounds, that ancestral grounds, I don't think it will be possible for archaeologists to just come and excavate some places. Maybe they might be given opportunity in some places. So we are not like some other people that you just come to say, come and dig my father's bedroom, come and dig my backyard, come and dig my outside, because they want to prove a point. So I believe that both our ancestors from the past until now, they know they have nothing to argue about. They have no points to prove for anybody. So they didn't believe these white people right from onset. They didn't believe them. They didn't believe that their heart is also like their skin color. So I think that's why they didn't allow Bezoni to carry out his work. But in the future, we are praying for more development about the history and more revelation to come out about this history. I believe the generations of now and the ones that are yet to come, I believe they will do a great job. I believe we'll also try our best. But the generations that are to come, they will have so many questions and they will have to fix it. Because like I said earlier, history is not a thing of argument. You are not arguing to win. You are not arguing to make some people feel inferior. No, you are trying to make a point. If you want to counter any past work, you have to bring a superior evidence. So I think if archaeological work are to happen, maybe in the future, maybe there will be a way that it will be granted by our royal father, the Oba of Benin. So that's for that. I don't know if I answered in any way, Mr. Logicado.
Yeah, completely.
Thank you.
Completely. Yeah, you did.
Mr. Stefan, you said you had a video to show us. Please, I'm really sorry for the time. Logical I do have to speak on some other people because as now that we are here on this panel, we don't want to leave any question attended to. Not to leave anyone unattended to. So we have to relate it to the best term anybody can understand. So if I also have a question, I will also ask. So please, you can show us the video. Thank you.
All right. I actually have 3 videos here. One is from BBC. Then the other one was from talking about the return of the artifact. And someone just mentioned something about Benin being the first to recognize the independence of Brazil.
Yeah,
I don't know if you
that's in the mid 1800s, about 7.
exactly, because I can actually play the video. I think we always have that in Thomas, even if you say it with evidence, they still I don't know what they want to see. But let me just this one is just a few minutes, so let me just quickly play this one for them. We echoed this when members of Santos Football Club and the Nigerian Football Supporters Clubs visit. Is it loud enough?
Yeah, it's very loud. We are hearing it.
Zoba of Benin, Omono Banedo, Ukwa Polo Polo, EY the second. We echoed this when members of Santos Football Club and the Nigerian Football Supporters Clubs visited his palace in honor of the world football legend King Pele and his teammates that played the 1969 friendly with Insurance Football Club in Benin. The unification match in Benin City, which was at the instance of the former military administrator of the defunct Benden State, now Edo and Delta States, late Brigadier General Samuel Wemundia, in the state capital, heralding the end of Nigeria's civil war. Obaewa II recalled that his diplomatic sojourn in different countries of the world, while understudying the work of international politics and governance, the cultural ties between Brazil and Benin under the Nigerian sovereignty opened a vista of opportunities. The Brazilian delegation was in the palace to formally present a letter inviting the Oba to the commemoration ceremony of the bicentenary anniversary of one of the living legends of Brazil.
Brazilians take soccer as a religion, that whenever they step into the field, they make a gesture of a prayer submission to Almighty God. The ambassador in one of the countries, ambassador of Brazil, in one of the countries which I said was very close to me. On the historical note, are they aware of the strong historical bond between Brazil and Benin?
Oba Ewy II thereafter presented a copy of the letter to the leader of Santos Football Club as a mark of reciprocity. The leader of the delegation, Tenado Seko, and Oba Adekunle Adetemu, also known as Oba Uboni, goodwill ambassador to Santos Football Club, flanked by Reverend Samuel Ipia, president of the Nigerian Football Supporters Club, presented a replica of King's Palace football boot and jersey number 10 to the royal father on behalf of members of the club, which was founded in 1912. So, and even this is when they came to Benin, Brazil. They acknowledged that Benin recognized their independence first, the first country in the world to acknowledge independence of Brazil that everyone know. And even this invitation, the Oba didn't go. He had to send a delegate. I mean, our Oba is not looking for flight to attend or flights to. So this one is BBC talking about if BBC can talk about the bronzes, I wonder who a professor of TikTok is. But let's just play this one.
In the last years of the 19th century, thousands of people came to London to see an intriguing new exhibit. They came to marvel at the art of an alien culture produced by a supposedly savage people. The very existence of these works of art represented a challenge to the dominant ideas of the time, ideas that underpinned an empire. The public were fascinated, but also troubled by what they saw. What bothered them was that this was the work of an African society, and almost everybody in the 19th century believed that Africans lacked the technical skills needed to produce great art and the cultural sophistication needed to appreciate it. It was in fact widely believed that the people of the Dark Continent had no history and no culture and were incapable of generating this thing called civilization. These reliefs that so disturbed the Victorians are the Benin bronzes. They're now regarded as one of Africa's greatest treasures. Created from the 16th century onwards in the ancient West African kingdom, they record Benin's great kings, her wealth, her military power, and the history that Africans were supposed to lack. I've been coming to see these works of art my whole life. I was first brought to see them when I was just a little boy by my family. I've spent hours and hours over the years standing here looking at them, and as someone born in Africa, feeling a strong sense of connection to them. But despite all their beauty, they are, to me, tragic works of art because they are loaded with a sense of loss. And that's because today they're not in Nigeria among the people whose ancestors made them. They're here in London, in the British Museum. The Benin bronzes came to Britain as the spoils of an act of plunder. In 1897, British colonial forces attacked Benin City. It was an act of revenge for the ambush of an earlier British expedition. They deposed the king, the Oba, Arhuarhan, sent him into exile, and burned his palace to the ground. They looted the brass plaques and statues that once decorated the palace walls, took them back to London, and sold them off. Some were put on display in the British Museum. Yet many of the Victorians who puzzled over the existence of the bronzes had forgotten that they were not the first outsiders to see the art of Benin. Centuries earlier, Portuguese explorers had encountered the bronzes in their original home.
This is how we used to build our houses then, very tall.
On the walls of Benin's royal palace. It stood at the heart of a vast city, ringed by one of the largest earthwork walls in the world.
In the world, though, they
These
just
early travelers came not to conquer, but to trade. Before the prejudices of later centuries, they had no trouble recognizing Benin as a powerful, sophisticated civilization, one that was capable of producing great art. And it's in the art that we find evidence of these first relationships between West Africans and Europeans. Evidence that shows the faces of early Portuguese traders, complete with beards and long...
Mama Joy, sorry that I'm cutting it. If you notice the artifact I showed before for Benin, this one is for the Portuguese. If you see the pointed nose, these people, their ancestors were still farming gari and yam. We see the pointed nose, the attention to details that we had then. But I'll continue anyways.
European noses. This is art that reveals a very different civilization to the one the Victorians imagined. Not an isolated kingdom, but one shaped by centuries of contact with the wider world.
This is BBC, not a TikTok professor. Then this other one, the last one, sorry guys. The last one is I believe everyone already know there's 108 people here. So in the UK, the smartest family in the UK is an Edo family, the Mafidon family, the entire UK. One of the daughter now, Anne-Marie, is the Chancellor of Glasgow University in Scotland. Not VCU, you know.
Stefan,
Sir.
it's the smartest family in the world, not the UK.
Okay, but yes, exactly. UK is when you say UK when it comes to book wise, it's more like saying you don't understand the best university in the world is in the UK, so it can be. But I just wanted to use that phrase because that's how they can search it on Google without arguments.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Because she's the chancellor, not VC. You know, VC is chancellor itself, and she's just a young lady, but she's the chancellor of the entire University of Glasgow in Scotland. Okay, let me play this when the professor Christy Mafidon, the family, helped in the bringing of the bronzes back. Okay, yeah.
Over this Benin bronze, this okoko, which does not belong to us.
You did it.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm here.
Okay.
Around the world, as we
Easy. You don't sleep. Second
Nice
round.
glasses.
Logical. No time difference now. I don't sleep, wake up.
Okay.
My brother, sir, my brother knows, sir. Your this thing is not loud. You can't hear it.
We can't hear the volume. No. There's no sound. Yeah.
Okay, can't let me. Can you hear it now?
Highness, Prince Agatise
Yes,
Eridar,
yes.
Dr. Veronique Professor Abba Issa Tijani, and Ambassador Sarafa Tunji Isola. Together, we represent some, not all, of the party that will sign the legal documentation that will formalise the rightful ownership of this bronze and is the heart of this historic day. Thank you to Ian the First, one of the most prolific and talented talking drummers performing in the UK. He comes from a long and proud line of talking drummers which stretches back to his great-grandfather. So thank you, Ian, for telling the story of the bronze before we arrived here at Jesus. When one sees a wrong that is so egregious, when you notice it, the key institutional question, and maybe in fact the only institutional question one can ask, is how to right that wrong. Our journey in righting this wrong began with knowledge. It began with what we do as a university so well, and what we do at Jesus College with heart and with care. We teach, we educate. In 2016, a classic student studying Latin read the words on the plinth on which this okoko stood in our main hall. She asked the question, is this what it really says? Is this really part of the spoils of war? Several final year students then mounted a campaign which was at the time unanimously supported by the Jesus College Student Union to remove the bronze from the hall. Some of those students are back with us today. Please do stand up so we can acknowledge what you started. Thank you.
See, to students from all over the world, not TikTok students.
Fast forward to May 2019, because those original students left at the end of 2016, and there was a gap, a pause in the story of this bronze's restitution. So fast forward to May 2019, when the college set up its Legacy of Slavery Working Party, or LSWP. The LSWP started work in July. They worked hard through the summer. They looked into the issue of this bronze, and when I arrived in October, the issue of the bronze was in Jesus' position.
Sorry.
I quit!
YouTube ads.
Oh, really? And what are you going to do?
Thank you very much, the Master of Jesus College, Your Excellency, the High Commissioner of Nigeria in the UK, the His Royal Highness, representative of the Oba of Benin, distinguished
He was the Minister of Art and Culture then.
the Academia and staff of Jesus College, and distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the press. I'm not good at protocols, but thank you. Actually, it gives me great pleasure and honor to be here at the Jesus College, Cambridge, to be part of this ceremony of doing what is right, what is supposed to be done for the Nigerian people, that such an artifact of history and tradition of Benin Kingdom is going back to Nigeria. We are happy really to be part of this process. And I want to, on behalf of the National Commission for Museums and Monuments, want to thank Jesus College for being the first in the United Kingdom to physically hand over one of the loot, the Benin loot of 1897. And This is really a great example for other institutions and other countries to take cue from. And we look forward to going to Aberdeen to collect another piece. And also, hopefully, I'm sure, of course, optimistic that we're coming back again to Cambridge, to the Museum of Archaeology and Anthropology, to do the same process, and being the second largest holder of the Benin collections in the United Kingdom. And of course, the mighty British Museum is also waiting and looking and saying that they have nowhere to go, because all over the world we have been receiving positive response on the willingness to return these collections, which are subject of loot. And we want to assure our partners that these collections are going to the right place and they are going to be looked after, because that's what we've been doing even before they were being looted. And
exactly.
Of course, we want to enable Nigerians, and particularly the Edo people, to see what belongs to them in objects of history and cultural importance, of religious importance, that they will be able to associate with, which is part of their history that has been away for so long.
Yes.
And I believe that we will partner with the international, community, with museums all over the world, so that we'll be able to, circulate where possible, collections that are coming to Nigeria as part of our responsibility in museums for collaborations in exhibition, in research, and traveling exhibitions. So we look forward to that, and we look forward to the British people in supporting us, and particularly putting pressure on the British Museum to succumb to this trend that is prevailing now, to also take cue from what Jesus College have done and what Aberdeen will do, and also other countries. So we have already handed over a formal letter to the British Museum, so that they will not say we have not requested for the repatriation of the artifacts. I look forward now to new collaboration with Jesus College, so that we will partner in areas of research, in areas of capacity building, in areas of joint exhibition as well. I know that Jesus College is an institution.
As a small business owner, you're juggling the job of 5 people.
Professor Tijani, Professor Chris Imafidon, who is the chairman of the Education for Excellence, and they're the guild that at the present looks at the crafting and production of bronzes in Nigeria, in Edo State. Chris, I know that you came far to come here today, so if you would just say a very...
This is the man of the smartest family in the UK. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Okay, what's that?
This is your father?
Yes, this is the man, the Edo migrants that actually brought the entire smartest lineage. Yes. Yes, this is the man. Yes. He's the main Imafidon. Yes, the Imafidon himself, exactly. The smartest family in the UK. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Okay, what's it?
Okoko, okay, no, yeah. Eke no ke tinre. Eke no koko na tinre na oh we tinre. Eko ho. I was just saying, long live the king of Benin Kingdom. And I was making reference to his great who was once an undergraduate student at this same institution, who not only studied here, saw the cock, we say cock that flies away, will also fly back
To Benin.
to his origin,
Yes.
no matter how far it flies. So today is much more than a ceremony. It's more symbolic, it's more significant, and it's bigger than all of us here. It goes back centuries, and it tells us the technology that was available to the Benin Kingdom at that time, the knowledge transfer that you kindly made reference to, sir, the collaboration, how we in Obineni Guelmo, making there is a quarter in the Benin city that specializes in working with metals, and it was passed down from generation to generation. Learning, amen. So, yeah. When you say good morning in the Benin Kingdom, it tells where you are from. Literally, when you say good morning, I can tell your lineage, not your lineage, but your grandfather. So it fills me with great joy and emotions to stand here today to say,
Everyone is emotional.
is really seeing this? Is this a dream come true? Is it really possible? And Sonia, the leadership you've shown, Jesus, the leadership you've shown will be acknowledged not just by this generation, not as a passing faith, for you to step forward above the parapet and absorb all the criticisms and the fear of being defunded by a group of people. I want to salute you and I thank you. Oba Atokwe.
Yes, sir.
Oh, wow.
That's the video. There's even another video, but I won't play it. So that one was about when they were also returning some artifacts. But that one is about Nigeria ministers, where they said the artifact should be brought to Abuja. And there's nothing like Benin again. That Benin is now part of Nigeria, and as that, the artifact must be brought to Abuja. So there were other Benin chiefs here and Benin historians and like big people also who flew down here to London to actually collect the artifact and paid for their flight by themselves, as against the initial agreement that the government was going to pay for the return back to Nigeria. So yeah, that's it.
Thank you very much, Mr. Stefan. You see how the man said it. He's even directly, he's a descendant of the Igun that make use of these metals. As educated as he is, he's the father of the smartest family.
He is the smartest. Like now, he and my children are the smartest. Yes.
He could
Our
relate.
stories, we don't have comma in our stories.
Yeah, he related this history, even as he has spent so many years abroad. He related this history back to his roots. You understand? So he's even directly from Igbo. And he just talked about learning. That's what they greet. And he also said something that makes the Benin people, the Edo people unique, that when you say good morning, it tells where you are from. It talks about your root immediately, just like Ezomo said before. I believe Ezomo is not here now. Maybe Ezomo might have seen this Paima Fidon on video, but they do not know each other. So you can see if you ask a KG2 what is this in Benin, they will tell you. So it's just like this. So what I'm trying to say is the history is very clear that about Brazil, they have it in their own archive, of which they told Obai II that it was about 7 there around 1822 that he was among the great empires that consented the independence of Brazil
Yes.
at that time. And when Pele came, why these people came back, that they had to bring up the issue of independence. Pele came to Nigeria during his tour to Igbine, what was this man? Samuel Gbemudia Stadium in 1969. He came, and even the Biafra armies and the Nigerian armies, they had to halt for 48 hours. Is that not 2 days? 48 hours is 2 days, if I'm correct. They had to wait side by side to protect their people, to watch Pele. So the coming of these Brazilians and some Africans that came to the palace of Obaiwa II was just to reenact the relationship they had in the past. You understand? So that's why they brought the flag of Pele's boot. They brought it to the palace. And now they also talked about the Brazilian independence. So when we the Benin, if maybe we had talked about it like 2, 3 years ago, they will say it's a lie. It's a lie. You people are lying again. Why must it be Benin? But these people said it with their own mouth that it's in their archive. They have the papers there. Everything is there. The oldest letter written in today's Nigeria was written by an Oba of Benin, which is also a descendant of Oba of Benin, Olu of Wari. Also had an old letter in the 16th century or 15th century, if I'm not mistaken. So these things that we the Benin are related, they are all connected. If you still go abroad, you go to anybody right now, they'll still tell you the same thing. So I believe with this, with this one is not few points. With the whole huge points, the points we've made for the whole of today, I believe it's enough to convince a dullard, to convince a coward that Benis, Edos, the Idus, we the Godomigodos, we are who we said we are. So I believe it's enough. Please, I really want to say thank you to everybody because I enjoyed this class. Like I enjoyed it. I enjoyed it. Um, Even if time is not by my side because I'm in Nigeria, but I enjoyed everything about this class. So if any other person has anything to contribute, I will be pleased and blessed to listen before we go to bed. Thank you. Anybody there?
Anybody have anything to contribute? If you're in the panel, if you're on the FYP, you want to contribute, you can let me know so that I'll bring you up.
No, I just want to applaud my young brother, Stefan. No, sir, I am really, really impressed when I go to your page. I saw how young you are. I went to Lordy Rich page yesterday also. I am so happy. I'm so glad that we have these young, vibrant men and women who are coming out to fight for their culture, to right the wrongs a whole lot of our even fellow Nigerians have put out there. I like the zeal you guys have. I must applaud you because long time ago, when I was not vast in this knowledge the way I am today, I remember with my friends here, I had this right. Wherever I go, I'll tell you, in 2010, I was to meet my elder brother in Amsterdam, Schiphol, because when we bought our ticket, he was coming from Austria, I was coming from the US. We bought we bought that ticket. We'll meet in Heathrow. Sorry, Schiphol. They said, okay, so my flight will arrive 2 hours before its own, but we're going to take the same flight to Nigeria. So, of course, my cell phone was not working there. His own was not working, but we were to meet at our gates. So he was looking for me, went to the gate, he didn't see me. He was looking for me. Later, he said he saw a crowd of people. They were speaking Nigerian language. They surrounded someone. He said he told the person that I was working with. He said, "You see that crowd now, someone is talking, that voice sounds familiar. That is my younger brother's voice." And behold, he came there. That was me, trying to educate people why our tradition is very, very important. Though I was not discussing Benin history per se, but of course, when you want to discuss culture, tradition, you want to merge it with today's civilization. As a Benin man, I must discuss about Benin history. There's a way it will come into that conversation. So he now told them, he told his friend that he was working with, that would be my brother. So as he got there, he said, "I'll not tell you. I'm a young, now so he be right for time. He like history. He talk about history. What am I trying to say? I've been doing this for a very long time, but not in this kind of platform because this is different. But seeing young minds, young, vibrant men and women that are doing this, I am so happy. I just want to say thank you to you all. I love what you're doing. May God continue to bless us, give us the strength to bring the truth out so that everybody, everyone, those even those of them that are already aware of the truth, but because of enviness, jealousy, they don't want to admit it. They can admit that they came from any other place or any other whatever society or system or empire brought civilization to them, but not Benin. You know, they can accept shit, but they won't accept Benin. They know the truth. Okay, but we're continue going to be hitting the nail on the head until it gets to everyone. Let's make this very important. Let us make it compulsory. Let's tell our young generation that are coming after us. Let's educate them. I mean, we need to educate them enough. We need to talk about this history every day. We will not relent. We will continue. And I'll tell you, I'm very, very happy, glad to announce to you right now that even some people in my family, my blood related people, I beg you, not like Igbo, you not like Yoruba. No, that is not it at all. They are good Igbos, they are good Yoruba, but do not disturb my history. I like them. They are my brothers now. That name Nigeria has made us brothers. As I mean, unite us together. They are my people, no doubt. But you don't try. Don't you try? I wanted to put up. Don't you try to mess up my history. I'll take anything from you, but I won't take that from you because if you don't know where you're coming from, a whole lot of times you won't know where you're going to. Thank you. And thank you to my folks. I really appreciate you guys.
Pardon us, our talk, but thanks a lot, sir.
Thank you,
Stefan,
sir.
I want to say thank you again. Please, if anybody wants to contribute, you have the floor. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, sir. You really spoke well. You've spoken as a brother, a friend, and an elder.
Thank you
Thank you
so
very
much,
much.
sir. I enjoyed that talk. Sorry. Oh. I
Don't
just wanted
worry.
to say thank you. Yeah.
So yeah, I kind of thought of this right now. Like, you know that connection that your bus are always driving that says that a son or Oromia is the son of Oduduwa, which gave birth to Ereka the first. We understood that one very well, and we even accept it and said yes, it is true. No one lied about that. No one said no, it is not true. It is true. It is there, and it is fact. But in the oral history of Benin oral history, when they said is Kalaliran escaped from Benin and became the Oni of Ife. Yes. When the search team went to Ife, they saw Kalaliran. They asked him, they told him to come back with him. They told him to come back with them to Benin. He said no, he can't leave his people that he's ruling. And besides, he's already old. This is how we were taught in school. Say he's already old, but he will send his son. Now, pause. Now, a man who does not know anything about you, stranger came to your land to demand for a king. Don't you find it strange? He was still able to speak in their language and understood them. That they don't find that very strange. They don't question it. They don't really think about those details. You might say yes. What you can say whatever you want to say, but they don't question the little details and say, how did this man, how was he able to speak with them in a different language that he had don't understand? If that was the first contact that Benin and the Ifes have ever made, they don't draw that line out. Okay, for a father to give out his son to a stranger, to strangers that he doesn't even know, don't they find that strange? Okay, now after before you even give them, he at least say, I'm going to test you. Let's see if you can take care of my child. They said okay. He gave them, I think it was lice to keep. He said that if this lice survive, you can take my son with you. He gave the three of them lice each. One, keep it somewhere. Covered it, and the lice died. One, keep it in the bush or so, and they ran away. But the last one, he said he was told by Rudu himself to keep this lice inside the hair. So he did as he was instructed, and like the lice produced even more. I don't know if you get what I'm going to. When I say, okay, these people were able to prove that yes, they can at least take care of our child by passing the test he has set for them. He gave them Oromia to take to Benin. So this, and it wasn't even that long. Like I know it was long. It's not something of mystical or one kind of mythology. It's not really that long. We were able to take the story of Erika the First, which is the son of Oromia. Why would it not be difficult for us to understand something of like few times ago, just few times ago, which was time of Oduduwa? Because normally it's kind of funny that they won't draw the distinction out and try to point it out like he's from the sky or he came down from. I'm not saying it is wrong. And things can happen at those days. I very much believe it. There are things that can happen that we will not understand, but we'll still take it. That's why I'm saying that. I'm not saying they're lying. I'm not saying they're wrong in any way. It can be possible. He can use some kind of mystical way to do his own thing and appear. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But they should try to draw the decision out and not always say that he's from the sky and then give us king. So why would us, a fellow stranger, go to another man's land to go and carry king when we have people here in Benin already? Like, it doesn't make sense. So that's what I'm trying to say about that oral tradition and that point, because there should not always be like, there's a distinction, but they should try to understand this is where people are coming from. Not try to point it out as if this is what happened or so. We don't lie about our own because we know it very well. Right from when we're growing, we know it very well. So it's not something of you need to go to school for. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kelvin. You know, like I said yesterday, the history of Oduduwa currently in Nigeria today is like talking about Davido and Whiskey, Daki and Popo. I said it's never going to come to an end due to the fact that these are different tribes talking about one particular person, and they have their different school of thought. So it's not like something that's going to come to an end. But due to the fact that I am standing on my ground defending my tribe, standing on my school of thought, so I will always, of course, I will always believe that my mother's soup is the best, just as you would believe yours. So that's how it is. The evidence we have about Kaladera are clear, even if we don't want to talk about it today. But the only year that went to Ife, his name was Awoma. Awoma, which means betterment, and it's mostly added in prayer today that Awoma Wawo, which is you shall have better days, you shall have your life shall be better. You understand? Awoma, only Awoma was his name, and the word Lagele or Gelemweru came from 12th century after Olia successfully lost the life. So those histories are there. Oromiyan didn't come to Benin by conquest, but it was by invitation. It is very clear. The Bamiwo was sent by Oduduwa to take care of this little boy, which is Oromiyan. Bamiwo, Gumegbaore. So the evidence are there. The people of Edo extraction that followed Oromiyan to Benin was the one that stayed back at Usen, who made mention of Usin, which is Usen. The evidence are there. The air diggings, the evidence are there. So if you should go deeper and ask questions, if you go to Ugoton and these places, it's marks. If you go to Okada, Kaladeran's footmarks are there before he left to Ife, because they do not know. The cockere that Stefan just showed us a few minutes ago is the same Urohoho. That is a village today in Benin, Urohoho. Is the same cock that is on top of the staff of the said Oduduwa they are saying came from the sky. No, if a man can describe that cock for you, what they will tell you, it will be around the mythology. They'll tell you that that cock was the cock that was dropped to spread the sound on earth, so the earth was created. No, we do not have it that way. That cock was supposed to be unalived. That cock was unalived in place of to replace his own blood for his father, Owodo, Ogiso Wodo. So it's very clear. So I believe we have our evidence. We do not have a mythology for things of 12th century. What are myths in Benin, and what are history are also history. So what I have to say is we should stick to our own school of thought, and we should maintain this school of thought, and we should pass it down to our own unborn generations. I want to say a big thank you to everybody on this panel. If I tell you I didn't enjoy today, I'll be the biggest liar in the whole of this planet Earth. I enjoyed the whole of today, and I really want to say thank you to Stefan, Musa, Mr. Stefan, Mr. Lodrich, Mama Easy, Pautus, Parkeros, Mama Joy Sabo, Mr. Logica Edo, Mr. Kevin.
Thank you, my brother.
God bless every one of us, and everybody in the panel that stayed with us since the beginning of this life. I want to say thank you, everybody. You know, we have a parable in Benin. There are so many histories. So we should want to call the bigger boat for the day we, mill our palm fruits. So I believe I got that right. So I just want to say thank you to everybody. And if may God preserve us, may we be together in unity. This is my prayer, because we also prayed since before we started. What I'll say is, I don't really get that much time. I try to excuse the time. Most times I don't have that time to just come but I love learning about these histories a lot. So I will try as much as possible to be excusing my time. You see, when we started this history with just one topic, and it became a very vast topic, and everybody threw in their own contribution, and now here we are. It's 2:30 p.m. We started around 6:50 or so. So it's a great thing to have something to talk about. It's not like coming out, you don't have anything to talk about. You just come to insult. We don't throw insult here. You can see how calm the panel has been. That's to say, when you observe the calmness always from a particular set of people, and you see when you add a black sheep to the white sheep, you will understand that maybe the black sheep will start showing its true color. Then you know that the black sheep has a problem among the whites. So we know who the problem is. although even if we're not mentioning names. So I just want to say thank you. And those are one of young women. Ima to agbon ma pe agbon. Edo ba regbe ni edo isagbe. Osalobua akpama ogene ofian gbimo re normal. Ima to agbon ne debe mo reje
Let's say greetings to who you are. Bless you, Mama, for your time and everything.
so this is actually our organization.
Ọba àtọ́pẹ́ iṣẹ́ iṣẹ́.
In the whole world. You know, could have over 2,000 years consistent. Of course, the Yoruba Igbo is the king of kings. The king of kings. Because the Duke is king. They go out to allocate another person.
Ọba àtọ́pẹ́ iṣẹ́.
So, my people, thank you very much. We are going to bed now. May God be with us. Thanks a lot. I love everybody in the panel and I love everybody in the comment section. Always say kakabo.
Greetings, Wesley. Thank you very much.
Bless you, sir.
Thank you.
Well,